Yep, that's right. Early again. I know, it's great. I get to be a little bit early, but you know what? It's for a good reason, because I want to hang out with you all for a few minutes before the panel gets going. Now, as you all know, usually I stream a bit later in the day, so I apologize if I'm a little sloppy at the beginning of this stream. Something's wrong. Something is incorrect. Why is my mic? There we go. That's where it's supposed to be. What the hell? Whoa, do I know who's on the panel? Yes, I do, actually. We have Denims, Merrick DeVille, Chaos is Mel, aka Melanie, aka Milk Tea Leninism, Catherine Dominates, and potentially a very spicy bonus guest. We will be talking about internet haters, which I have quite a few, as it turns out. Quite a few. And as a little added bonus, I just want to give you one of the best hater comments that and strangest hater comments I've ever received. Some of you might actually be in here, or the person who wrote this might actually be in here. And again, thank you for giving me the strangest comment I've ever received. But don't worry, I won't give out your name. I'm just going to read the comment. Let me get the comment up here. This one really blew my mind, okay? Wait, where'd it go here? Oh, yeah, I had... Wait, hold on. Where the hell is it? Did I respond to it? I think I did. There we go. Yeah, I think I responded to it. There we go. All right, you ready? You ready? All right, here goes. Demon Mama, I watched you in the debate on Dylan's show. A mostly impressive showing. I thought you lost a point when you brought up the couch shit with respect to addressing a veteran, but otherwise you did a fairly decent job bullying his dysfunctional right-wing perspective into oblivion. I even subbed to you and will continue to sub to you. Thank you. I really, honestly appreciate that. Here, however, your arguments have gotten sloppy, referring to the Destiny debate. Continually interrupting Destiny? Not allowing him to speak? If you wanted to do that, then why not shit-talk him on your own stream like you did before? I thought the point of debate was to hear both sides. The audience can't decipher who's right or wrong as clearly when two people are yelling at each other. It's like Destiny would try to finish a thought and then you jump in with an insult or name-calling. We know Destiny did that too. Look, let me not interrupt. Which doesn't help the substance part of your argument. When lefties debate, they're supposed to be more tactical. Secondly, calling all of Destiny's fans simps. I'm one of those fans. I also happen to have a crush on you, Demon Mama, so that's a little hurtful. Lastly, Destiny didn't know the chick he was hating on was trans, so saying he was knowingly being transphobic kind of blows a hole in your argument. I didn't say that. Moreover, even if he did know, I disagree calling a random trans person deranged is bigoted or transphobic. It is both. If I run into a crazy trans person on the street who's talking about flying horses about to storm the Technodrome and they need your money, I'm going to call them mentally deranged, even if they happen to be trans or black or Latino, Asian, Scottish, whatever. It makes no difference. It does make a difference. Don't say stupid shit and you won't get called deranged. It's one thing if Destiny said trans people are deranged or it's deranged to want to be trans, but he wasn't attacking her for that. He was apparently attacking her for something else. I appreciate you're an extremely aggressive debater. It even turns me on a little. But for the love of God, let the man speak. I also like to appreciate the intellectual disagreements rather than the SmackDown drag-out WWE aspects on it. Bruh. 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 I told you it was weirdly flattering, but weird. So thanks, I guess, for one of the strangest comments I've ever received. Whoa, we got some real cringes going on in chat right now. That was a bizarre turn, indeed. Boonk. Yeah, we need a bonk emote of some sort. We'll get one at some point, don't worry. We got more emotes coming someday. Hey, Endernax. Hey, Endernax, I gotta give you a fancy name. Let me give you the fancy name, Endernax. It's a little cringe, yeah, but, you know, at least they're being honest. At least they're being honest, I think. Endernax, let me give you this fancy name. Here you go. There you go. There you go, Endernax. Fancy name, Endernax. So, yeah, you're welcome. It should show up now. So, what do we have on the docket? Well, we got to get to a panel. No, I'm not going to give him the chud role. Well, he can be a chud sometimes, but it's okay. Endernax has had very nice conversations with me, in addition to contention, so I think he deserves the notable tag, okay? Now, we have a panel to get onto, and then we're going to do some genuine, classic-style chud dunking. Yeah? Yeah, see, Ziltoid, we had a great conversation. It was fantastic, actually. Really good faith, enjoyable, all that shit. It was great. Oof. That's pretty weird, Devious Chillster. That's pretty fucking weird. Okay. All right. I'm going to go get into this this channel here so we can get going. All right. It looks like people are starting to show up. They're not all there yet. Where's the whereby? Here's the whereby. Alrighty. Yeah, it's true, Endernax. It is true. I will say that's true. Yeah, true. Joe Mama is on here. Do you know how many times I've heard that in the last 24 hours? Who the fuck did this? Who did it? Who restarted the Joe Mama meme? Because I need to give him a fucking crunch. Need to give him a walloping. Silent? Was it Silent who did it? Silent. Oh. Probably Bofa, I agree. The Joe Mama meme. We have some chud dunking to do later. But first, we're going to enjoy this panel together. And then we're going to do the real wild shit. We got some wild shit to dive into later. Also, the distributist has been pretty pissed at me online. Blame what on you? You know what you did, Silent. The distributist is cringe as fuck. I mean, true. Did you see, Endernax, did you see my debate with him? His tweet after the debate was so weird. Yes, we didn't even talk about that. Why? Why did he say that? Yes, it is. Hey, Demon Mama, been lurking here since the Vosh thing that put me over 1,000 subs. Love your content. Hey, thank you so much, Demon Lord. Really appreciate that. Happy to have you. We love demons here, obviously. So thanks for being here. And I'm going to keep making my content and getting better at it. Look, we've even upgraded the backdrop a little bit. We now have a very, very cute octopus. And he's holding a protest sign, and he has a chair now. We upgraded. One of my stuffed animals has my old chair. I can send it, Silent might be able to send it to you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't edited it into its own segment quite yet because it was super fucking long. It's really funny. And, yeah, it goes to some very interesting places. So I hope you have a good time with it. He tried to make it out like I was doing, like, I don't know, he's kind of obsessed with this idea of, like, finding commonalities between the far left and the far right, which I told him explicitly in the conversation. I don't believe that that's very easy to do. But so be it. Yeah, this octopus is made by some company that sells them to Target. So yeah. Listen, like the thing is, I do think that there's common ground that individuals on the far left and the far right can find. Like they can find uh-oh. I mean, he is an esoteric fascist type. That's true. He is. Yeah. That's also true. He did do that a lot. It's kind of frustrating because, like, we had a discussion about this. Like, actually, you'll just watch the debate. You'll enjoy, I think, the places that it went. Oh, the places will go. But the whole point is, again, I think that individuals can find common ground, but the ideologies could not be more opposed. Like, they're definitionally opposed. The far left is fighting against hierarchies. The far right is hoping to institute traditionalist hierarchies. Those are incompatible beliefs. They don't work together at all. They don't work. You can't have a society that doesn't want oppression to exist alongside one that thinks certain types of oppression are perfectly fine and actually good. That's anyway. That was then, and this is now. So, yeah. Just waiting for the panel to start. Once everybody starts filtering in, you know, this panel runs a little late. Oh, there was something else I was going to talk about. What was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah. I made some changes to the Discord last night. Very minor ones, but I figure I'll share them with you nonetheless. Let me just tell you what changes we made. We added a programming channel. No comment chick is. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we added a gaming chat, a philosophy and politics chat, and separated that from the general for voice. And then we added a programming chat, and we officially converted the old hat zone into just the selfie sanctum. So, gotta be safe for work. It's just the rules of the server. We're very pro-sex, but we recognize that this, you know, not every space can be sexual. So, safe for work, selfie zone. Okay? We like faces, okay? We do. We like faces a lot. And we have a philosophy and politics voice chat for when people want to do nerd shit. Because listen, I do nerd shit from time to time as well, so. Oh yeah, Famous Horse is on today too, which is going to be fun. Yeah, the Discord's been fantastic. I spent a bunch of time in voice last night. It's great. Love it. By the way, I'm looking at the video. We only got 15 likes, everybody. I'm gonna beg you, please like the video. If you're in the chat, please like the video. Just click through to YouTube, like, and if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Other than that, thank you for supporting me, and thank you for being here and watching. Appreciate it. Really, really trying to grow this channel. Last night, I was feeling a little emotional. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true. Why Demon Mama won't debate me? I mean, I'll debate pretty much just about anyone. But anyway, I was feeling a little emotional last night, and I realized through that how fucking badly I want this channel to succeed, how much I want my show to succeed, and how much I want to bring you all the best motherfucking content that I possibly can. Have I seen the games of the year last night? I haven't yet. Probably will at some point. I heard it was kind of underwhelming, and people had a lot of frustrations, which that seems to be the case most years. Hades got robbed, so I've heard. I also heard that a bunch of strategy games got robbed too. Oh, Denims is on YouTube now? Woo! Hell yeah. Hades did get robbed? Yeah, I've been playing Hades. Let me see. How many hours do I have in Hades right now? Let's take a look. Let's find out. I already have 34.5 hours of Hades. And when did I get it? The 9th? It looks like... No, that can't be right. When did I get this? The 28th of November. Yep, on the 28th. So I've played 34 hours of Hades since the 28th of November. Woo! Yep. Yes, Naughty Dog, that is very questionable to me. Oh, it looks like everybody's chit-chatting. Oh, it's time. All right, guys. All right, everyone. It's time.
Come, Merrick.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello, Merrick.
Hi.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Merrick.
Cool. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's no problem.
Yeah, no worries.
That leaves
Hi,
Catherine.
everybody, I thought I was talking to you and you were all ignoring me, but that wasn't true. I was muted.
No, you
True.
weren't even here. Your mic was gone. You
Yeah,
weren't
yeah,
even in the channel.
Wait,
You
I just popped up in the channel.
haters.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's how it worked. I didn't know that. Anyway,
You were like in Among Us or something. I don't fucking.
basically, wait, what? Did I show up as that? Okay, bird.
Are we going on video today, or is it just going to be voice?
Oh, it's gonna a video. So that's in the.
Wonderplay is in the joint link. If you want it personally, tell me and I'll send it to you.
Because Denims did new hair, new hairstyle. New
Some
hairstyle.
kinda nice-
Yeah, it's in.
Reminds me
Oh,
of
Plug, new hairstyle. Ooh. Damn, this
it's in the joint conversation. But do you or do you not want it personally?
Yeah.
Sorry,
sure.
I'm gonna
If you could
adjust
send it
audio
to me, that'd be
levels.
cool.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
No problem. I'll do it.
Denims. Wait.
Are we ready? Yes. Can do this.
All right. Okay, so let's see if we can get this all.
Room is locked. Knock.
Yeah.
There you go.
Denim.
Thank you.
You're on the room. Knock, knock.
The room is locked.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not logged in or something. Who knows? But
just
Wait,
have to-
you're.
you
Oh, the
just
room.
have
Oh,
to
yeah.
knock.
I know what it is. Sorry. I have to hit this button. Boom, and you're let in. Yeah, it's
Setting up time.
it's to keep the trolls away.
You know how it goes.
We did have some
love-
trolls.
love
Yeah.
It looks
Thank
like,
you.
It looks like Demon Mama's doing her stream right now.
Yeah,
I
Demon Mama
am.
does that. So Demon Mama
Always.
basically is talking to her chat until she gets the sort of message from us that we're
Go,
starting. So
Yeah, I'm
That's the-
listening right now. So
yeah,
like-
yeah, I
Oh,
figured.
Okay, Mama.
I figured you were
Hi.
on voice meter or something.
Baby
Yeah.
angel. Can you guys see me? Okay, yeah, now I'm here.
Where is this?
Okay, I'm just waiting for you guys to let me in.
Just adjusting the
I'll,
levels.
click
No
that
worries.
to let you in,
Don't mind
and
me.
boom,
Don't mind
you
me.
are
Just
let
adjusting
in,
levels.
Thank you.
and I just have to figure out where the hell
Nothing,
this
nothing,
window is
tra-la-la.
coming from. Window display.
It's okay. This panel's always a little scuffed. It's all right though. It's all good. Kitty.
Oh, so you have like a background color. Okay. Okay. Normally,
Scuff,
normally
scuff,
when I use
scuff,
Whereby,
scuff,
it's like with
scuff.
like chroma key.
Listen, we have fun on this one. This is always a fun panel
Uh-oh.
every time. Even when North the Mage loses his shit on me.
I actually need to get voice
Which was
meter
fun.
potato.
And I
going
have
at
no
some
hard
point.
feelings towards North. Not at
Voice
all.
meter. Good God, I hate voice meter.
I think it's what
Push to
Demon Mama
talk.
uses.
Chad, push to talk.
Well, I mean, voice meter's good. Voice meter's like good. The issue I run into is that sometimes it'll run out of like bandwidth, and then your mic will be fucked until you reset the engine.
Wait, voice meter?
Yeah, voice meter. Voice meter. Yeah, I have voice meter potato, and I used that for a while to like manage input streams, but it would just every once in a while the RAM or the bandwidth would fill up, and then it'd start going like and I just had to just give up using it.
Well, I don't
Oh my
I don't think
God.
I use that thing. But if I do,
Oh.
well then
Oh, you would
it's
know. You
unknown
would
to me.
know. It's a whole setup.
I just
apparently.
used I just
Oh, it's
again, I
okay.
just used
Whoa!
Whoa!
What the fuck?
Waluigi just took out a bunch of. Waluigi just fell. That's what happened. And he hit a bunch of. Yeah, he fell on a jar of thumbtacks and pens
What?
that was sitting
You
on
have
the,
a jar
on the
of
computer.
thumbtacks and pins next to you. Are you
Did your viewers like challenge you to like turn your room into like Home Alone
An
like
obstacle
traps?
course?
Like, yeah,
Oh,
like,
wow. Oh,
Mouse
I know
trap?
what's going on. Yeah, basically, I'm like it's a challenge.
You keep the
It's
the
called
tack.
Demon Mama. It's called the Wet Bandit Challenge.
Oh, okay. So
Fair
one
enough.
of the is red hot, and if you touch it, it'll burn your hand to it.
how many tarantulas do you currently have in your room?
Oh my God, that's a good point. That's a good point. I got to get up my tarantula game.
Yeah, up that tarantula game.
Because that's what. Who does he take care of with the
Mouse
tarantulas?
trap.
It's like his brother's tarantulas or something.
I don't
It's like
remember.
his cousin, his shitty cousin's. What? It's his cousin, whatever.
Yeah.
The
They-
wet band. I know. I like it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, they were. Oh my God, what are we? Here we go. And
It was a mouse, as in mouse trap. It was a mouse? I thought there was a tarantula. I thought he dropped a tarantula on
yeah,
somebody's
you
head.
know
at one
what? I'm
point.
gonna try something different this time.
Was it a mouse?
We're just gonna
Maybe it
go
was a mouse.
on, and we're gonna start from the beginning, because otherwise, we'll have music and everyone will be like bleeding through, and that's less than ideal. Let's see. Just switch back to this, and
Hey, by the
Oh, I
way,
see someone's got a cat here. All right.
oh
hold
yes,
on.
cats.
Quick
Good.
request.
Cats are good.
Are you my cat then? If you've
if
got a
we
cat,
have
I gotta have a
is
cat.
there any mods who'd be willing to post links and reminders and stuff in the
Why do you
YouTube
always
chat?
have to fall-
Because it's
walk
very hard
around?
for me to monitor YouTube chat
Please,
while doing
just give me
panels.
that,
So if
and
any of the
yes.
mods here would mind
Okay, we'll start
hanging
on
out in
this.
YouTube and reminding people to like and come over to the website, that'd be amazing.
Is Demon Mama talking to her chat? Because I can't hear
Yeah,
her at
that's
all.
what she,
Yeah,
she
I
always
am.
does that.
I
She's,
do that.
Basically, yeah, she's been streaming for a
Alright.
while, so yeah, she can't really like sort of just dip all of a sudden and be like,
Yeah.
okay, you know. Anyway, thank you so much for being gracious, Demon
wait,
Mama, and
wait.
waiting for us to get this set up.
The way you said that made me sound like such a snoot. I'm just shouting at random people in my chat because I have like deep square brain, and so I'm constantly distracted and people are asking me things. I'm like,
Oh my God, I'm the same way. I'm the exact same way. Okay, it looks like I have. Do I have everything that I need on
yeah,
this?
thank you, Max. Thank you.
I accidentally closed the whereby because I'm a dummy.
Hey, stop. Stop. That's not a toy. Stop.
Yeah, my cat loves to be in front of the camera too.
Okay, what is going on with my whereby? This is so
He's
bizarre.
mad.
Square
mad that I'm
brain
not
is
playing.
my
There we go,
favorite
Liftins.
term
Okay,
for
so
ADHD.
note to everybody,
it's amazing. Because squares are
everybody
fine.
who's- Oh, famous horse. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we can't see you on whereby. There's two ways
What?
to handle this. If you know how to use an OBS virtual camera and you know that it doesn't break your setup like it does mine, then you can use that to kind of like route that in.
Oh,
The
so
other option is that
True,
you
true,
basically
Silent. It
disable
is.
your camera from OBS.
it's
Thank you for
disabled
using
in
the
OBS
Discord
already.
command.
I've used whereby before. It's disabled. I see it on my end.
Does anybody else see famous horse?
It's
I do.
a dark void. but you are connected.
Well-
me too.
Well,
That's
that-
exactly what I see.
Okay, well,
We see the void within.
the void
Whispers
within. That's
of
me.
the void.
Let me
Gaze
make sure
within.
NVIDIA. No,
I didn't want to
removed
say
it.
gaze within. Thank you for making that joke for
It
me.
was like somewhere on.
Oh
my...
no!
Speaking of
Not the Destiny.
haters.
No.
I didn't know if we were allowed to reference him.
Oh, it's probably
Oh,
a bad idea.
wait a
I don't know,
minute,
Kurt
wait a
would
minute,
love
listen.
I will make
Destiny
fun
to like see our stream and you know drop in.
Bring
you
it,
know, I'm sure.
bring it, round 2, baby, bring it.
Oh,
We
God, I
just-
should have brought Kurt in
Oh,
here. We could
fuck
we
yeah,
could challenge
dude,
Kurt to
let's-
do that.
Hey, where's
We'll
book
practice
smarts?
We can't say gaze within one more time or he'll show up. He'll just pop
Gaze
into
within,
the
gaze
chat,
within, gaze
ready
within,
to
gaze
fight
within.
people.
No, it's like Bloody Mary. If you say gaze within 3 times,
That's
on
what
the
I'm
stream,
saying.
it shows up with a
Destiny,
bunch of
Stephen
people.
Bonello.
The second.
Destiny, Destiny, Destiny.
We got
You're
him.
really tempting
Oh
fate
god,
here,
he's
Mary.
coming! No.
Bring
Don't
it.
let Kurt hear you say that.
Also,
Okay.
hey, where the hell's this is an official pre-stream call out. Book smarts. I hear
Oh,
you're
fuck
too
yes.
scared to debate me. You think that I'm too crazy to be discussed with. Well, guess what? I'm not that crazy. Bring it on.
Irresponsible, yes. I'm
Irresponsible
for having you on,
platforming? You're
Mama.
right. You know what? It would be irresponsible to platform me because I'll turn all your little sock dems into raging, radicalized anarchists right before your eyes.
I'm not sure they're even sock dims, Demon Mom. I was like listening to Booksmarts describe his political philosophy a little bit, and it's kind of it's much I mean it's not exactly right or anything, but it's not exactly left either. So
Ah, I
that
see.
Ah,
He's
so
riding with
third-
Biden. I
that
see.
comfortable
position.
center.
He's going back to
Okay.
brunch, is
Where-
what
where-
you're saying?
Third position before. I can't remember.
I don't know why my setup is so hard today, everybody. I'm so sorry.
So can
I'm
you
gonna
guys
have to-
still not?
Yeah,
third
it's
position,
just,
perhaps?
There's something really weird about the way that I've got this setup that's confusing the shit out of my early morning. Yes, it's early morning on the West Coast. Not really.
I don't
Mama
think
will
so
tell you it's
either,
not
Silent.
actually early morning, but that's fake news. There we go. I think that's a decent setup. Okay, cool. That's what we're gonna go with. It's not quite a wide people happy stream today, but we'll make do. Anyway,
It is.
Uh,
It
let-
is for me. I think we
it
can
is
make it
for
one.
you. You got the wide people happy. Oh, you got a
Everybody,
different setup,
get
I'm guessing.
wide, get happy, and get peepo right now. I command
Do you
you.
hear that, chat? Do you hear that? No, you don't, because you're not on yet. We're trying something new. We're not. There's no intro. There's no music. There's no none of that. Anything. It's just gonna be going straight into the douchebag buffer. That's I guess what we're in right now is the part of the show where we kind of like talk some bullshit and we wait for people to get here, and I fix the wide people happy stream so that it's happy.
Fair, fair.
So yeah, we're on stream right now. Only we went on. It's kind of like a cold thing, so we could do like a Saturday Night Live cold intro or something like that. I was thinking what we do is like have somebody talking about doing something. Let's TOS, but then they say in a video game and set it up so like your friends or something are dressed up like FBI agents and they're like just about to bust you until you say in a video game. And they're like they do the snap. Like, you know, they were ready to get you, and then you said, in a video game, and then, oh shit, never mind, we can't arrest him. I'm so sorry. You were gonna go to jail there, but
FBI no arresting. FBI no arresting.
Please
It's like
don't
that.
arresty.
You just make puppy eyes at the FBI, and they'll stop. They can't
It
resist.
always works or kitty eyes. Always works for me.
That works too. But the risk with kitty eyes is that one of them might have owned a cat in the past, and then they go, wait a minute, I know what this means. This means you
Not
peed on
falling
my
for
bed.
that.
This means I what? I peed on the bed.
Yeah, you know that viral video,
Okay, all right.
cat
Who
pee
ha-
song
who
or whatever.
hasn't peed on the bed before, right? That's normal.
Everyone as a baby once peed on a bed. And if you weren't
Right.
a baby,
That-
well,
Well, I was grown in a lab, so
maybe you will be because you have Benjamin Button syndrome or whatever.
Oh wow. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it was a deep cut. Pulled that one from the archive. Nobody even remembered that
Wow,
movie
what's your
existed.
doctor about Benjamin Button syndrome today?
No, somebody was talking about that. Where was it, Chapo or something? I swear to God, that's
Oh yeah, they do like to do that, don't they? They reference that movie a lot.
I think they referenced it recently. I mean, we might have listened to the same episode, Demon Mama. We might have
Maybe.
the exact same playlist. Who knows? Like our YouTube feed. There's some chance that like if you got on my YouTube, like you know you got my YouTube recommendations, you got my feed, and I got yours, we wouldn't like know the difference. There's
It's
some
possible.
chance.
I don't know how many Destiny videos are getting recommended to you after his community got really mad at you.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, that's for a different reason that Destiny videos are getting recommended to me. It seems like a very lucrative tag for SEO. So
It is, yeah. I need to get
the
Destiny
results are still out on that. We'll find out.
oh god, yeah. So like, oh god, you know what? I should have brought Vera on here too. Speaking of Beetlegeistiny, which is like the way that we usually say that name to avoid detection or anything like that. And like I said, Kurt's always trying to spice it up. Kurt wanted me to bring Dario on this week. How would people feel about like Dario taking on this topic?
Hey,
Like,
listen,
that's
I haven't heard that name in a long time. I haven't heard that voice in a long time.
True.
Trying to like
that
dab with
thing
my
48
earphones and
years.
shit.
Are you waiting for it to start?
Yeah, we're just waiting for.
Oh no, we're actually started. We're actually on stream. So
Oh,
folks,
are we?
this is a little bit different of a bird brains this week. We're dropping you right into the douchebag buffer. So the douchebag buffer is the part of the show where we all sit around and just talk some bullshit while Famous Horse gets. There we go. We got Famous Horse. We had some tech problems earlier, but Horse is with us now.
I still can't see you in the comments, but I can see everyone else. So
The
So
audio
we're just-
channel
this-
is loud.
This is some slice of life here, folks. You see that slice of life? It's beautiful. This is real life, folks. IRL streaming before we start.
Sorry for the
our,
chaos,
panel
everyone. Don't
here.
worry. It'll make more sense soon.
Let's see, who else are we missing?
We can ask
Catherine
Merrick.
And there's 5 of us here. There's 2
And
people
Mel,
that
and
we're
Mel.
missing.
Yeah, where the heck is Mel?
Oh, Mel. Jeez. Okay, so these are 2 people that sometimes oversleep. So I'm just gonna go with that theory that hey, you're here early, everybody. So we're doing a douchebag buffer intro. This is probably not the intro I'll go with in the future. Apparently, people like to come into the music more than they do to this. This is not the stream. This is us just talking some bullshit and waiting for everybody to kind of get in. It's a Friday and everybody's just like kind of.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
I don't know.
Ringleby.
If you're like me, Friday is the day where all the time crunch really kind of catches up with you, and you're just like literally like late to everything. So that is probably what's going on with our other streaming partners today, Mel and Catherine. So I'll be on the lookout in Discord, as
Hey.
will our esteemed.
Thank you so
our
much,
esteemed people
Panko Bell.
think that I
Really
don't
appreciate
have
that.
a moderator.
Thank you so
I
much.
do. Academic Anarchist is here. If I'm ever like taking over the stream with some sort of a rant or something, and everybody's just like, "Well, it's her stream. I better not talk over her." Academic Anarchist would be the one to like to.
Thank you so
tell me
much,
to shut the
Panko
fuck
Bell.
up and let
Yeah, I
other
hope you
people
enjoyed
talk.
this
So-
conversation.
Do they have like a big cane that they can?
Oh
throw at
yes,
everybody
I
else?
know what's going on. Okay, so Mel's on Lumi. So here's the deal. Mel is on Lumi today. Lumi's probably there's some chance that we might see Lumi's community pretty soon, but we don't want to count on that for sure. But like, yeah, it would make sense since Mel's going to be here next. Mel's on Lumi's panel. Catherine's dealing with a lot, so yeah, we'll give Catherine wide berth as well in terms of. But yeah, so how is everybody? How was your week? How are you feeling about 2021? Actually, that I want to ask. Do you feel like it's going to be different, or do you think that it's just like 2020 with a trench coat on?
Listen, 2021.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2020 with Biden instead of Trump, so everyone's gonna pretend like coronavirus is fixed.
Nah, 2021 is the year of the demon. I can tell you that much. That's how I'm feeling about 2021.
Dude, I fucking love that energy. Hell yeah.
CIA gonna have to do the old suicide with gun to back of head sort of thing if they want to stop this energy
In a video game.
in a
Oh
video.
yeah,
game.
Minecraft.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, on
In
Twitch I have to be
Starters.
really nice. They're gonna
actually all the
stick a
starters
Nerf
streaming.
gun and they're gonna get me with it, and then I lose 10 points.
Yeah, they're gonna splat you. They're gonna yeah, basically it's Splatoon.
Splatoon, yes.
What happened to Splatoon? Isn't there something going on with that where people are like saying save Splatoon?
Well, I've heard of Splat Tim
I know.
and that he does it.
Wait, Tim Pool?
No, Splat Tim. Are you not familiar with Splat Tim?
I guess not.
Damn, you got to look it up. He does it.
He does it. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he does
chat,
it.
If you want to look up Splat Tim, apparently he does it. That's what we know about Splat Tim.
What the fuck?
This is the douchebag buffer. If anybody's coming in, don't worry. This is not the actual stream.
Hey, thank you,
This is
Gentlefish.
the,
Thank you so
this
much.
This is the
Yay!
shit posting before the stream. So instead of having my weeb music that everyone
very
loves so
welcome,
much, we're gonna
Gentlefish.
have just like
Was
a
very
little
happy to do
conversation
that.
about everybody's week, about everybody's like thoughts about the upcoming
Fawn, if you're in chat,
year and the
can you
year
put
that
Splat
is
Tim in
on its
chat?
way out the door. That we kind of just like. Do you ever just want to like, you know, as somebody's leaving, you just want to like kind of turn around and a little roundhouse kick of just like kind of help them get out that door? That's how I feel about 2020. Like I would be really. I've never actually done it. I've never actually teeped somebody out of my door as they're leaving, but I've been tempted before.
Put Splat
And
Tim, the meme.
20,
Splat
20
Tim.
is definitely,
can.
you know,
If you'd be willing.
wants the smoke. Apparently, weeps out. Yes, exactly. Weeps drives up.
Yeah, he does do it.
No weeb music. Yeah, what are we gonna do without weeb music? Oh God, you'll have to check my YouTube, and you might actually find some mashups there. I heard there was some pretty sick city pop mashups with Weston. Anyway, look for that. Danibo, hey, we were just talking about you.
Nice.
Okay, so did somebody see my Wednesday night stream or something? I actually was Asuka for that
really?
stream.
I did
So
not
I've
see that.
heard. So I've heard.
I was gonna do it for this one too, but like it just did not have time to get in costume and everything. So the Danibo's in the chat. I wanna see what people think about this. Okay, I have a theory that Danibo is trolling on some kind of super meta level, and that like secretly whenever I have a conversation with Danibo's like laughing at me because he's like, she doesn't get it. And you're right, I don't get it. I don't know how. I know you're trolling, but I don't know how you're trolling, and I don't know what you're trolling, and I don't know what your real opinion is. But I do know that I'm being played, Danibo. So there's that. I'm on to you. I'm just like 7 steps behind is all. Danaboa. Or is it Danaboa?
I don't
Danaboa.
know. I tried to type Danibo. I typed it wrong, and I just kept going.
We got some Tuckers in chat. Yeah, Danaboa. I kind of like Danaboa. You should think about that if you're
True,
looking to
DanStarlight.
rebrand
Very
or,
rare.
Yeah, change your name to Danoba. Danaboa.
Danoba. That's there we go. There we go.
I like that name.
All right. Well, you know, we're let me just make sure I'm looking at Discord. Discord and Catherine is can come about half an hour. Yeah. Okay. So half an hour from now, yes, Catherine will be there. Mel is in Loomies. Okay, I see. So that's what people were telling me. Let's go ahead and start off the show today. So, God, this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. As everybody knows, like, you know, I was the subject of some, you know, sort of hate. Not that I'm a big creator or anything, but just like through a bunch of little, you know, happy accidents in my community and stuff. Like I ended up getting a lot of hate directed at me from, you know, kind of what we call the Care Bear lefties on Twitch. These are the people that have never made a mistake before in terms of, you know, intersectionality, and so therefore they feel the need to kind of, you know, police everybody else's actions and make sure that nobody else is making a mistake. And if you do, that you know that you're not actually a leftist and you have fascistic tendencies and so on and so forth, right? So I got some harassment from these people. I feel like I went like harder than I wanted to, right? Like I was pissed. I was under attack from all different directions. I could see, like, if I'd stayed in that mental state, if I'd stayed in that activation of the sympathetic nervous system, like, I don't think any of you would be on this stream right now, because I would be, like, radioactive. I would be hard to deal with, and I would just have been, you know what I mean? I never kind of would have recovered from that. Now, I sort of saw a little bit of what I experienced in Destiny when Demon Mama was talking Beetlegeistiny. I'm sorry, I mixed up the name of the streamer. It's actually Beetlegeistiny is the one that we're talking about. Beetlegeistiny, yeah. When in Demon Mama's debate
Miles.
with Beetlegeistiny, I saw that like gleam in Steven's eye, and it just made me wonder. You know, is this like, you know, is this where it goes to? And the scary thing is that if you really take that like attitude to its logical extreme, what you have is Donald Trump. What you have is somebody that ends up with sort of like a, you know, a lot of paranoid
True.
ideation and this mentality of just, you know, being always defending against this. Anybody who's says anything not just bad about you, but fails to say something favorable about you, fails to, let's say, intercede in the results of an election for you, they're part of the deep state. They're part of the conspiracy. They're out to get you. They're enemies. And, you know, it's amazing with Donald Trump. He's not only believing this himself, he's getting his
Happy you made it, Miles
fans
Lux.
to believe
Very
this with a full heart, and in the same time kind of taking down a lot of the pillars on which democracy, or our democracy, yeah, you know what I'm saying, rests, right? So yeah, I kind of wanted to start from there. Like it's like I described it as like a mafiosa sort of attitude, like this sort of thing of like, you know, when you're a streamer, you've gotten attacked, and you got in this mindset of like, listen, I'm not going to be the victim anymore. If they want to fucking play with me, then I'm going to, you know, there's no holds barred, right? And, you know, that makes streaming a difficult proposition for a lot of us. So, Emily, I kind of referenced you. You were there with Destiny. Like, how did you feel, you know, just with him, like, sort of, oh my God, thank you so much, Leah. Communists invading radicals and emotes all over our screen. Yeah. So like, I'd love to hear from you, Emily. What kind of impressions you got from Beetlegeistiny?
Oh, yeah. Well, I had a good time. Yeah, I guess I can kind of just tell you my whole experience. I had a good time with it. It was very intense, but I enjoy intense conversations. I'm kind of at home in heated debate. And you know, that's fine. But I did get the feeling, okay, so there's a couple of things that I can talk about this. First of all of my critiques of his Twitter presence still hold 100%. I think Destiny has gotten very, very sloppy in the way that he engages on Twitter, in ways that go against what he's advocated for in the past, in ways that go against, in fact, like there was this joke in my community, which we were joking about how he took my arguments the day after arguing with me and used them against Tim Pool about Donald Trump. Because he said the exact same thing about Donald Trump, about Donald Trump isn't just everybody. He's the president. He has to think about like the effect that his voice has on his followers, on the country as a whole. And so, yeah, like obviously that isn't only my argument, and that's an argument he's made, but that was part of my point, is that like, hey, like you don't get to just use Twitter like everyone else and escape critique. If you don't want to get critiqued by people like myself, if you don't want to get critiqued by your own community, by other people's communities, you got to do better on Twitter, because the way that you're engaging on Twitter right now is careless and involves not only using like a lot of ableist slurs, which is not what we were talking about in that particular context, but rather weaponizing ableist slurs in a way that also tramples on both misogyny and transphobia. Like, and not in like little ways either. This is pretty obvious. Like, mental health is the #1 thing that's weaponized against trans people. And that was sort of the point of my conversation, is that, hey, like you're being really careless and you're essentially signaling to your audience that this is an okay thing to do, whether you mean to or not. And I don't think he meant to. And my experience was that, like, I don't know. It felt like he's been, like, I don't know. It feels like he's resting on his laurels as having been the guy who's always right all the time. And his community will back him up no matter what. Even though in this particular context, like he was wrong. And I mean, this goes down to the point where like he named the stream, like he didn't even like put my name up, didn't do anything. He just called it Talking with a Crazy Person from Twitter. And so I responded, of course, because, you know, I'm not above a little bit of dirty fighting if he wants to play dirty. I named my stream in response, debating Fallen Titan and pseudo Gamergator Destiny, which made his community incredibly angry at me. That was like one of the things that just did it. But so what? You know, if he's not even going to put, at least I put his name in the title. Yeah, he didn't do that. He didn't even bother having me on screen, anything like that. So, and then of course, as the conversation went on, even though he ceded on many of the points that I made, he refused to acknowledge that his actions were indeed incorrect. And then it ended up being this entire conversation about, the part that got really weird for me was just when he started talking about this conspiracy that he has, that everyone vaguely connected to like basically Vosh is like a part of a concentrated effort to destroy his career, and therefore anything that he does to them is justified, including, you know, dipping into transphobic and misogynist harassment intentionally or unintentionally. And I felt like that was possibly the weakest part of the argument, and also the most telling, where it's just like, okay, well, if you are convinced that with no evidence, and there wasn't any, or rather there was, but it was very flimsy. I was sent a collage of tweets from one of the people who he had targeted, that none of which were anything more, in my opinion, than just critical of Destiny in general. Yeah, it just seems to me like it's this idea of like, oh, all the new people are out to get me, all of this people. And it's funny because even in the purview of that conversation, he was willing to ignore more obvious examples of people who actually probably do have much more of an axe to grind with him, whose like tweets and stuff like that got more traction. So it just seems to me like sort of a fixation on a particularly like emotionally important source of people that's become almost like it's become magnified into this like sense of martyrdom. And I think that can be a bad spot to put yourself in. It can blind you to meaningful conversations, and it can also prevent you from seeing holes in your own arguments. I think that you know, Destiny's had a few falling out with like lefties in general, and that's led him to conclude that all of the left are, I don't know, like Stalinists or something. Like, I don't know. It seems like this also was apparent in one of his videos he did about BreadTube, which I addressed on my stream. And yeah, and I just felt like, what, like, are we talking about the same place? And like on that stream, I went through popular and unpopular smaller, I shouldn't say unpopular, but smaller BreadTube channels, and was like, are any of these critiques actually landing? And they couldn't have been further from the truth. It was just a totally imagined straw man of what BreadTube actually is, of what the left actually is. And yeah, it does seem to tie into this larger like emotional impetus, which I don't understand, and I can't because I'm not Destiny. So, but I do think it's possible to get yourself into that position, and we should be careful of it.
It's kind of similar to what we've seen with the like land back. It's so many movements. Hey Mel, it's sort of similar to what we've seen with the so many movements. Like when they take on the land back movement, for instance, they're not going to take on like a paper, like I believe it's called the. Trying to remember if it's the yellow paper or the red paper, but you know, there's stuff that's more representative of the movement, right? They never take on that. They'll find like the outlier. They'll find in the BreadTube case, like the Caleb Maupin or the Peter Coffin, and say this is what lefties are like. Yikes, you know? And it's yikes, but yes, no, that's not what lefties are like. These are outliers. These are people that are, you know, definitely.
No, it's not even just that they're outliers. It's like this is just one person, and. Like,
well, no, can I say something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So you guys brought up Caleb Maupin, and so I have to say something. So one thing that irritates the absolute living shit out of me is that they kind of brought Caleb Maupin on themselves. So hot take. Caleb Maupin was a very irrelevant person within the Marxist-Leninist movement as a whole. This person essentially, like, so I actually know a lot about Caleb Maupin, in the sense that, like, a lot of his early political career, like, before he, like, joined Russia Today, before he did a lot of the weird shit that he does, he was actually a decent grassroots activist. But then Maupin started getting into the weird Russia Today bullshit, the propaganda, all that dumb stuff, and he became this weird outlier. And I know people are going to shake their heads at this, but in almost every single Marxist-Leninist circle that I know, both internationally, locally, and other activists that I know, most people disavow a lot of the stuff that he does and believes in. The problem is that when BreadTube or certain people pick fights with specific personalities, a lot of these personalities like don't want to let shit go. Maupin has been known in the activist community as sort of a guy that just like, once you make him mad, he will dig in and he won't stop. And BreadTube kind of like messed up in the sense that they kept kind of enabling this behavior, because when you highlight a person that the community has already rejected, that has already been basically said by a lot of other MLs, please stop listening to this person, and they just keep going after him, it makes people like me, who actually like disavow a lot of the shit that he believes in, I get thrown into that association, and then I have to basically fight every single thing that he has brought to the table already, and it's incredibly frustrating. It actually bothers me, because when I say that I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I get thrown into the Moppin camp, and then I have to basically defend or validate positions that he has that I don't even ascribe to.
Yeah.
Like, he brings up arguments and dumb bullshit that like none of us talk about. None of us actually fucking care about any of the stupid shit that he brings up. It's irritating. And I know, you know, and that's my biggest problem. When you highlight people in a community that are
No.
bad, you are also opening the floodgates to like bringing all of that problem into the spheres that you inhabit. You should isolate people that are doing really irreparable shit, because they will burn out. Caleb Maupin did not have a lot of presence until BreadTube and a lot of other people started focus firing on him. He was pretty much kind of a boring Russia Today shit news guy.
I mean, I don't know.
I actually forgot he existed until the BreadTube drama. I actually like completely forgot about this weirdo. Like,
yeah, I've watched like about half of it.
It's
Catface.
maddening that I have to like deal with
Yeah.
him. He's like a parasite, and I'm so sick and
Yeah,
tired of people constantly going, "Well, this is the example of a tanky," and it's like, but that's so reductionist, because like actual MLs that might want to talk about the nuances of a position that he holds, we can't even engage in that conversation because the well has
I
been
so
poisoned
disagree with
by
this.
these opportunists. It's
Oh.
fucking bad.
So
Okay.
yeah, that makes sense that it makes it a bit more difficult for you too. Yeah, and like in general, just like he's looking for people that are extreme examples of, I guess, dirt bags, but like they're
Yeah, this is
I don't
gonna be
know. I feel like
interesting.
that term almost doesn't mean anything at this point. It started off as a self-applied thing by Amber Frost. It has transformed. Now it's taken on kind of a negative connotation. You've got a lot of the original dirt bags out there, like shitting on the Sagars and Crystal Balls of the world in order to distinguish themselves and say, hey, I've been kind of dirtbag in the past, but I'm not with them. I'm not saying what they're saying.
People like to pick their sides, and it's funny because like I've like railed against Chapo Trap House. Like I've always hated them. I've always hated those communities. Like, and it sucks because a lot of them will say, "Well, I'm a Marxist. I like communism," and it's really, like I said, it's really frustrating when you are someone like me or Famous Horse, that this is what we believe in, and so whenever we enter spaces, we are automatically by default put with these people, and then the minute we like say, hey, let's actually talk about China in a nuanced way, they start straw manning the Caleb Maupin arguments, and then we have to sit here and go, these are your arguments, and I'm like, well, where did you hear them? And then when I ask them where they're from, they're like, oh, well, there's this guy called Caleb Maupin, and I'm like, oh Christ,
King of the
really?
MLs, yeah,
Yeah,
right,
and
yeah.
like it's
Okay.
and he's not
well,
king
okay,
of the MLs.
I know that. Yeah.
He's literally like he's
well, the opposite. Yeah.
There's been a lot that's been talked about here, and I think I have a little bit of pushback on some of this.
Before we do that, let's go around and just get everybody's we've got enough people here now. I feel comfortable having everybody do their intros, but sit on that thought, Demon Mama. I want to get right back to you as soon as we're done introducing everybody. We'll start from the bottom this time and go the opposite way, ending with me. Mel, let us know a little bit about who you are. For those who don't know already, the very few of us who don't know, and where we can find your stuff and what you got in the works coming up.
Hi everyone, my name is Melanie. I hang out in the internet, real life, all these fun spaces. I'm everyone's favorite polarizing, you either love me or hate me. I'm the fun communist icon on the internet. I basically just kind of do the thing. I got the flag, I do the LARP, I love you all. I really care about two things primarily in terms of activism. I care about agitprop and I care about pushing the Overton window. I think it's important to keep things like if you're considering leftist politics, I want to kind of get you on the right space, and I want to keep pushing the Overton window like left. I don't like this idea that we have to softball people into leftism. I do think that like constant education, asking people hard questions, having really uncomfortable discussions, and always challenging ourselves to be better people is the way forward.
I don't have beef with like really anybody like on the panel or in real life. Like I'm a pretty chill, cool person. Like I just critique people to just, we all just need to, do the self-crit and just have hard conversations. So I'm just here to talk about Marxist
True.
history from a ML perspective and just hopefully provide some background for things that are useful. That's really all I'm here for. And I have a Twitter. You can follow me at Chaos as Mel. Someone will post it in chat. Eventually, I'm gonna have a platform. I don't
gonna
know
be
when that's
spicy
gonna
today,
happen.
everyone. I can tell you.
I work a
can tell
godly
already.
amount of hours because I do retail full time, and it absolutely sucks. So I've been on like 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day. So I just haven't had a chance to like sit down and figure out streaming stuff. So we'll get there eventually. I'm definitely the frat bro that keeps saying they have really big things coming. So maybe they'll show up. We'll see. All right, love y'all. Thanks.
I believe in you, Mel. And yeah, even if you don't, like, you add a lot to these panels, like and I feel that too, as far as like having like another full-time occupation and kind of like having to miss out on everything.
I'm like a guerrilla panelist, man. I do all this like totally DIY. It's kind of silly how I've been doing it, but you know
Yeah,
what?
no, you do
I
a
make
good
it work.
job of staying like it's almost hard to stay relevant when you're like you've got a full-time job or school or whatever, and you're not able to be online when everybody else is. But like, yeah, I think Mel does a good job of that. Anyway, Famous Horse, it's your first time on Bird Brains. Good to have you here. Recently deplatformed from Twitter. I hear.
I have been justly deplatformed from Twitter. They have suspended my account, which I've had since 2011. I am one of the few remaining GIF avatars, or was, and they have unfairly deplatformed me.
Wait, did they phase that out? Were you like grandfathered into that or something?
Yeah, like I like Mel a lot.
So,
We have a
they
lot of
got rid
disagreements,
GIF
but I like
avatars
Mel.
like a month after I started Twitter, and there was a loophole for like 6 months where you could use an app to force a GIF avatar onto their servers, and I've just never changed it. So I made the GIF in like 30 seconds, and I've just stuck with it. So hopefully I get.
So wait, do you have a new account?
Kind of, not really.
Not officially. It's your friend. It's your friend. Your friend's managing an account.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make another alt that's like actually related to me, but I had an alt
for your friend.
Yeah, and then I turned it into a gimmick account to make fun of another gimmick account, and then now I'm just gonna make another alt. Anyways, I'm Famous
Don't tell
Horse.
Twitter that out
I'm
loud.
Also an ML. I've been a communist since I was like 11. I think no, about 14. I had a teacher in high school whose father was a Bolshevik who stormed the Winter Palace.
Hell yeah, dude, we love to see it.
Yeah, dude, we love to see that shit, right? Yeah, his dad was one of the guys that stormed the Winter Palace.
Let's go.
He ended up siding with Trotsky, so they moved to Louisiana.
Boo.
And he was one of the people who basically shaped my whole worldview. He was my mentor for years and years and years. So I got into communism pretty early. Read a lot of I read like Lenin, Marx, all that stuff when I was
this isn't
like
a bit.
in high school still.
This is for real.
And I'm kind of low key. I just started streaming recently. Mostly I'm just on Twitter yelling at people. I started streaming like Overwatch and shit like that, and then I didn't realize politics was actually a thing people talked about on here. So I just started doing that around the election. But yeah, I'm generally a dipshit. I forget what
Sometimes
I'm talking
Mel
about
posts
most
a
of the
little
time.
hard, but that's fine.
Halfway through the sentence.
We all do, right?
Like right now. And yeah, got unmedicated ADHD. I'm a lot of fun, something like that. Anyways, you guys can find me on Twitch right now as well.
Just gotta ask you, how old were you when you read Capital?
I struggled through it when I was like 16, and I only remember like 10% of it because that book
you actually did get from page 1 to page whatever.
I think I got like 400 pages in when I was 16, and then I was like, I fucking hate this. Why am I doing this? But I was on a lot of Concerta, so I was able to do it.
No, I was okay. Here's a little embarrassing admission for me, chat. I did my senior thesis on Ayn Rand, actually.
Hell yeah, baby, let's go.
Yeah, no, I did. Not because I was an Ayn Rand fan or anything, but just because there was all these edgelords in my school and they would talk about her, and I was like, oh, this is pretty edgy. This is pushing the envelope. Let me find out what this is all about. And the more that I read, the more the report turned from being like hey, this is this cool philosopher that nobody talks about to this is it's got some problems. To
I gotta take my notes.
Yeah, no, this is straight up cringe. Like that by the end of the thing, that taught me that Ayn Rand. So instead of struggling through Capital, I was struggling through the Howard Rourke speech, which I totally read.
God, I tried to read a little bit of Ayn Rand. Thanks to Bioshock.
John Galt, not Howard Rourke, other guy.
Yeah, who's John Galt or whatever, right? Yeah, like I think I was one of like 3 people that were like radicalized by that professor. I still remember there was a rich girl in our class who was like the heiress to the Coca-Cola bottling fortune.
Whoa.
And yeah, she was like, well, why can't poor people just work harder? That was like most of the class.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, when you're
God.
the heiress to a bottling fortune, right?
Yeah.
True.
No, I know the feeling.
Destiny
Sometimes
invented
I've
notes.
lived with landlords' kids before, and that's always
Yeah, I'm gonna be
interesting,
spicy. Don't you worry.
especially when
I've got a lot to
you know,
say right now.
Can't exactly put people on blast when they're my
feel like-
schoolmates.
I feel
but,
like
Yeah,
no.
right. Well, this was like high school, right? Like what?
Other
Everyone
people
in my
gotta
high
talk
school was
here, though.
insane. We had another kid whose
They gotta let other
dad
people
was,
talk
like, an
here.
insane anti-communist Polish millionaire who like
They gotta let
fled
other people
from the
talk
Soviet
here.
Union because I can't even remember why. He was a very weird man.
Ghost
he said
Pepper
the French
Cyborg,
Revolution
Carolina
was
Reaper.
the greatest mistake in history. So
It
I
might
grew up
happen,
with a lot of
Catface,
people
we'll
like
see.
that.
I don't like slamming them, but it might happen.
Interesting.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they went to Paris on a vacation and he started crying when they like saw something about the French Revolution. He's like, I
Oh my
can't believe they
God.
did this to the king.
I'm charging up my energy.
Yeah,
Sad enough when you hear that shit about the Romanovs, but yeah,
King
that's
blown the fuck out. I think
Yeah.
they're at like
wow.
Madame Tussauds or something, and they saw the exhibit about the revolution.
Oh my god. Well, good to have you here, Famous Horse. Good to finally
Thank
bring you on. We've
Yeah,
been talking for a
having
while. Been
fun.
meaning to have you on, but yeah.
It's all good. I usually do my own thing. I'm on Twitch at Famous Horse as well, so you guys can find me there.
Highly recommended. I stopped in to a couple of your streams this week and really enjoyed myself. So
Oh,
a lot
thank
of
you.
fun, a lot of energy, and you're gonna learn something too, chat. So check that out for sure.
Yeah,
Hey,
maybe.
mods,
I
can we
haven't
get a oh sorry, I talked over you. What did you just say?
Oh, I said maybe you'll learn something. I haven't taken ADD meds today, so we'll see.
Oh my god.
Yep,
Mood,
give me your
mood.
energy.
No, I actually have taken them, but I don't know if they're gonna kick in yet. So mods, if we can get shout outs for everybody, if not, I'll come behind and try to do that myself. Denims, welcome back. How have you been doing?
Pretty well. Let's see. For an introduction, I don't know. It's a strong ML start. I can't say I politically agree with. I'm a filthy sockdom, which I'm sure I will get some negative recourse from in this audience. I stream politics. I talk about random shit. I'm interested to see what we discuss. I'm also really happy to see some familiar faces here. And yeah, that's about it. Short and sweet.
Denims, I'm not gonna be mean to you.
That's
That's not true. I don't hate sock
Denim.
dems. I don't hate
Alright.
sock dems. Like don't be silly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we don't all yeah, not all sock dems. There we go. Well, it's good to have you
No.
on here again. And
Ironic
like, really,
tanky
I think
tech
I
hit.
made the mistake of calling you a partner in on
Yeah.
Twitter this week, and it's like, you know, you're almost there, but still waiting on those numbers. So we'll be really
Wait, what?
excited and celebrate it when you get that letter from Hogwarts comes in the mail, and you actually are officially a partner. You just have that partner energy is all. So
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, here's
lot of
hoping
partner
the next.
energy in this
Let's
room,
hope. Let's
honestly.
hope that the.
Aw,
the-
sorry. See you later,
application
404.
goes
It's gonna be an
through.
interesting
Oh, yes.
conversation.
Oh,
Hope you
the
don't
application's been
go.
Oh, yeah, you heard it here first. Maybe
But
not.
if it's not
Probably on
right for
your
you,
stream
that's fine.
first. But yeah, no, good to have you here again. Thanks for coming back. Merrick.
I think you just
Hi.
told Denim yourself.
Hi, I am I'm Merrick DeVille. I am what I saw as described on Twitter yesterday as a disgraced bread tuber. I am an anarchist, so there's going to be a lot of maybe potential disagreements with the MLs as well, but
Y'all, I just
Yeah.
think we all dislike you. Stop it.
because y'all are mean as fuck to me
No,
online.
we're
Of
not.
course I
I'm
do.
nice. Okay, Merrick, I'm actually nice to you, and I
Yeah.
reach out to you. Okay, so you have to not be.
Okay, but
Come on.
no, okay. You guys are nice.
There
So
we go.
There we go.
I like read theory.
They really are.
Usually in my underwear online, and
Hell yeah.
like Mel, I also try to do a lot of agitprop. I try to reach out more to like liberals though, and try to bring them into the fold and sort of push them more left in their ideas.
Merrick does like OnlyFans stuff.
Nice. Well, we always appreciate having you and your perspective on here. Thank you so much for being here. And have we got mods in chat? Is this one of those days? See, this is what I do. I keep my mods up way too late, and then they're not awake for.
It is going to be good, Ziggy, but
to shout
do what you
people
need to
out.
do.
So
if you
but
need to.
thank you for being here nonetheless. I'm gonna go on and just shout everybody out myself while everybody else is giving their intro. But yeah, no, check out Merrick, check out Denims, check out Famous Horse, and I'm gonna let Mel back in. It looks like Mel needs to get in on the.
Hello, Eli.
Has been exiled.
Mel has been exiled. I wonder how that happened. Okay, well, no sectarianism here, folks. Hey, Ruminoid, what's up?
All sectarianism here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do those shout outs. Demon Mama back in the bird brains once again.
The nest. Indeed. My name is Demon Mama. You can find me and all of my socials linked incredibly easily on my wonderful and cozy website, demonmama.com. That's M-A-M-A, demonmama.com. You'll find all of my links there. Very easy. We would love to come have you join the chat and hang out with us. We talk about just about everything you can imagine with regard to politics. Yesterday, we had a big, long-form conversation about the philosophies of anarchism and also Lord of the Rings lore, which was very, very fun. Yeah, so we do all kinds of stuff. I do a lot of debates. I argue with conservatives and right-wingers and neolibs, all kinds of stuff. So I'm very debatey. If you like that kind of content with a cozy community, mind you, then come hang out. I usually handle most of the spice. My community doesn't really catch most of it. So
no one is allowed to be edgier, chat. No one is allowed to be edgier. Welcome, welcome, Catherine. Catherine just joined us too. And yeah, like I said, everybody go follow Demon Mama on the YouTube chat. If somebody could grab that YouTube link and post it. Although you can figure Demon Mama stuff out pretty well, right? Because you're all Demon Mama live. That is your.
It's all Demon Mama now. I actually got to change my Whereby account, but yeah, it's just Demon Mama Live was the Twitch temporary. But again, all of my links are on my website. If you go to the website, you'll just see like Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, boop, 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 all the way through. You can join the Discord,
so
everything like that.
Definitely check out that website. That is the place to go for everything else, and you can find that stuff really easily. So maybe we can get the. Yes, there it is. Thank you.
Me versus Six Libs. Yep, that happened.
Yeah, check out
on my channel. One
Demon
of the
Mama.
best debates I ever did.
Catherine
Very fun.
Just joined us. How are you doing, Catherine?
I'm doing
how are
well.
you? And where can we find your stuff? And what
True
do you
gutter
got,
whore.
going
That's true.
For your future plans?
I'm doing well, and like Demon Mama, I have one of these sweet websites where you can just find everything over at cutiecrew.info. I actually you could find my Twitch there, which is Catherine Dominates. You can find my Twitter, which is Cat Dominates, and even better,
memes
you
and cringe
can,
time. You know it. Hey, thank
hang
you,
out
White.
and talk to me in that website chat, even when I'm not currently streaming, because I often do panels like this and don't actually stream.
This panel is about internet haters, but I have a feeling it's going to end up being about Marxism-Leninism.
Disabled, and it takes a lot of spoons to do all the things all the time.
Ooh,
and that's sort of my content. Is I talk about
it's going to be fun, Lodic.
Like disability and intersectionality and all the good, nice leftist things. Building unity instead of tearing people apart.
Just getting started, White.
Very cozy.
Just getting started. It's going to be real good.
Absolutely.
This panel always takes a little bit to wind up. It's all good.
That's true.
It's going to get spicy. It always does.
Wait, no, I'm a hologram.
Stick around.
That's right. Chat, we're not sure about
also,
me yet, but most
for those of you who are in chat, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do so. I would love to have you. Please like and subscribe.
Catherine's website too. That sounds like probably the best place to
on YouTube.
But I'll go ahead and shout you out on Twitch anyway, just so people can follow.
Damn, 404.
Information.
Got to make those moves though.
Linked in your about section.
Yeah, please do. The liking helps boost it in the algorithm. More viewers come in. And the subs, make sure you can see my future stuff.
And what's great is that an academic anarchist, already shouted me out in your chat, so don't worry too much about it, Irene.
Okay, cool. I'm behind. My mods are always on top of things. All right, well, yeah, no, good to have you all here this week, and I've jumped.
We can talk about it after. We always do Q&A after, and we have a lot of content after this, so don't worry, we'll got plenty of time.
But yeah,
we'll get there.
This is kind of the second week talking about. I mean, it all sort of stems from that debate that Demon Mama had with Beetlegeistiny, and just sort of the outcome of that in terms of talking about, and Demon Mama was touching on this earlier, like your responsibility as a content creator, your responsibility as a streamer, and how that responsibility changes depending on the size you are.
Probably
I
not
always
today,
say
but
that,
maybe we'll see.
Destiny's somebody that I like the way he thinks. I like a lot of the stuff that he's done. I'm a big fan of some of those early debates where he was like fending off multiple right wingers from all sides. But in terms of actually interacting with his stuff, that dude plays rough. I've always had the feeling that
I'd like
it's
to hear about it more.
Yeah, I
404.
mean, like, cool, talk to Destiny and shit, but you get on the wrong side of that guy, and like, some bad things can happen. And like, just to play a little devil's advocate here, like, getting the kind of criticism, getting
The Bird Brains
targeted the
panel.
way that somebody like Destiny probably does is not easy, and has to kind of have an effect on the way that you interact. But like, God, I don't know, like, I keep on thinking of like, kind of like a giant that gets angry and doesn't realize that, like, when he stomps around, it's like it's shaking the village and like destroying people's houses and shit. And like, Destiny is truly based, yes, in many ways, but yeah, no, like,
That's
but
fair,
a lot
Ziggy
of us
Richards.
got our
Yeah, it's been a little rough.
I feel like a lot of people in leftist creative spaces now sort of got their start, got their impetus, got their ideas from watching those early
Yeah, I know,
debates.
Devilfish,
Horse
we'll
was
get
just saying about how you started as a game streamer and didn't realize that this was a space where you could talk about politics.
Nope. I thought it was just Hassan.
It was just Hassan, yeah. Destiny and Hassan, well, but more so, I guess, Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, kind of pioneered that, or at least like as a large creator, was one of the first to really make that the mainstay of his content.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a couple of there were a couple of other shows that were doing similar things but hadn't really, like, for example, I mean, I think of like the Majority Report primarily, and there's a lot of podcasts that do similar content like to what we've started to see pop up in the streaming area, but very few people had the proclivity to do the streaming. And Destiny being like one of the first streamers ever, like, and also interested in politics, it's really cool that he decided to try and make that thing happen, and that, like, after that, lots of people realize, hey, this is something we can like, and podcasters and all kinds of other people have started, like, realizing that, hey, politics is actually a thing you can do on this platform. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I'm very excited to see that this space is opening up, and there's just a lot of talented voices, coming in and talking about politics now. And it would be nice if some of the larger creators didn't see smaller creators as like a threat, and instead recognize that, like, hey, this is growing the thing that maybe you had a hand in starting, and it could be better and cooler and bigger, and there could be more people interested and involved. But I think there's a certain element of, like, competitiveness, and in my stream I've talked about this. There's a thank you to Dylan Burns for this one. I watched a documentary with Dylan Burns recently about The Undertaker, and there's been a lot of comparisons to Twitch and YouTube politics and debates and everything like that to WWE. And so I thought there's a little anecdote that was told about The Undertaker that I really like, and I've said this a couple times. But basically, one of the like wrestlers who ended up beating The Undertaker many years later said, in the world of wrestling, there's two mountains. On one, you have a whole bunch of guys throwing rocks down on you, making sure that no one knocks them off from the top. And on the top of the other mountain, you have The Undertaker. And he's reaching down. He says, come on, we can get to the summit together. Let's make some money. Let's do a show together. And then he pulls you up and helps you climb the mountain.
Crab in a bucket.
Yeah.
Crabs in a bucket.
Precisely. And that has stuck with me as something that I've been thinking about a lot, that I've been thinking about in this space a lot. I think there is a lot of that crabs in a bucket mentality, that idea that, like, oh, all of these people trying to climb this mountain are a threat. They're going to throw me off the mountain.
Right.
But I don't even think we're really, like, on a mountain. Like, this is we're building, I always say, like, we're actually more like building a theme park. And I think that that's something we should pay attention to and celebrate that there's more people coming into this space, and the more people who come into this space, the more diverse the perspectives are going to be, and that means more people will come into the space to move around and check out all the other stuff. Yeah.
Demon Mama, would you say a demonic amusement park even?
Hell yeah.
Maybe?
You got it. That's what we're building.
There we go. There we go. Just like in SMT DX2, we're building kind of a demonic theme park that you can go through and just kind of grind, you know? And that's the other thing is that, like, Demon Mama, I got to give respect to you because you came up in the kind of world of like open panels and you know, Prime Kai's you know, just kind of the rough and tumble world where, you know, a lot of times you've been dealing with debate opponents who are like less than respectful, but you're not afraid to get in there and just like, you know, kind of put your thumb in their eye, and I respect the fuck out of that. So yeah, and kind of creating this this world where people can play together, where people can spar together. Chat, oh god, I'm always giving some, it's either always Kingdom Hearts you know, reference, or it's going to be a Moby Dick reference, or it's going to be in this case like a martial arts or MMA reference. But like when I spar, okay, if I have a sparring partner that kicks me so hard in the leg, you know, because they're just so excited they can kick me in the leg before I can check that kick, right? That my leg is bruised. Honestly, I should be checking that kick, but like, I mean, this is like me a long time ago, right? If I've got somebody that doesn't know not to hurt me, I can't come back to the gym the next day to practice. That kind of fucks things up. That means that the next time that we partner up, I'm not going to take that person who you know, played rough and who maybe through just like not understanding kind of like, you know, me as a person, my body, having that sort of respect. Because when you're sparring, the biggest thing about it, yeah, people think it's crazy and like we're trying to hurt each other and stuff. That's boxing. Kickboxing, you're supposed to show respect for each other. You're supposed to show respect for each other's bodily autonomy, because somebody's literally letting you use their body to practice on. When somebody does that and you throw a hard liver shot, fuck you, right? But like, you know, let's be real, like sometimes that happens because the person throwing the liver shot thinks that that's nothing. They could take those punches all day and they're just like, you know, 30 pounds, you know, bigger. And I think that's, you know, kind of the issue that we run into, right? Is that like, you know, some of these
Destiny
like larger
Destiny
streamers
fucking
treating smaller
has been
streamers
insulting
as
the
if they
shit out of
were
Booksmarts lately.
durable as
Once.
they are, and
Destiny shits on them all the time now.
You can get a lot of damage done when somebody's community is directed against you.
I mean, something that I think is, I think incredibly really interesting about the sort of like debate sphere is, I don't know like how, I don't like everyone I think in the room is familiar with me as a person, but I actually like don't stream, right? Like I don't have an official platform. So I essentially have just been kind of doing this pretty DIY for a while. I actually kind of like doing it this way, but eventually I'll probably end up doing a platform. And something that I learned from doing this
He's
organically
not poor.
is that regardless of how, like even if I think that because I don't have a stream, I do routinely have fallen into the pit trap of getting quote tweeted, retweeted, and thrown in discourse fights with people like much bigger than me. I know that Destiny, Xanderhall, Vosh even
I've seen
included,
it.
like just like various people have definitely just like have put me in their tweets or in their videos, but they've never actually have like
Yay, thank you, Gentlefish.
discerned my opinion as a valid criticism or important because I don't officially stream. There's this sort of like weird motif of, well, you're not like a real streamer, so you like your dumb fuck opinion doesn't matter. And like that is something that like I've seen especially from like Xanderhall. Xanderhall like has routinely like taken things that I have said out of incredibly bad context and then thrown it as audience. Like knowing nothing is like done the same thing. And there's kind of like a lot of problems with this, right? I think that like when you especially engage,
Gonna have to talk about IMP's code.
like when you throw your audience at people,
Always gotta talk about
or
the IMP's
start
code.
bringing up things that don't necessarily like relate to the point in order to garner clicks or reactions, you actually end up driving a bigger wedge through people. It's the same thing like when Destiny did the whole invitation of like Demon Mama and that whole like fiasco. I think a lot of it also is some of these people either A, want to be really famous,
Well, that
so they're
happens
willing
sometimes.
to clout chase
Oh,
to a
by the
degree,
way,
or at
just so you
least
all know,
socially put themselves in
ML
positions that
Twitter
could,
has
you know,
been
potentially
obsessed
get
with
them
Xanderhall
places.
lately.
While also at the
Obsessed.
same time, there's a lot of people that, even though they're not famous,
they still like the
Okay, see
thrill
you soon,
of
Catface.
the capital incentive that they get from this kind
I
of
know she-
engagement.
I
And
know.
like Twitter, the algorithm does not make this like good, right?
We'll
I
do
mean,
this.
obviously, like Merrick can speak to her own experiences, but like watching people get dragged on Twitter is to some, like mainly to me, it's frustrating because I find that when it happens, the people that are genuinely trying to levy critiques or genuinely trying to have a constructive argument get pushed out because the vitriol by communities and by people is so
We'll talk
strong
about that. Here, I'll
that you
put that in
never
the
get to
question
have those
document,
constructive
Max.
conversations,
We'll
right?
talk about it
Like
after.
there was like Merrick posted
Imps,
something.
imps.
I disagreed with it, and I actually went into DMs and we talked about it, and we had a really helpful conversation. And that is the same feeling that it will have. Like if
Yeah, that's
anyone
fair,
ever says
Briar.
anything and I disagree, like I'm totally willing to like sit
No,
on
I
a
disagree
stream
with that
or send
generally,
you a DM and
Butterhor.
like tell you like really how I feel
I do
about
think
it,
there are
or
some
if
who
there is a
aren't, but
critique, I would
most
love
are.
to levy it. I think a lot of people are scared of critique, or a lot of people just don't want to have the hard conversation. I think it comes with privilege. I think a lot of like whatever privilege level that may be, whether it's class, whether it's intersection, I think people just have this unnerving feeling of they're not willing to be uncomfortable, or they're willing to put their audience or put themselves in compromising positions. And it could be for clout. It could be because they like, you know, the attention. They could just, you know, Twitter is a messy, addictive mess. And you know, and I know that Demon Mama has said this repeatedly, like she has her whole rules for Twitter. You know, I think they're a little, you know, they're silly sounding, but like, you know,
They work.
I know. I'm trying to reinforce you, all right? You don't have to humble brag yourself, all right? The point is like the most important part of discourse.
All right, we're getting
is
spicy
You
today.
can have discourse on Twitter. You actually can change things on Twitter. I think this idea that like we can never discourse is bad because people won't ever. People just tend to not want to engage with Twitter once the algorithm decides that shit is bad. And I've noticed that. Like once you start seeing like a million quote tweets, people just start quote tweeting or retweeting without context. And it throws you down these rabbit holes and they get really, really, really bad. And I know that I'm guilty of that too.
I
like
wanted to talk a little bit about this. Maybe I'm partial because I'm friends with Xander Hall, and in general, he's been more than polite with me and stuff
That's
like
true.
that. In fact,
Gentlefish.
like
It's true.
when I was coming
Gotta be
back to
humble when
streaming,
it's
I was like
important, but
very
that's
like
not here.
vaguely like, oh, you know, I hope I can, you know, just because I haven't been on the platform for a really long time. These people aren't just like, okay, well, you're now like a small streamer. I don't care about you anymore. You know what I mean? I was like vaguely worried about this, but this wasn't the case at all. Every single person that I was friends with before was happy to be friends with me again. Before I had even started my stream, all I had said was, I'm thinking of streaming again. And Xander Hall was one of these people. And like I hadn't known him before, and he was incredibly supportive of me. And like my experience with Xander Hall has literally been that if you tell him, hey, can I come talk to you on stream? He's always said yes. Like I don't think that
it's funny it's funny you say that because he shouted you out in the very video that he put on his YouTube where he shit talked me. So
and,
like
wait, so he didn't shit talk you in the video? Because I watched
how did
it
he not shit
today
talk me?
on stream. Do you have like a quote of this? Because from when I
He
felt
literally
like I was
called me.
watching,
He literally called me a dumb fuck tanky.
he was describing a general population of people who take incredibly
But he used
uncharitable
my
takes.
quote. He used my quote tweet and my
Wait, but, like,
example. How was
so,
that
like,
not
even in
anywhere
your
close?
tweet, in your
Quick
tweet,
question.
he's discoursing with you, right?
Quick question for Mel.
He's still
Yeah.
he's still
have you
discoursing.
gone to talk to him yet?
I've literally reached out to him. I've sent him messages and I've attempted to at him and he just doesn't respond to me. But I find it funny that he can stick my tweet in a video with a thumbnail with a molding face over a communist flag and then post my tweet up in the video while saying the words dumb fuck and tanky. I'm not saying that he's assigning that to me, but it seems pretty weird, dude.
Didn't you call him a dumb fuck lib?
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't put your tweet in the thing. He has
Here
like
we
a
go.
picture of like a meme guy, the Wojak guy, and it's
No,
just
I'm not
people
saying
making-
I didn't say he put my tweet in the thumbnail, but he literally put my tweet in the video.
Sure. Well, he's
like how is that? How is that? How is that not?
Wait. So like this wasn't an unexpected thing. He literally said in his tweet, he said, "I'm going to cover this on stream tomorrow." Right? Like it's not like he decided. And even when you look
He
at
didn't really
the
cover it. He just said it. He said a 30 seconds. He did a 30-second stance about it, and then he went to talk about how he's a sock dem.
Okay, here's the thing. All this sectarianism baloney shit aside, Here's the thing that I think. I think that people don't often think about the people they're arguing with. They don't often think about what they're actually saying to those people. They get mad on Twitter, and then the algorithm completely shreds all discourse, makes it completely impossible to understand what's going on, and then everyone ends up looking like an asshole. In the reality, here's my whole take on this situation. There are a fuckload of a couple of people in this community who have one or a mixture of the following traits: new to streaming, new to leftism, young. And we should try to encourage those people and help them as best as we can, even if sometimes they make cringy posts, even if sometimes they fuck around and do stupid shit. I don't know. Like, I think there's this antisocial tendency that has been digested by nearly everyone online, regardless of your like worldview, that leads people to just perpetually seek Twitter dunks. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing up the as we call it, the imps code, because I literally spent a long time thinking about that, and it's designed specifically to address the problems with Twitter. And if anybody doesn't know,
acronym imps?
yeah, it's the imps code, IMPS, and it goes like this. Number 1, immediately stop discoursing on Twitter. That's the number one. The only thing that you're barred from doing is discoursing on Twitter. If you're on to tweet like 3 of responding to somebody, just fucking DM them or invite them on your show. Stop. You're never going to have a useful conversation on Twitter unless you're very aware of what you're doing. Like, for example, I did once have Lord of the Rings discourse in a like 15 tweet thread with Cyberwitch Lexi, also known as Exiliax. And that was fantastic. But that wasn't really discourse. It was just like a friendly conversation. I didn't care if anybody saw it or anything. So I think that, that falls outside of the purview of discourse. The second rule being meme and cream. Obvious. Memes are good. Horny is good on Twitter. It's fantastic. Best stuff. 3 is P. Promote yourself and your friends. And then number 4, slaughter your enemies in the arena of ideas. And the point of that one is there are some people who you pretty much can conclude relatively fairly they're not going to engage in good faith, and as long as you're actually doing the footwork, dunking on them can be really good. Like, for example, Ben Shapiro. I think it's very valuable to be able to dunk on and make Ben Shapiro and his fans angry, and whatever. But if you mix up rule number 1 and rule number 4 and you start dunking on people that you actually intend to discourse with, or discoursing with people that you actually intend to discourse, dunking on people that you discourse with, et cetera, you're going to end up in a state where you're having a bad time on Twitter, and you're probably fucking your own messaging. And that's my thoughts on Twitter. And I feel like this conversation, this sort of back and forth, no offense to either of the people who are talking about it, is kind of emblematic of that. It becomes an endless, imparsible, unverifiable, amnesiatic, this person said this person said that, but you're actually forgetting exactly what was said, and the tweets can't be found because once a tweet is gone, if you didn't bookmark it, you'll never find it again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it becomes a horrible nightmare. And
Can I say something real quick, please?
Who, Merrick, and then who was next?
Of course.
Yeah, me.
Okay.
So, I would like to say something to Mel first, and that's that I apologize that, Xander kind of went harsh on you, but I also want to reinforce something that Denim said, and that, I think Xander is actually a really good person. He's been super, super helpful with me. If you want to actually talk to him and you're not able to get a hold of him, I can try to see if I can get him to talk to you, if that's something, if you want to have like an actual conversation with him.
I've reached out to him several times. There was a time in the past. I'm not here. This is me just saying what has happened. I'm not here to spread drama, and I'm not dragging him. So this isn't me. This isn't me. Like when I understand that Denims like had the reaction. I'm not trying. I know, Ziltud, but it's important. I don't know you or him that personally. I'm not trying to throw shade. Okay. I just get really frustrated because I am not like, I don't stream. I don't consider myself like super in depth to this community because I very much do things outside of Twitter and outside of this space. And so when I see a tweet that I've made get shown on a stream and a video that was posted to YouTube out of context, it's a little frustrating because it's like, well,
Yeah, because it's like, well, is someone actually throwing like I can't. It's hard because when I hear about it from people, I'm like, well, is someone throwing shade,
You're leaving?
or is someone being
But
being
it's about to
like
get honestly doing a interesting,
critique?
Penness.
And
Why would you
can't
leave?
tell sometimes
This
because
is when it's getting
people do speak
entertaining.
in hyperbole, people meme and shit, and that's perfectly
This
fine.
is where it's gonna get good.
I'm like I said again, like my issue isn't with Xander Hall himself. My issue is more the way and means that that situation happened, right? So like I'm not like here to drag him personally or say that he is a bad person. So I hope no one thinks that.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to see if I could maybe help that situation at all.
No,
My
I
other
mean,
point.
I mean, honestly though, like that, I don't think other people should try and prod him for it. I think
don't
because
blame
I've
you,
done that
Epimetrius.
before, and every single time I've asked politely, like, hey, I don't think you actually understand my position. Can we like talk about it? A lot of the times, like when I've used mediators and before, I have literally heard him say, oh well, you know, she's a tanky. I already know her positions, and it's like, okay, like that's when I just decide I don't want to have this conversation because it's like I've already been dismissed before.
Sure.
And so
Yeah,
I'm not trying to dismiss your help or anything. I actually really do appreciate that you would be willing to do that for me, Merrick. I do. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, so my main point was I really wanted to kind of say that I appreciated Demon Mama saying that, pointing out that there are a lot of people who are new to the space because like new to streaming and new to leftism.
I care for the imps.
I'm new to content creation. I'm also new to leftist ideas, and I don't know if that's something that a lot of people don't know, but I really kind of started getting into the things that I'm believing now in like July, like August. And before that, I didn't really even know that being a leftist was an option. I didn't know that was a thing you could do.
Right.
Like I grew up in Texas public high schools. Like they didn't talk to us about
that's
other
fair.
options. And so I feel like I'm really glad that you said that because I get dragged every day. I'm getting dragged right now. I got dragged the other day. I get dragged literally every day. And I often see people talk about how I'm really fucking stupid, or how I'm a grifter, or how I'm willfully ignorant. And I think that a lot of the things that I've gotten
I have some stuff
like
to say on this.
really smeared everywhere all over Twitter for are things that if someone had just been like, hey, you know, this is really how we think about something, or hey, this is really how we talk about something, it wouldn't have been a thing. But now instead it like contributes to like, oh, I have a reputation as being a terrible person because not one single person stepped in and was like, oh, it makes sense that you don't know this.
No, I honestly so I remember when I first when we had that interaction when you
We're gonna
said
talk
something
about
that I
this,
was
don't worry.
like, I don't like this. And when I actually went out of my I actually like went out of my way to DM you. The reason why I DM people certain things is because I genuinely feel that like you were making an attempt to learn and understand and you just got overwhelmed and didn't, and I don't think anyone that could possibly like reach you was reaching out to you. And so I just wanted to make sure that at least someone was reaching out. I do 100% agree that like I know that there's a lot of new people, and there are a lot of people that like when they are new, they just kind of like they absorb a lot of information all at once, and they kind of like they pick their label or their sports team or their title or their kind of leftism, and they just kind of say stuff. And when you do that in the void of Twitter,
I'll have
people that
put that
are
on the question
established
list
in
for
politic or leftist
Put that on the question
dichotomies,
list for the
they
post-start
sometimes
portion.
have these knee-jerk reactions to specific ideas, and it does kind of suck, right? And everyone in the room is guilty of having a knee-jerk reaction to something that makes them uncomfortable or something they don't like or a take or whatever. We're all guilty of it. And me myself included. And I think the frustrating part is like, and I've said this on multiple occasions, like we don't do enough listening. And I think the hardest part is like,
not really.
do you want to know, like, is this person actually
Not
going
recently,
to listen
I
to
don't
me?
think.
Because I think a lot of people, like, if they see a pattern of behavior, they've already decided that, okay, this person's in bad faith or this person has done a track record. And so like, it's sort of like how like, sometimes I feel like I'm never going to talk to Xander Hall about my like if I have a critique of Xander Hall, I'm never going to talk to him because every time I did try to reach out, I was getting the same knee-jerk reaction.
And it does, after a while, it does get grating. So it works both ways, whether you're trying to reach out to someone or whether, you know, you're getting dragged on Twitter. Like, if people aren't
Merrick just
trying
weighed in
to
a couple
attempt
minutes
to
ago, but
communicate or bridge any divide,
Mel's
it's just
very
never going to
long-winded.
work either way.
Just like me.
Right, and I feel
And
like
so I
people
totally get that.
don't like.
And
I feel
so-
like you're one of the only people that's actually reached out to me.
I genuinely
and-
do. Like, people have this reputation that, like, because
Let her
I am
talk.
I'm a little bit hot when I say things, that I'm just like unreachable and unreasonable, and I'm really not. Like, I will unironically, like, I will baby step walk you through something if you don't understand it, because I genuinely care. I care about this movement, like, bar none. And I think mostly it has to deal with the fact that, like, there's an element of, like, when you're in an oppressed class, and when you're like a marginalized person in the United States, like when you're of color, you're used to dealing with a lot of dichotomies naturally. And so it's a lot easier for you to, like, examine, like, okay, since I live in a state of oppression constantly, it doesn't help for me to bash certain people that don't understand something. I'd much rather, like, try and
Hello,
educate
cringe lords.
somebody, or at
Hello.
least reach out to them
Greetings.
first, than to have the knee-jerk reaction. And like, yeah, I had knee-jerk reaction.
ex-president.
Sometimes I say things that are I'm a little, like, I should probably calm myself down. Like, I catch myself all the time. I probably, like, went a little harder on Denims than I should. I probably should, like, settle that shit. You know, like, it's hard. You know, it's super fucking hard.
Yep, Donald Trump watches me.
That
So
we have these reactions sometimes.
So there's this issue, especially with Twitter, where we all often live in this space that is the debate sphere, and we are honing our instincts in this space to jump on weaknesses when we see them. And then when you hone certain, like, responses in yourself, they become your response.
They are and
become
can
your
be tech debt.
default
You know that's the
response,
case. It's just
right?
not all
like,
of us.
This is like
There's
I go
plenty
to
of us who are like
therapy
that, like
to
me.
get rid of certain
You know
default
this.
thoughts that I have that exacerbate my depression. And in the same way that I'm trying to move away from those automatic thoughts, what we do in this space sends us into a certain pattern of thoughts and reactions that plays itself out. And this is why I personally love Demon Mama's whole thing about you don't do discourse on Twitter, because I have the comfiest Twitter experience I've ever heard of from anybody. I go on Twitter and I flirt with my friends and I make trans jokes and I retweet people who are dunking on chuds like Ben Shapiro so that my friends can laugh about it. And I don't go on Twitter to spread leftism much, but sometimes I do, and that's not discourse. That's propagandizing, and it's good and it should be done, but it's not discourse.
That falls under P.
I don't have a conversation with anybody about it. Twitter is a perfectly good tool to get into a conversation with somebody and then have a discourse, but doing it on Twitter is actively one of the worst possible ideas, and it's going to lead to the worst possible outcome of that discourse compared to other ways to go about it.
It's an ad platform. It's an ad platform, and that's what it does well. If you want to advertise your very easily condensed, digestible hot take, you got it. Send out your hot take. Don't reply to anybody. unless it's to say, hey, come on my stream.
Turn off reply.
I mean, seriously, you can look, you can go through my replies and you can see how many times I go, hey, yeah, why don't you come by my stream later? We'll talk about it. I'm sure we can clear this up. Like, like I do this all the time. And seriously, same thing that you said, Catherine. Like, I say this frequently. The imps code that I've made up, catchy name, blah blah blah, cringe, whatever, is not like a moral code. It's a manual. It's supposed to help you have a better Twitter experience, and I have a better Twitter experience as a result. And like, I don't know. I think that's important. Like, I don't know. Like, I get in some pretty contentious arguments. I mean, I got in one with.
It's pragmatic. It's
what
it is, and I appreciate that. Xander's got a similar thing, like that. When I was getting spicy with people on Twitter arguing with all the people trying to cancel me, Xander was like, "Yo, just like talk about it on stream. Don't like try to have this like." And I was like losing followers over the fact that people would get mean to me, and then I'd get mean back, and they didn't like that. They didn't want to like my Twitter following is not there for that kind of engagement, and I try to use it generally more as advertising, and like you said, Demon Mama, for those spicy takes that are a bumper sticker. But then like you said, so I wanted to just really quick touch on something as far as Xander Hall, maybe to help bridge the gap a little bit with you, Mel. Xander's issue with quote unquote tankies is that one of his IRL friends he got this person into leftism, and then afterwards this person became an ML, started they got in a fight, and it's basically the Xander Hall Senni drama that's caused this sort of stance about people that Xander perceives to be tanky. So it is almost coming from like a very personal place. Xander Hall doesn't mind me sharing that, but I think
no,
it's
I actually know about that. So like
nice.
Sunny's been a long time mutual of mine.
Yeah,
And
me too.
yeah, and like I said, I'm not, I get really frustrated because
Irene was.
I really just like want to talk about ideas. I don't care about sectarian bullshit, and I don't care about arguing hypotheticals about stuff that like materially doesn't matter.
Briar, it's not a
like,
moral code.
Arguing over like platitudes is just a failure from the beginning, and I think a lot of people, like everyone included, always has a moment where we start arguing over like platitudes or
What do you mean by that?
words and means and meanings for things that like aren't really applicable to like the current like on the ground situations in leftism. We get caught in a lot of semantics, and the semantics that we tend to get caught up in seems to be more focused on the I guess how the personalities interact with each other. It's kind of interesting. Like, I think that there are people that play a character,
thank you, Max,
or do a persona, or do a hyper sort of bolic, like everyone kind of like does a thing,
Everyone has
or we all have something that sort of like gets people to like have a little bit of a reaction to sort of like entice, interest, right? So something that so like
we're here for the
I guess
ride.
like
Don't
the
worry
like
about it.
I don't really own any like LARPy communist stuff. Like I don't have like a Nushenka or like anything. Like honestly, the only like commie things that I own is I like have like my nation's workers party flag, and I have this USSR flag. That's like really the only like two indicators of like that says I'm a commie to people that I have. And when I put them up in the background, it's not to like make a political statement. It drives
engagement.
It's really to just say, hey, anything that I say, may or may not be the representation of what this is, and it creates a talking point. Because I've actually like had more productive conversations about the nuances of communism by putting a silly flag in the background than I did when I didn't have one, because it does create like a soft reaction. Like some people go, oh wait, why does this person have this flag in the background? And you can kind of get talking points.
Well, I mean, I think that's something that people should own more. Like look at this. Here's my mug. I have a fucking trans bird mug that was made by Pinkwug, and like that's signaling. That's what we do. We communicate to one another. Everything is a signal. And this was actually one of the points I argued with Destiny on, where he did this thing where he's like, oh, I'm exactly who I am IRL. Like, I don't do performativity shit. And I'm just like, you turn on a camera, you set up your lighting, everyone is intrinsically, the moment that you're trapped in a box that somebody is watching from 100,000 miles away or whatever the fuck far away they are, you're automatically performative. And so we have to think about. Well,
I do think you can still be performative and have authenticity, right?
Well, of course. Like, wait, I wasn't finished with my thought. So, like, yes, I think that, but the fact of the matter is, I think that like we're all performative to some degree or another, and there's varying degrees. And I think that what becomes a problem is when like authenticity and performativity like become out of step with each other on like a deeper level. Like I don't know, like when you can utilize aesthetics to hide what you're actually saying or whatever. And I think that can be a problem. But I also think there's another problem, which is when people try to sell themselves as like way more like authentic than you possibly can ever be. The fact of the matter is, and I say this, you know, parasociality is something we talk about in here, but it can be wielded. You know, it can be wielded, it can be used in unhealthy ways. And I think one of the things that can contribute to that is like not owning up to when like you're signaling to something. Like I have a picket sign of a union protest, you know, a union picket that I went to and helped out with in the background. There's a reason for that. I want people to understand that like I believe in that sort of collective action of resisting. And that's fine. What's wrong with that? Like, I don't know why I can't, I don't know why, like, I don't see any reason why you can't just own up to that. And I feel like there's whenever, I don't know, like, whenever people downplay, like, when they go on camera to perform for a whole bunch of people, I always feel like they're trying to slip something under the rug. And I don't know. I just feel people should be honest about the things that they signal. Why not?
True.
Yeah, no, I agree.
We haven't heard from you very much. I wanted to just make sure to make a little space in case for you to you know, get in if there's you know, anything that you wanted to say.
Oh no, I would feel bad. I know that Horse wanted to talk about
Of
stuff.
course, yeah, boy.
Oh yeah. I've just been waiting. Yeah, I mean, I do have something to say on the performative and Twitter and all that. I mean, it's basically a fucking blood sport, right? Like the algorithm on Twitter and YouTube, they reward drama because the whole point is to keep people on the fucking platform, right? Like they want as much time on the platform as possible. So it's going to reward drama, and it turns into a fucking blood sport where context is completely ablated, and you get rewarded for quote tweeting someone out of context and dunking on them, or making a react video to some drama or something like that. And that's kind of how the context or the content on the platform works. It's just the way the algorithm works. It pushes that kind of stuff that's going to get people to stay on the platform more. It's the same reason Twitter, downgrades posts with links, right? Like they don't tend to perform well because it's taking people off the platform. And as far as like performativity, performativity,
absolutely, Christ, Danny, we can do that at some point. We're gonna have a call in at some point.
But basically, like everyone's performing at all times, right? Like when you're on a stream, you are in a character to a point. You are putting out a certain version of yourself, but you're doing that at all times. People are usually wearing a fucking mask when you engage with them, right? Like people don't like to sort of show their true self to the world most of the time. When you're in the grocery store, you're in a persona. You may not think of that, but the way you interact with the cashier, the people around you, it's a persona, right? And that is kind of a defense mechanism, especially people who are introverted, like I usually am, right? I learned that when I was a kid from theater class.
Even if you did,
like
Vermin.
I acted
Welcome
a
back.
character,
Happy to have you
makes
back.
it easier for me
It's
to
been an
relate
interesting
to the world
conversation.
around me because I'm not showing anyone the full depth of my character. Therefore, it makes it less likely that someone will reject you or attack you or something like that, right? And online is very much the same way. You're talking to thousands of strangers at all times. You're going to be in a persona, whether or not
change
the
it to
person
Mama Row
realizes.
if we
now,
want
whether
to.
they consciously choose to engage and
We'll do a
cultivate
vote
a persona
after.
is a different thing.
I'll put an, I don't know.
No, I do have to warn you all that the more often the word persona comes up, the more likely I am to make a video game reference. So that's there. But no, I totally feel
Joker.
You. It's completely true. Yeah, it's completely true that we're all use personas to get through our daily life. They exist basically because the world isn't easy for us to deal with, and sometimes there's other selves within ourselves that interact with the world in a better way. And I am pretty much borderlining on getting a copyright strike from Atlas here, so I'll hand it off to somebody else. Can somebody save me from myself?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
So I wanted to speak a little bit about Destiny specifically because I have spent 4 years of my life watching his content, an unhealthy amount, right? Like seriously, 4+ hours a day for years and years and years. And when you see certain reactions from people in general that don't seem to match up to what they're talking to,
yeah, it's normally
I think it is very, very fair to be an armchair psychologist and say, oh, there's an underlying issue here that's causing them not to engage in this conversation. And so when you talk about something like performativity, I could look at Destiny and I could think to myself, oh, this is someone who prides himself on being an individual and sacrificing in the name of being authentic. And so I could easily see why someone like that
I agree,
would take
DanStarlight.
this
I agree.
conversation about being a character or being performative or wearing a mask, and immediately reject it without understanding what the argument actually is. And I think so. So I personally have become less of a Destiny fan by quite a lot. And the difference that I have seen is that I used to watch Destiny, and I would see that he would take someone who is bad at making an argument, and he would make their argument for them better. He used to, in my opinion, have a process of steel manning people and actually trying to figure out like what the other person's argument is before shitting all over it if he thought it was shitty.
Even
and-
the steel manning thing, and I'm gonna make a case for steel manning. Okay, even if you're a hardcore debate chick, debate bro, steel manning is totally in your interest, because when you defeat somebody's argument in its like lowest form, it's like if you beat Goku in base form, let's be real, that's not very hard, okay? But if you, you know, like if you haven't faced Goku in Ultra Instinct, whatever the fuck he's up to now, like I have lost track actually, but like, you know, Super Saiyan 14, like, you know, you're not really engaging somebody's argument, so you haven't really defeated them. It's like you've defeated them, but they can always be like, oh, but you haven't faced my final form, and look at me now.
That's right.
You want to beat that final form from the get-go, or at least set that up so that you're steel manning. So if the shit does hit the fan and you have to like get nasty with somebody, that there's not a recourse for them to say, you didn't really address my argument or whatever. You've not only addressed their argument, you've addressed a better version of their argument that they were able to present you with, and hopefully the best you know, version of the argument that you can possibly you know, create. And so you know that although it seems like you're being really nice and really forgiving and maybe a little bit naive even, there is an application to it that's very much the opposite of that.
It makes you look better as a performer, right? If you beat the better version of the argument, it makes you look nice.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know.
So
go ahead.
I learned this.
Mama. Oh, sorry. Who's getting?
No, go ahead.
Just real quick. I learned about this concept called reiteration from Universal Discourse, an excellent streamer. And it's basically what's missing from this space, I think, is a part where you stop and you repeat what your opponent's argument is, and then they agree, yes, that's my position, right? This is a thing that just doesn't happen. And I think it's an essential thing if you want to have a real conversation and actually talk to a person instead of just performatively shit all over them, right? Which is some people's goal, is just to do the performative thing and shit all over someone, make them look dumb. And that's okay if that's your goal. But if your goal is to have real conversations, you should be able to reiterate someone's position, have them say, oh, yes, that's exactly what I think. And they should be able to do the same thing to your position. And if they can't, you should stop and fix that core issue.
Right. I mean, sometimes
you
you
can't.
can't.
To see if you think somebody's not like engaging with you, if you think somebody's doing that performative dunk stuff, have them repeat your argument. It's really good, because if they're not listening, you know, if they have to repeat your argument and you know you hear it and it's like, no, that's not what I said, or maybe they just haven't like really thought about it, and that forces them to think about it, because there's so much of a tendency for us to, if you get hung up on what somebody says and get nervous about it and like, oh geez, let me think of a response to that, like it looks a lot worse than if you just blow right past them, say something confidently that you believe in 100%, but something that doesn't really touch on what they said, where you haven't really had to grapple with what they, you know, said. So you know, you can sort of force that engagement when it's not coming from your opponent, and it's not always in bad faith. Somebody might do it you know, just naturally, right? I like to, you know, grant people, I can't divine intent, right? I can only divine action. So you know, I try not to make the supposition that somebody's doing something you know, just in bad faith when they might just have picked up bad habits.
Right, and I think a lot of the debate sphere, right, it's not really debate as much as it's just kind of like gish galloping, saying as much as you can to try to own your opponent. And that's at least what I've seen of it. You know, I'm not deep in that sphere, but it seems like the interest is always just getting someone in a gotcha or owning them rather than actually fully examining the ideas. Otherwise, they probably have a freaking moderator.
I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that analysis. I think So I have a couple of things to say here. First of all, I think there's a lot of people who are, let's just say, haters on the general debate community, and don't actually know jack shit about it, and like to pontificate on what they know about the debate community that they've never participated in or even watched any content from. And, you know, that's one thing. Like, that kind of frustrates me, because the fact of the matter is there's actually quite, like, yeah, there are definitely, like, blood sportsy style debates that happen, and there's also a whole lot of other ones that don't. And, like, the blood sportsy debates can sometimes be fun and a valid form of entertainment, and also a valid form of learning. Some people learn really good from, like getting slapped in the face and realizing they were wrong. Like, there's just some people who learn really well from that, and like, and there's others who don't. And I think it's okay for us to like recognize that debates online happen in a spectrum, and that there may be some issues that we can, you know, aim to improve and whatnot. And again, there's like a lot of like sussing out of details, like of incredible amounts of details on each individual debate and what we can talk about back and forth. But there's also like a lot of noise as well. And you know, so that's one thing. And then with regard to talking about Destiny and the steel manning thing, maybe I don't really know. I'm not all that familiar with his old content. I've seen a lot of his content over the years. Never really been a Destiny like fan or anything like that. I've seen a lot of his videos over time. And I'm familiar with some of his arguments. The thing is, though, one thing that gets me, that I think a lot of people overlook in Destiny's case, that seems like a pretty clear observation for me, is that like Destiny benefits from people believing, from his community believing that he's always authentic and always genuine.
Yeah.
And not that I don't think he might not be or might not believe himself to be, but like, yeah, we have that bias, and you know, like if you say it enough, which, you know, he does say it a lot, it's starting, you know, it starts to go like, huh, like maybe this is more of a selling point for the audience than it is really a principle.
I think it's true dependent on Destiny's mental, emotional state, really.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think that's the case for everyone to some degree, right?
Well,
like,
he at least tries to live up to it, but yeah, you're right. Like there's times when you know, he's really not doing that, and
well,
you've experienced that.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, when I went into that debate with Destiny, I knew exactly what I was getting myself into, and I knew what to expect, more or less, which was, yeah, I know, given how he's been engaging on Twitter, that this is like what his state is, and I'm gonna try and cut through this. And sometimes the way that you do that is not by like playing by the rules that they expect you to. I think what Destiny wanted me to do, and what sometimes he wants all of his debate partners to do, is to basically kiss up to him as the king of debate, and hold his hand and walk him through all of these things. And no, I won't do that. Like sometimes you need somebody to refuse to do the thing you want them to do, and surprise you, and maybe you'll learn. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you won't. I guess that depends on the individual and a whole lot of other factors. One thing that was really interesting to me, that I think is sort of unique. I've had engagement. I've had a lot of debates. But by far the most haters I've ever received has come from this Destiny engagement. And when I say haters, I mean haters. These are people who come in and don't give any sort of substantive critique, get very, very mad if you tell them you disagree. And basically their critiques boil down to you're insane, delusional, crazy, disgusting, etc., things like that. These are like haters. These are people who are invested personally in Destiny's brand, and they have some sort of attachment to that. And yeah, it's parasocial. But, I mean, but there's also like the creators can't be completely you know, let off the hook for these sorts of things. Of course, parasociality is intrinsic to all performative media, even theater. All things have some level of that parasociality. We recognize that. But like, I think there are some people who are more willing to engage in and facilitate and encourage that type of attachment. And it can have some bad results that people should be aware of. And I don't know that it necessarily like is 100% intrinsic to the platform or to the medium, but we should recognize these flaws and seek to use these platforms as tools. And you know, you wouldn't pick up a hammer if you wanted to fix a glass window. You'd bust the fuck out of the window. So if we're going to be, you know, if we're going to be engaging on Twitch and on YouTube, we should analyze the weaknesses and try to, you know, innovate and come up with interesting ways to use the platform for our, you know, for our growth and benefit, and for the growth and benefit of our communities mutually.
I mean, so like, what if we look at this?
Doing fine, busy.
No, Famous First, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think, just real quick, I think the parasociality and the level of parasociality, especially with the Destiny community,
I do not have a
very,
cat.
very clear in the whole beef over the past 3 days, where you mention the word Destiny and you have, you know, 100 people in your mentions, like respectable lawyer, having Destiny just quote tweeting him for hours, to the point that Destiny tried to take the fucking LSAT on stream and gave up after the first question. Like, you know, for whatever reason,
I just don't own a cat. I have a dog.
Attacking his ego, and his fans, when they see that, they go into attack mode, right? Like, they just, every single thing that was making fun of Destiny had at least like 40 comments from people saying, you know, fuck you, whatever.
And some amount of that is gonna happen. I mean,
yeah, of course.
On the other side of that, you
Just
know,
more.
like respectable lawyer is also a huge account, who, you know, tends to be able to wield a lot of attention, and that's, you know, that's like, but yeah, I think there are varying degrees of toxicity that get involved. There's plenty of creators who I've engaged with, whose communities have been way more constructive, whose communities have been way more willing to like, just like, I mean, there's a very distinct difference between my videos of my debate with Destiny video and every other video on my channel, and that is that the debate with Destiny video has about 40% dislikes and a fuckload of hate comments on it, and it's just like, okay, I see that you've what's that?
Oh, just like my Tim Pool videos. Yeah. It seems like, is it a bigger video too? Is it a higher view?
Oh, for sure. Like by a long shot. There was a huge flood in of it. I mean, there was multiple hate threads on the DGG. Like the community. Okay, like here's the thing. I don't, and I said this. Yeah. I mean, to a certain degree, yes. Like I understand and can like I can understand like a certain amount, and I don't hold creators responsible for everything. You're always inevitably, just by sheer numbers, there's always going to be some angry people. There's always going to be some dumb dickhead who comes into your comments and says something stupid, and you know, you can't manage all that. That's unrealistic. However, when it's that severe, there's clearly some sort of underlying forces that are originating with whoever's facilitating the community. And in these cases, it's the creator. And I do believe the creator needs to acknowledge when there are systemic problems with the community that they oversee that need to be addressed and changed.
Right, you're always going to have hostility in a community when you get to a certain size. There's always going to be people who are really attached and defend the person. But when it's like that, it's coming top down, right? Like it's not necessarily directed, but it is a result of the environment cultivated in the community, in the Discord, in the DGG, whatever. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I keep hearing it.
It's Destiny's version of DemonMama.com.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
He got the idea from me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like cutiecrew.info, but far more toxic.
So I want to actually propose a really interesting question to, I guess, really anybody. Is that okay? Actually, Vera, can you please do your intro, and then I actually want to ask something.
Vera broadcasting from
welcome to the stream, Vera. Let me get out of your way here. I'm like actually right in front of her.
I also didn't know Vera was going to show up today. It's actually very convenient that she is here, because there are some things that I'm glad she is here for.
Nice. Yeah. Well, Vera's actually had real recent experience.
Hi, YouTube chat. Love you all.
Just talking about.
Love you, YouTube chat.
You know, like all you have to do is put Destiny in the thread to get like his attention at this point.
Getting a
Vera
pretty big echo right now, by the way.
Vera did not put Destiny's name in the thread, and still got a pretty major response.
I don't think
they still showed up.
Yes, he still showed up, and so yeah, it was interesting. We tried to get into this last night, but we had kind of some technical difficulties on the stream. So
I love YouTube chat, but I would love it if they also came to site chat.
Get your intro in first.
Somebody
Vera.
plug it.
How are you doing? And let everybody know kind of where you can be found. I'm gonna move over to the other side because it looks like there's more room over here now, and I will let you give your intro, Vera. Vera, are you in Bird Brains yet? Maybe I have to pull you into the Discord to actually hear you. Just a second.
I'm in. I
There you
was
are.
trying to track down an audio echo.
Oh, geez. Okay, yeah. I feel that.
I have finally fixed my audio, I
There we
think.
go.
Oh, we love to hear it. We love to see it.
So I may not be 100%. I basically just rolled out of bed. So
You are my favorite.
So I'm Vera. I mostly do panels. I have been streaming more lately.
Oof, Lodic. Love
And
it.
I guess I'm sort of
Loaded.
known for
Yeah, I love
low-key
Vera's voice.
spicy takes. I stream as Ask Vera on Twitch, and I tweet as Ask Vera TTV on Twitter, which is the main place that you tweet, I guess. Yeah, so that's
Me too, Gentlefish.
that's me.
Hell yeah, dude. We love to see it.
We love Vera coming to
We
you
all
live
love
from
Vera,
the
dude. We love to see the
exclusion
shit.
zone.
Yeah,
Vera
yeah. When I
is
saw when I
great.
was, I think I saw your message in DMs, and I was like, wait, why did I not invite Vera? This seems like somebody that's got like, definitely has had the experience that we're talking about when we're talking about like, you know, kind of like, I mean, yours was a milder form.
It's just,
from what
it's
I've
just
heard.
part
Like,
of her
there's
thing.
Been no like
Just part of
super
her
negative,
aesthetic.
Consequence. Nobody's gotten you thrown off a platform or anything like that. And you know, to be fair, like you,
It's a
you
look.
weren't really even
Just to be
trying
based,
to
yeah.
engage this person. You
It's
didn't
aesthetic.
come for the smoke. You were talking about, you know, kind of something else in terms of paneling that like somehow still hit that that sore ego spot that you know kind of brought that just like attention that you weren't really seeking your direction.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, my original tweet was vague, and I think a lot of different people read themselves
True,
into it
Busy Bee.
for a variety of reasons.
The Ninja Turtles are getting chroma keyed
but I
out by
was
the
really
green
just
screen chroma
reacting
key.
to a very specific
You're not
situation
crazy.
that, at the time, I wasn't sure how to talk about in more detail without like giving certain people free publicity that I didn't want to. So, unfortunately, Destiny jumping in made that like 10 million times harder as well.
Brought some attention.
Yeah, but yeah, fundamentally, like
True. Quests and
Destiny
bees.
is not someone who would be reading my Twitter normally. So I'm pretty sure what happened is that some Destiny fan saw the tweet and went running to Destiny and was like, "Senpai, this mean lady said something bad about debates. You've got to show her up." And of course, he came in and tried to challenge me to a debate. And this was a situation that had nothing to do with him. Yeah, I just told him I don't debate randos. That generated, shall we say, quite a response. But honestly, I really did mean that response too. Like, it was a situation that had nothing to do with him. I don't know him personally. I don't know him professionally. And, you know,
Hey, buddy.
that's acted the same I would if just any other person with no connection to the situation barged in and wanted to debate. It is kind of unfortunate that his fans didn't seem to be capable of comprehending that someone would actually do that. So they spent a lot of time trying to, correct my misapprehension about the account and make really sure I knew it was Destiny ban evading, which may have something to do with why he doesn't have a Twitter account anymore.
Yeah. I think also perhaps impersonating a lawyer might have had a little bit to do with that too. Unfortunately.
Saying he got a perfect score on the LSAT when he gave up after the first question.
Well, he said he got a 184, which is 4 higher than the maximum scores. So
yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. So a super perfect score.
The most lawyer of all lawyers.
So there was okay. No, it's okay.
Go ahead.
So I have a really I wanna test something into the void because I feel like I don't know. I'd like to just I'm gonna throw some shit out here. Let's see what happens. So I have a question for every single person, including our hostess with the mostest. I want everyone to just answer this, whether it's off the cuff or whether you actually have no idea. That's perfectly fine. I love imperfect answers. So if you don't know. So
Here we go.
From everything that I've
comes.
heard here, and everything that I've seen in the debate space. Now, something that I think a lot of people don't know is that I've kind of been following the sphere of online politics for an extremely long time through other lenses and sort of through a lot of different points in my life.
Mhm.
And something that I think is interesting is, as long as I have followed debate, since pretty much its very inception on Twitch, I haven't really noticed any big changes to the platform or the rhetoric or the things and the personalities and the things being said and done since the entire time it's been around. It seems to me like
What?
the same problems just keep popping up over and over and over again with like it seems like we keep having the same conversations.
Really?
So I
yes,
want to
I
simply
recall,
ask one thing. Do you think it's not actually like that Twitch debate was kind of bad from the beginning? Like, do you think maybe institutionally it could have just always have been bad because the people that helped push Twitch debate,
No.
we now know are some of the biggest ones that did help push it. Some of those people are fairly decently problematic, and some of them are actually very wholesome and great. But it seems to be that the problematic stuff seems to come out more than the wholesome, and the nuanced positive panels never seem to get the amount of discourse or positive conversation. And even the most heated blood sports are still viewed as good or still better and more filled with information and learning than supposedly some of the more wholesome ones. I guess it depends on what spheres of the Twitch debate scene and politics scene you are following in. So I'm not trying to like I'm generalizing it a little bit. So
Well,
and
I mean, I
so
don't know if it's platform specific as much as just like, like what Famous Horse said about like the algorithm favoring.
it could be the algorithm, but the
Yeah.
question that I'm trying to ask here for everyone is do you think it's that Twitch debate just might be a broken way to do politics?
No.
I mean,
No.
do you think that
No.
that like it's not possible to reform it because it seems like every single time we've attempted to reform this kind of Twitch culture, it doesn't seem to like it seems to plateau in places. I'm not saying that it could never grow. I'm not saying that there isn't it never could never be the bright shiny star we all want it to be, but I do think that we're hitting a really weird ebb and flow pattern, and I think it's interesting to note that when you keep hitting these ebb and flow patterns, logic would dictate you would just need to try something else, and maybe the something else is a little bit more radical and might make a little people uncomfortable, like maybe just doing something a complete 180. I don't know what that idea may be. I think if anyone wants to suggest ideas, that'd be super cool. I don't really have any idea either because I'm just proposing the question. I'm here to listen because I'm curious what everyone believes. And I guess because Demon Mama immediately said no before I got to finish my statement, I will let her go first.
Sick. Yeah, no, I disagree with basically everything that you said there, kind of as the sort of assumptions baked into the question. First of all,
You're not answering my you're not actually answering my question though. You just kind of said no. And then you say you disagree with my entire statement. So what do you have a problem with? Do you have a problem with my statement, or do you have a problem with my question because you did not even answer it? No, don't mell me. No, don't mell me. You did not answer the question.
Mel, you literally interrupted me in the middle of my sentence. I had four words.
You said no as I was delivering my entire
I genuinely thought you had asked the question and then you restated the question afterwards, and I just happened to say no.
Trying to. I was doing a
Did you not literally open your bit, whatever you want to call it, by saying you can answer off the cuff or more constructively or whatever? Did you not literally say that?
Yes, but okay. I'm still. I'm still.
So now I'm going to finish my sentence. Mel, I'm going to finish my sentence now.
You actually said no.
Mel, I'm going to finish my
entire statement, and so I'm calling you out on it.
Mel, I'm going to finish my statement now, Mel. It's my turn to talk. Okay, so.
That's pretty rude of you, man.
I mean, if you think so.
Okay, well, everybody, I'm going to step in and I'm going to try to de-escalate this conflict. Melanie, you have a question. Could you please rephrase it? Or repeat it.
Again?
All I asked was, why did you interject no before I was finished with my fun bit?
I thought you were finished.
Well, why can't that?
Do you want me to answer the question, or do you want to
why
like
did-
try and
why-
like do you want to try and deliberate whether I said no at the right time or not on a discussion panel with like 9 people?
No, I just thought it was a little kind of jumpy. Like,
No, I just
I
said
didn't
no.
even get to finish, so it just seemed.
So
Okay,
But
can I?
it still
Can I?
kind of
wait,
interrupted the
listen,
flow
listen.
of my
With all due respect,
statement.
wait. With all due respect
it's just
to
a
wait,
thing
wait.
that happens on panels.
I get it. I understand, but I really don't feel like I feel like I should be allowed to have my response and like not have it be
I
framed
just
like.
don't feel. I just
Okay,
don't feel like
all right, I
you
see where
you
this is going.
respected what I just don't.
All
feel
right,
like
well,
you
I'm
respect what I
respecting
have
it
to
less by
say.
the second at the moment. So
I don't know why. I wasn't.
Well,
being rude
because
to you.
because at this
Are we like going for proof by demonstration right now?
Yeah, that's kind of what I just tweeted out.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not
Like,
criticizing anybody.
okay,
I'm not
here's
criticizing
the
anybody,
here's
but,
the take. Here's the hot take, because I've kind of been like certain things about this conversation are like the kinds of things that are like, I don't know. Like, it feels like this panel has in some ways unfolded kind of like a Twitter thread where everyone's like subtweeting and all this shit and whatever. But here's the fact of the matter. Like, I don't agree with the assumptions that were baked into your question about Twitch. You made some assertions in the question that I don't agree with. And as
What
I
was the
started to
assertion?
state that, thank you, Mel, for interrupting
Can you
again.
stop yelling at me, please?
Mel,
Like,
what
why do
the
you have to
fuck?
yell
You're
louder than
literally
me?
interrupting
Why
me.
are you swearing at me? What the fuck, dude? I'm trying to be nice about this. I don't know what's going on.
So Demon Mama is trying to answer the question, and
I
you keep
don't-
interrupting her at the apex right before she explains what she had just said.
No, we don't.
Right? So you're interrupting at the peak when she said a thing
Yeah,
that
but to be
requires
fair,
explanation,
to
and
be
Demon
fair-
Mama's about to explain it. Is
All right,
the
so
issue?
just before we go back into it, I just want to just have everybody like kind of take a breath and stuff, in and out, and just kind of like
Here we go.
let's be respectful. Disagree as much as you want, though. Like, I mean, go hard. It's not like I'm not criticizing anyone. I just want to make sure that that we're doing it. And,
I'm like perfectly fine, dude. I'm just trying to chill out. I don't.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
sorry. Was
yeah,
my
like,
tone
I mean,
off?
like, you respond to each other, but
I don't want to
we-
be
we
a
don't- we don't
shrill
need to-
bitch or whatever.
I don't know what I'm trying to say.
What?
Yeah, I don't want to be like too much of a shrill bitch or whatever, like.
I don't
yeah.
think you are one. I never
Okay.
assumed that.
Because like I started really like I just have my response, and then increasingly you interrupted me and then got mad at me for getting frustrated when you
I
interrupted me.
wasn't even mad.
So can I actually answer now? So here's the thing. I think that the assumptions that were baked into your question are not correct. I do not think that it's fair to assert that like there's not been any changes in the debate space. Like, not only is that erasive of every single person on this panel, but it's also just patently false. Like, I also think that like I just don't think there's any like that's not a fair thing to ask. Now, is there an answer that we could do better? Sure. I think we can always do better. In fact, that's what I think all of us here are trying to do to some degree or another. But I just don't agree with those assumptions. I don't think it's true. The debate space has objectively grown massively. Not just debate space. It's diversified massively. There's all kinds of channels. I mean, look at the people that we have on here. One of the first responses that I got to turning on this panel was somebody went, "Whoa, holy shit, there's more femme people on this panel than masked people. That's a weird sight." And I was just like, yeah, kind of cool, isn't it? Kind of cool that you could turn into a panel and there's actually a bunch of fucking femme-presenting people who want to debate about stuff. That's kind of awesome. So I think that there's this, again, and there's this, I think there's this sort of, or maybe I'm just identifying it or smelling it. There's this sort of like, a desire to like speak ill very broadly of like debate or of debate people, and I'm just like, well, but that's just those, if your assumptions are wrong about it, then you're just wrong about that thing, and you're just making a wrong statement, which I think you did. I think your question was framed totally wrong, in my opinion.
But the thing that I was trying to highlight here is I was just curious of what you thought. The thing is like, I don't know why you think my assessment of debate is poor when I just explained to you that I've been watching this for a long time, and I, along you, have also participated in debate. I've been on a ton of panels
That's
with
fine,
you
but that doesn't
and
mean
in
you're
other
right.
places.
But that doesn't
So
mean you're automatically right.
I wasn't asserting that
Okay,
I
but
was
wait,
right.
hold on
I
a
was
second, wait.
proposing a pretty...
Mel,
when did I assert anything was right?
Wait, Mel, okay. I don't know.
How was my
wait.
question an assertion?
Mel, I don't. Wait, hold on. I'm confused here because I don't know what you're actually talking about right now, because what you asked a question, I'm responding to the question, and now you're saying that you don't like my response because it disagrees with your assertions that you baked into the question.
No, I think you're misunderstanding me. Basically what I was asking, the reason why I was confused is it seemed like okay,
Mel's
let me ask everyone else. Does anyone else think the question that I asked was unrealistic or silly, or like, because no one else got to answer, so I'm just
What?
I'll speak to
I
this.
didn't even get to answer.
So the
because Demon Mama jumped the gun
What?
when I wanted it to be open-ended.
I jumped the gun?
But she started with basically saying my entire point is basically bullshit to everybody.
I
she
did not
rejected your
start like that at
framing,
all.
like the
I think
framing
Watch
of
the
the question.
VOD.
agree with you.
Don't leave.
I
Well,
think
all
that's
right.
all she
You
was
can
doing
head out,
was
Hawk,
just
if you want to.
disagreeing. Which,
Right.
like,
But you basically said that, but you didn't just disagree with my, but you like disagreed not just with my, with like, it's fine if you disagree, but you literally had to go like, well, your entire even thought process of your question is dumb. So it's like, well, then what was the point of me even asking?
No. So
Like,
I don't think she was saying it was
pushing
dumb.
back on the framing of
so
the
I think-
question
okay,
is
wait,
a
She thinks
perfectly
that,
valid
yeah, you're
rhetorical
making
move.
assumptions.
I think that
Which
your
is not
framing of the
dumb.
question, your framing of the question was like, hey, this debate atmosphere is toxic. Do you think that we should move away from these environments, or do you think that like that there is something fundamentally wrong?
I'm
and I
so
think
pissed
Demon
off at
Mama's trying to
this.
say, okay, I don't think that these debate bro functions are inherently toxic, and I think that even if they were toxic, that's not a problem because you can approach lefty spaces with a multi-prong attack. Some people will be debate bros. Some people will go hard in the paint against other people, and other people will create educational content on YouTube that's less
Hey, Vadim.
aggressive in nature. It's not like a. I don't think that
it's
this
great.
is a,
No,
like
I don't think
Right,
I don't think
so
I don't
this
think it's a
isn't-
monolith.
This isn't dumb, right? And I think this is kind of what she was hitting at, and what Denims is also hitting at, is that this is more a reflection of human nature, I think, than it is of the platform, because we see the same thing happen on YouTube, we see the same thing happen on Twitter. We literally just talked about this happening on Twitter. So I think what Demon Mama is trying to say is that she just thinks that the premise that you're putting forth is built on faulty logic, not that you're stupid, or not that it was a stupid question.
I never
I
said
mean,
anything like
like
that.
the thing about activism that I've like learned is that like there seems to be this disconnect between the people that I've talked to in person, and then like the difference of dichotomies between people online during debate. I don't
What does that
necessarily think
mean?
that
What does
either
that
of these
even mean?
methods are perfect, and I don't think we should be doing one over the other. It just seems to me that like the
Yeah, I guess I'll
drama
just
and
be
a lot of the
quiet now,
silliness that's
because-
caused by a lot of these like like people within the debate sphere, it doesn't seem to be, it seems to be having repercussions within the real world that don't seem to be outwardly positive, but I'm not sure.
Like
I guess
what?
I don't know. I like the debate sphere. I don't have any issues with it, like really. I don't like hate anyone that does it. I don't
Don't go
think
that far,
badly or ill of
Ziltoid. She's
anyone
just-
that does debate. Like if
Yeah,
you
she's high as a
enjoy doing
kite.
the dunks and shit, like fucking do it, man. I'm not like here to, I'm not the gatekeeper of like the debate sphere.
True, you aren't.
I guess
So
I guess
really, it sounds like there's a lot of different questions within the question, and
yeah,
we
and I
should
didn't
probably
yeah.
try to unpack those.
told
That's
you it
what
was
I was
gonna get
kind
spicy.
of trying to do here. I wasn't
I
trying
could
to like,
tell.
I wasn't looking for like an all-encompassing answer. I was just
Okay.
kind of laying out a little bit of like different, I guess, like points.
Sorry, I didn't mean to answer it too thoroughly.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that you were answering it unthoroughly. The point is like it's I don't think there is an answer to this. That's why I proposed it. Because I think I
What?
think everyone has a different response to it. I think everyone feels differently about it, which is why I asked it that way.
What?
So
So I'll take
Okay.
a shot at maybe not answering the question, but exploring one of the aspects of
I
this.
guess, Dadle Dan.
So one
This
of
is bo- this
the
panel's
sort
been
of
boring for me.
underlying
This panel's
guess,
been like boring for me.
assumptions of the question
I've just been
is
sitting
that
here listening to Mel speak for
there
the
are
entire
persistent problems in the debate
No,
space that
not the same thing.
maybe
Sonia
some
said.
things have gotten
Not the
better,
same
but
person.
not everything has. And so then the question becomes, well, what are these specific problems, and in what ways are they bad, and what attempts have been made, specific attempts have been made to improve them, what kind of successes and failures have we seen, and like where do these trends come from? And I guess one of the common threads here in the conversation has
No,
been
I didn't really.
the drama, the like interpersonal
I mean, I got
drama
a small
aspect
segment. I got
of
one
it.
sentence in.
I think most of us agree that that aspect of it is mostly pretty cancerous most of the time, honestly.
It's all right. It's all right.
And in terms of have things always been this way, and are things this way for like human nature or structural reasons, I think I'd push back on the idea that it's necessarily a human nature thing
Oh shit, Denims.
rather than a structural thing, given that
amazing.
all of these platforms have similar structural things around, let's say, parasociality and things like that, and to some extent similar incentive structures in terms of, you know, everyone's trying to play a game to maximize some version of engagement, essentially, because that's what the platform rewards. I think it is worth challenging the idea that things have been the same over history. Like one of the things Catherine pointed out earlier that I've heard from a number of other people who are more familiar with Destiny's content than I am, is that he's not, like, he used to be better at this than he is now. And like he's not on a good trajectory.
I actually agree. Like he actually was decently okay at steel manning stuff. Like regardless of how you feel about it, like he actually like is like a shadow of his former self. It's weird. I don't know. I feel like he just like did the lefty arc and then was just like, man, I hate all these people for X, Y, and X, Y, and Z, and now he's on the trajectory of just like becoming worse. Like kind of.
Well,
I mean, sucks.
I mean, I think the lefty arc was something that was imposed on him. I don't think he's someone who's ever really thought of himself as.
No, I don't think so either, but it did play like a huge part in how he like saw a lot of viewpoints though. Like he actually like the lefty arc actually made him change some of his positions.
I wanted to make sure we get a chance to welcome Vadim to the panel. Hey, Vadim.
Hey, what's going on,
we
guys?
Had everybody else give their intros and stuff, so I wanted to throw that over to Vadim. Let us know. I think we all know who you are and where we can find
Super
you,
had
which
it
is
on YouTube. Did it not
let us
come
know
through?
what you
That's
got,
weird.
In the works, and just
Thank you,
anything else
Joshua
wanna,
Sumner.
plug,
Thank you so
on the
much
way
for
in.
the
I
chat.
have this
Very much appreciate
monster
it.
of
Thank
a
you.
video that is just it's a never-ending saga for me to finish. It's on the series The Boys, which you can find on Amazon Prime, or maybe I should call it Jeff Bezos has way too much goddamn money. What is wrong with this reality? Prime. And it's on The Boys and American Exceptionalism. I don't know if you're familiar with the series, but I think it's rather remarkable. And it's a sprawling like 45-minute video that covers themes within the show and how the topic of American exceptionalism, or over the top patriotism, if you will, is kind of reflected in the show. You know, and how they kind of discuss it as a bad thing. Anyway, yeah, that's on the channel currently called Creationist Cat, but will be called Hey It's Vadim when I post that video. And I'm doing the rebrand that I've been talking about for so goddamn long. Anyhow, yeah, hey, thanks for having me. I wanted to say something real quickly about Destiny, which may be complete conjecture, and maybe it's not my place to say. But I there's a part of me that feels as though the guy, and this isn't why I jumped in. There was a reason, like kind of why I was eager to maybe I can talk about that later. But okay, here we go. As in terms of Destiny, tell me if you guys think I'm being like too, I don't know, armchair psychoanalysis.
I don't know what it is
analyst
currently.
here
It's a mess
by
right
saying
now.
this. But sometimes I get the impression that the guy, and
White Leaf is great.
I can
that's why.
understand feeling this
Yes, we
way.
can talk. Yes.
That he has some bitterness towards the left because of the fact, and I think that this is pretty undeniable. I really think that he is one of the key figures who kind of made a space like he Contra, H-Bomb, a few others kind of created left tube before the term bread tube was a thing. And I kind of feel sometimes maybe he thinks, you know, something to the akin to, geez, I helped create this space and now everybody fucking hates me. And, you know, and I don't know, sometimes I feel like that is something that adds to his bitterness. Maybe it's not really adding anything to the conversation because, again, none of us can jump in his brain and figure out if that's the truth. But does anybody hear me here?
That's the
So
impression
that's
I
actually
got.
something I wanted to get to, is that when I commented about like the sort of lefty label that's been put onto Destiny, like fundamentally there are aspects of left politics that he finds odious, and I think always has. But you know, he had to deal with this huge parasocial fandom essentially imposing that image on him.
No, it could be.
Like that's really been an issue for the whole BreadTube sphere in general.
It's all good. We're still having fun, though.
Like people are expecting Contra to have politics that are much more radical than she really does, and hating her when she turns out not to have the politics that they want her to have.
I was actually in her stream when she started when people started talking about Bread Mama. That was her nickname, right? This is not something Contra invented. This is something her, you know, chat of essentially ContraPoints' spicy chat started calling her Bread Mama. She never asked to be called that. She's got politics which are left, which are, you know, socialist, you know, on some level, but she never, like, you know, announced herself as like, yes, I'm the leftist, you know, vanguard. Let's, you know, start the cat girl revolution, right? That's Tabby, okay? People mix up with Contra with Tabby, and Tabby exists for Contra to kind of play off of, not the other way around. People that think that Tabby's the real personality behind Contra need to meet somebody named Theron Myers, and I think like knowing Theron would be explain to you a little bit more, maybe, you know, where Contra's coming from and who she's trying to outreach to in her efforts. So yeah, you know, I feel bad for Contra for that, and I guess to the extent
don't mind me, just dusting.
Destiny,
just
dusting.
dusting.
I'm not entirely sure. Vadim, you've been around BreadTube, LeftTube for a long time. I mean,
just cleaning up some
what
dust.
do you think was the moment that this kind of started? I saw the
know it
Hassan
is.
Destiny
It's
breakup.
okay.
I
It
guess
happens.
is
It's
what
fun.
I always think of as the
It's fun.
beginning
It's
of
fine.
You're
We're
talking
strong.
about sort of like the impetus for Destiny's like anti-left arc. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, where it kind of when the honeymoon ended,
Contra's great.
right?
I love Contra.
It definitely might have been right around the time that Hassan and you know, they had their little breakup. I can't think of another inciting incident. I mean, he just right around that
Okay,
time.
guys, I have to say something about this.
Sure. Yeah,
because
go
I
for
feel
it.
like we're all just sitting here like conjecturing about Steven, and I don't know if you guys like know Steven or if you've ever spent time with him, but I do. I do know him, so I just feel like it's maybe a little bit inappropriate to do this when he's not here.
I understand that.
I think it's kind of rude.
I
Careful what you wish for.
I want to
I mean,
throw
it's
in
not
there
even
that
that it's
I don't.
rude or not. It's more
Yeah.
that it's just like, I don't know. I thought we were gonna like talk about like the
Yeah.
general topic
The,
or
like,
something. And
exactly.
It's become,
Like I feel like we're just talking about Destiny
Sure.
now.
it's become like 90% of this conversation is about Destiny, and it's like the boogeyman. It's I really was like, I don't know.
Let me just say one thing real quickly. I don't hate Destiny. I mean, I think he's done some things that I would characterize as garbage, but I also think he's done some fantastic things as well. So he's a complex guy. But just let me know real quickly. I mean, what is the topic of this conversation? Is it sort of just like dealing with internet drama in general?
So right below you, Vadim, it says Twitch mafiosa, anti-fans, and harassment. So yeah, like that, you know, point taken, Merrick, that this isn't, you know, our conversation isn't ever really strictly about personalities, you know. Here, it's not about drama. It's about the issues underlying the drama. The drama, you know, maybe drives the views a little bit, but the issues underlying are the ones that we really have a question about, because, you know, there's not really a question when it comes to a person, you know, good or bad. That's not ever what we're here to discuss. I do think, though, that like because, you know, we kind of opened up the can of worms with some criticism of Destiny, that some people on the panel feel the need to push back on that, and I didn't want to, forbid that or anything, but just to remind us that we're talking about
weird panel.
anti-fans, so the concept of a group of people developing to kind of hate on a creator, harassment, whether that's from anti-fans or whether that's from a community of a
Black
larger
Void is
creator.
talking.
And then
I don't
this
know
idea
why
of
she's a
like
Black
Twitch
Void today.
mafiosa,
Don't really...
which in my mind, that's the degree to which, like, when I started to really get into talking to more of these personalities, I noticed that a lot of people play for keeps here. Like there is a lot of people going hard against each other in terms of deplatforming, in terms of
surprisingly quickly.
I guess what Destiny's worried about now is that, like, he feels like people are coming after his paycheck. And as always, if we're talking about a person, yes, they're welcome to come on the panel, as dangerous as that sounds.
Don't be an anti-fan,
to
be
me,
a normal fan.
That's we're definitely not in the mode of like platforming criticism without giving somebody a chance to respond. So yeah, thanks for mentioning.
Frankly, I'd rather move on from Destiny specifically, because I was trying to pivot from him specifically to a larger structural problem in the space, and using, for example, ContraPoints.
It's always a chaotic mess,
as
Miles. Luck.
Another example of like the sort of larger structural
I feel like
phenomenon,
today's been a little boring, but whatever.
Which is
I'm having fun
audiences
with
projecting
chat,
their
so there's that.
expectations onto a figure, and there's some very deep contradictions between the sort of political fandoms and the actual individuals who are acting on the platform. And in my experience,
don't worry, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of other stuff afterwards.
Very bad
don't worry, it's going to be
outcomes,
good.
both in terms of the
Don't tune
audience
out. We got so much
interactions
fun stuff.
and also the individual creator's arc in terms of, like, how they react to those situations over time as well.
I mean, I'd be interested if people were willing to be more contentious.
So,
but...
like, the thread that I wanted to pull on to bring this back to the original question more is that I'm not sure that it's
going for another
the space
hour,
has simply been
it's going.
bad
No, it's
in
not
the
even that.
same way over time. We can
it's
look
supposed
back
to go
and
for
see
another 20 minutes, but
different
it'll probably go for another
eras,
20,
essentially,
5 or 30
And even
minutes.
if we look at individual creators, like we've been looking at, there are different stages in their career
I
where the
agree,
situation is very
Patriot.
different. The thing that stands out to me is that if you look at the arcs of all of these different creators in this space, they start
we'll
to
be
look
back.
fairly
We'll be going
similar.
for a while longer. So.
And I think it's worth asking what sort of structural reasons there might be for that.
Just so everyone knows, because I don't expect everyone to kind of be up on my history. I actually, years ago, before LeftTube was created, I was sort of there were no like real desire of my own thrown in with a whole bunch of content creators that a lot of people called skeptics. And that included at the time people like Sargon and just a lot of shitheads, just huge fucking shitheads. And are you guys familiar with a video that Sean did that was about a video that a guy named Croughton T made about the SJW community?
Yeah,
well,
I've actually talked to Kraut.
Yeah, Kraut's not a bad guy now. He's changed quite a bit. But what you don't know in that video, because Sean knew that I was making a video responding to the aspects about that, is that video completely revolved around me. I was kind of labeled as this SJW Judas, and I think that word is ridiculous, but I was always an SJW, and I was in this kind of situation where I had such left politics to what was going on,
like a mega has-been,
that I felt like an outsider, and yet at the same time I saw things going so fucking horribly within the community that I had to start speaking up about it. And that's eventually why, and this is what's really relevant here, is, I mean, my channel took a nosedive. I was getting thousands of subscribers a month. And I mean, if you want to talk about harassment, there was like a month where I got like between 50 to 80 DMs with pictures of mutilated cats, because my channel is Creationist Cat, and stuff like that. So I like, basically my point is that I know very well what it is to be a pariah within a community. Unfortunately, it was a community that I never really wanted to be a part of, that I was just kind of thrown into because I was like, I had a similarity or like we had an overlap in our fan base. But yeah, that's just a little something about me and how like, yeah. So the last thing that I want to say here, because I feel like I've said a lot, is that for a long time, I felt like the lefty space, and I still think the lefty space is way better than that space was in a number of ways. But from my point of view, within the past year, and I feel like it's accelerating, I feel like the space is getting more and more, it feels more and more like that old space. And maybe that's just because the space is growing larger, and it's inevitable that when that happens, that there's going to be people who don't conduct themselves as like well or as you know, who just aren't cringy all the time or some shit like that. Cringe is not the problem that I have, though. I mean, the problem that I have is just a lot of people not being thoughtful or just kind of having really, really fucking bad takes. Anyway, I don't want to dominate here. I want, you know, someone else to jump in, but I did kind of want to just share that I knew, you know, like I've been through this, like hardcore.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
was
so
hoping to connect those dots. Yeah, I was hoping to connect those dots actually, because we do have a prototype for this kind of thing, and it was the old skeptic community. In fact, there's a lot of people who, you know, in terms of creating BreadTube or whatever you want to call it, came out of the skeptic community and brought a lot of the cultural norms and other things with them. And in my view, to some extent, we're seeing a lot of the same things happen for some of the same reasons. Like one of the things that happened in the skeptic community when things really started to get tense and, let's say, off the rails, is that the skepticism ethos, let's say, came in contact more and more with real-world politics. And suddenly people were projecting very different set of expectations on the space, essentially. And in the case of like BreadTube or whatever you want to call it, the political contradictions is even stronger, because that's even more explicitly what BreadTube is about in the first place, ostensibly. So we're seeing this tension, I think, between essentially political concerns.
Maybe Merrick would be willing. Does anybody follow Merrick? Would anybody be willing to ask if Merrick wants to come on after this?
And
I'd like to talk with Merrick after
that
this.
have happened based more
if
on
anybody
aesthetics
follows
than
Merrick,
politics.
if you want to go over and let her know.
So, hey, can I say something real quick, please?
Yeah, say something, and then we got a couple people that have to dip early. Merrick.
Okay. I really like, Vadim, that you brought up that it reminds me of the old skeptic community, because I was talking to a BreadTuber the other day, and I wasn't really involved in watching videos or this community at all whenever the skeptic community was at its height, but I do know who some of those people are. And one of the things that this BreadTuber said to me was that he was like, the way that people treat you personally, like me, in leftist spaces reminds him of how the skeptic community would go after people. So I just really like that you brought that up, because I feel like my experience in this space has been the most toxic thing I've ever encountered in my entire life. And my impression of left Twitter is that it's extremely negative. And the last several months of my life have been very, 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 very difficult in real life because of leftist spaces online. So I really appreciate you actually bringing that up and validating that, because a lot of people have tried to make me feel like what's happening to me is not real, or that it's my fault somehow, or like downplaying it. So you making that connection to what someone actually said to me the other day, I just really appreciate that. And I want to thank you for putting that out there.
Well, you're welcome. And I just want to say very quickly that I fully believe that we're witnessing right now a large influx of people into LeftTube who, yes, were formerly like skeptic fans and whatnot, and they may not be bad people, but
Thanks,
they
Lodic.
they have
Appreciate that.
a lot of them
Appreciate
probably
having a
just
friend
have
on the
bad
inside.
habits, and I don't know. It is for me changed my enjoyment of the community. I used to like really enjoy the community, and now it's better than the old thing. I'll take it any day over the skeptic community. At least they don't like Trump and shit. But yeah, it's maybe we could talk about it one-on-one sometime.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so we've got a lot of people wanting to get in here. I do want to kick it really quick to Denims and then to Horse. These two, I think, are needing to dip right now. So, Denims, you want to give us, remind us
Hey,
of where
8 is still
we can
pretty good.
find you, what you've got going on, and any projects that people should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Denims, twitch.tv/Denims. I stream every single day, 6 a.m. PST. And I'm currently working on my YouTube channel and just upgrading that stuff. But that's about it. Thank you for having me.
Nice, Denims. I'll have to. Hey, if you want to send me your YouTube link in, or put it in chat or something. I'm following somebody on YouTube named Denims, but I'm not sure if it's you. Anyway, thank you so much, Denims. Famous Horse.
Yeah, hey everybody. No, so I just kind of wanted to add something on the anti-fan stuff that we were talking about a little bit earlier, right? Like, I don't know, and if any of you guys have read Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, I mean, it's not totally applicable here, but there's a little bit of this sort of thing where you have a dual dichotomy, right? On one side, because of parasocial relations, people project their expectations of what this content creator is, who they are, what they believe, what they talk about, right? And over time, if they deviate from that expectation that the person has in the head of them being this, perfect person who perfectly embodies all of their same beliefs, right? It starts building
Stupid Horse. That's a great
resentment
song.
in them, and they start being like, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe you'd fucking not agree with me perfectly in the version of you that I have in my head. So it's this dynamic where as people start to develop these parasocial relations, some of them become anti-fans, and right, they position themselves based off of disliking this person.
I love
On the other hand, we have these people who are content creators who over time they're seeing these people in their community turn on them for whatever reason. They don't understand why, and it starts building this bitterness, and it just creates this cycle over time where they get more and more bitter at the people in their community for the way they're reacting to them, and then that in turn makes these people become more polarized in their anti-fan
I like
positions,
Merrick
where
so
you
far.
get these people who are defining themselves by opposing this particular person. And you see that with Contra,
Yeah,
right?
Mel's
Like
been spoken a lot.
Contra, I don't agree with all of her politics, but she makes good videos. She's really entertaining. But you see a lot of people who had this expectation of her having a certain left-wing position, and when reality
not that
didn't
one,
meet with
Daddle
that
Dad.
because that's not her position, people got really pissed off, right? And it's just sort of the cycle where I think that really applies to who you're talking about, Destiny, earlier, where he got really, really bitter because, he creates a space and then he's kind of a vanguard in this, and then he sees people turn against him because he doesn't hold the expectations or meet the expectations that they had.
Well, he's also been a dick, so there's that.
Oh yeah, for
too.
sure, for sure. I mean, that's a separate thing, right? But I'm just talking about in general that sort of dynamic between creator and consumer, especially online, because parasocial relations are a huge part of online. And then it's gotten even worse with COVID because we're all trapped in our fucking houses. 8 months, we're going completely batshit insane, and our only relations really are outside of family and some friends are online. And that's really deep in the parasocial bonds between content creators, streamers, posters, whatever, and the people who like them.
So Demon Mama, and unless you wanted to, Horse, I didn't know. Are you having to dip, or is that like?
Yeah,
you
no,
can
I have to
hang out
dip
with
in like probably 3 minutes here, so I'll just stay for response.
Okay, yeah, nice. Emily.
Yeah, I think I think that left Twitter has failed phenomenally on nearly every single front. Left Twitter was the impetus for why I decided to make my little code that I've talked about already on here. But it was such that like I realized that it's like, hey, we're really killing it on Twitch, we're really killing it on YouTube, but we just are fucking failing at Twitter. And I think some of it comes from having the wrong assumptions about the site, but I also and as a result, I think that like some of it is like a lot of it's unintentional and unconscious and whatever. But I also think that there's just like some really malignant behaviors that people should actually do better on, and they need to be called out on. God, like there's so much, like, I mean, I've talked to so many creators about this specifically, and I mean, I've literally like been so obnoxious as to post my code at people and be like, you're breaking the code, because I'm like, look, you're walking directly into a trap, and it's just like I'm watching you about to have a bad day.
Yeah, becoming the main character.
Yeah, but it's also like there's also other things like fuck the there was earlier this year, I think it was, I don't know what time anymore, but there was like a like really explosive and vicious response to one of ContraPoint's videos that I feel was like disgustingly out of step with what was said in the video, and I was so angry. Like, it was where the original like term, the meme on my channel of the mama mauled, where I get so fucking mad that I'm like red in the face. Like, I was so mad at the way that people were engaging with it, that it really made me rethink a lot of things. I think that there is a huge problem on left Twitter in general, that if there's any that and I think that some people want to like smear all of the places together and make them all the same thing, but I can tell you this, my experience on lefty discords, nothing like the experience on left Twitter. My experience on lefty YouTube, nothing like my experience on lefty Twitter. Lefty Twitter is a fucking pit, and the faster that people realize that they're bad at it and that they need to get better at it, or else it's never going to change, and that we're using the tool incorrectly, like, it's just going to keep being a pit, and people are going to keep getting hurt, and we're going to lose people. We're going to lose people who
Twitter, or Twitter uses you. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally just like fucking feeding, you know, the owners, that you're feeding the company. When you break Demon Mama's you know, imp rule, like, right, you know, it's
code.
It's not there, like she said, it's not there to be like some kind of moral guidance or something. You're a bad person if you don't do it. You're just harming yourself, and you're benefiting you know, big evil corporations. So stop.
That's right.
Yeah,
I mean,
Demon Mama,
like we're saying, that's how they keep them on
okay.
channel.
I just
Exactly.
I just wanted to ask Demon Mama real quickly. I mean, I take, in fact, I agree with you. I would just like you to expand on exactly what you mean when you say that left Twitter is failing.
Oh, I mean, there's like a number of ways I could substantiate this. I think the one that like really made my blood boil was watching like the time period following Bernie leaving the presidential race, which then devolved the entirety of Twitter for a solid 2 months into people making stupid arguments at each other and calling each other names, which then bled over into people making content about that stupid argument that they're having online. Like, I don't know, there's this thing that I do on Twitter, this little mental exercise where I go, okay, before I get mad at something that's been written at me or whatever, is it possible they're 15? And is it possible they might be working for the CIA? And if it's one of those, if there's a possibility, if I don't know who this person is and they're just some random name, oh, wait a second, why am I going to bother getting mad at this? They're probably trying to make me mad, or they don't know what they're saying. And then I just ignore it.
That's true.
And like, the thing is with like left Twitter, I feel like it's failing in every way. People are using it as like this place where you write like a 100 tweet thread about your takes on like Lenin's favorite baguette or whatever, and it's like, okay, no one will be able to read that thread. They're gonna get the one area where you say something that could mildly be interpreted as like spicy. That's gonna get retweeted. Everyone's gonna argue, which splits off into 100 different threads, because that's how Twitter threading works, and everyone is slowly losing their mind in this process.
And everybody's feeds are getting fucking spammed up
Yes.
with this stuff too. Like, it's like it's not like it just gets buried. Like, you know, we see it, and that's, you know, a lot of people just will respond with like you know, unfollows, as many as you might get from engagement.
Well,
like, you know, you're also going to be driving some people away.
Yeah, and
the other thing to be
part of
aware
that
of
is-
or go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish the question that Vadim had asked me. The other part of this is that, like, so there's like, we're wasting time on stupid, meaningless discourse, but also as Merrick brought up, and as we've seen with myself and many other creators, there is also a Twitter is the primary mechanism by which these hate mobs are starting. And it's precisely because it's an ad platform, and when you advertise people to go attack one another, that's what happens, and fan bases will clash, and the worst will be brought out in people. We need to get better at it, and that means creators need to get better at it. And I could tie this around to a whole bunch of individuals if we wanted to talk about it, but I don't really care to at this point in time. But there are people who engage very malignantly on Twitter, and sometimes very bullheadedly in that like sort of negativity. And I think that is part of the problem. It does contribute to the problem, because then the followers, the millions and millions of follower accounts, some of whom may someday become creators, will follow in those footsteps, using the tool incorrectly to bash out Windows. And it's not even Windows, because the reality is, like, I should be honest, it's people who are getting bashed. It's people who are getting sent a whole bunch of bullshit that's burning out their life and making them not want to create anymore. And that is fucking idiotic. It's so goddamn infuriating that, like, again, if you ever wonder why I fucking hawk the shit out of my code, it's because I'm tired. I'm so tired of logging onto Twitter and just seeing everyone shout stupid bullshit at each other and then start hating each other over time because they've had a bunch of stupid arguments they don't even remember on Twitter, because Twitter, it's stupid. And it's one of the things that made me like feel the most bitter was that we had 2 months following the time that Bernie was like out of the race before COVID was in full swing, where we could have done a whole bunch of really cool shit and talked about a bunch of really cool shit and stirred a bunch of shit and pushed the Trumpers and fucking dunked on those fucking motherfucking Nazi assholes. And instead it was people arguing about electoralism this, don't vote for Biden this, Bernie or bust that. And it was a giant waste of time because nobody made any progress on it. And it made me very angry, because as somebody who has a lot to lose by the victory of the right, it really frustrates me that we were successfully duped into wasting so much of our time and energy on a stupid platform that we should just be using to post memes, dunk on people that we don't like, and promote the shit that we have, that we do. Yeah. We spent 6 hours on a panel elucidating our, like enlightening our audience about the intricacies of fucking anarchy. And then we go on Twitter and go, duh, and then like smash our keyboards. And it's just like amazing, incredible. What a waste of everyone's time.
I'm going to give Famous Horse a chance to get out right here. He's needing to,
I need a mouse.
So, I mean, remind us where we can find your stuff and what you got coming up in the future.
I'm a little mad.
All right. Oh, hey, thank you so much for having me on the panel. I'm Famous Horse. You can find me at twitch.tv Famous Horse. My Twitter has been unfairly suspended for a crime that I did not commit. I don't know what I did. I don't know why it's suspended.
Maybe Daddle Dan.
But yeah, I just started YouTube, Famous Horse on there as well. I mostly do interviews. So I had like Ellie Valley, the cartoonist, Vincent Bevins, author of Jakarta Method, Paul Zaw, Jake Flores.
So you all know now.
We mostly do interviews. But yeah, you can find me over at twitch.tv Famous Horse. I'm always hanging out with the Bad Praxis community. It's basically just
first name
politics or ghosts, because ghosts are real, and I don't care what you say. Ghosts are real, and they're my friend.
That's undisputable facts.
It's true. Ghosts are real.
Fire.
I will die on this hill. I have seen ghosts. I will die on this fucking hill, and sure, it's anti-materialist, but fuck you, ghosts are real. All right, everybody. Thank you for having me on.
That's true, David.
That's in next week's Bird Brains.
The famous Pac-Man column. That's true.
Fuck yeah, bring me back on. I've seen hundreds of ghosts. No, I haven't. I've seen like 4.
Yes. Oh wow, 4. That's more than me.
That's more than most people.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think
I only
Famous
see him in
Horse
my
is
dreams,
tanky,
honestly.
for sure.
That may be a different thing.
You,
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, everybody go follow Famous Horse if you're not already. And the whole Bad Praxis crew who are up in here today. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. And thank you for being awesome, because the Bad Praxis crew is fucking awesome. Everybody involved with that scene is rad and highly suggested. So
who's that? Who's Bad
All
Praxis?
right. Yeah, they rule. They rule. We love them, folks.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much for having me on. I'll see you guys later. I got to go hang ornaments.
Yes.
Family time, baby.
Who's Bad Praxis?
My friend.
Oh my god. Okay.
All
So
right,
yeah, there we go. Who did I cut off?
Well, Demon Mama had just kind of reached a stopping point. She gave Famous Horse an exit, and I kind of wanted to build on some things that Demon Mama was talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to you, Vera, and at the same time, I'm gonna go take a pee break. And you have, I believe, the ability to do anything that needs to be done in here. I don't expect it to get super nasty, but like, you know, if Beetlegeistiny is trying to come in, he'll have to wait until after I'm done peeing. Okay, so sorry about that imposition, Beetlegeistiny, but that's gonna have to wait. But anyway, I'm gonna hand it over to Vera for now, and I will be back after I've drained my bladder. Yes, too much information. I know. All right.
All right. Have safe peeing, I guess. So one of the things about Twitter is that I think one of the things we need to talk more about is strategies for using Twitter in ways that are safe for
No,
ourselves
Vera's not
and
really in a
others.
shed. It's a green screen.
Imps is a start. Like that's sort of a shot in that direction. But I think there probably needs to be more discussion of like the interior process that usually goes on when someone gets sucked into the Twitter hole, so to speak, and like how specifically to
It's a good ass green
subjectively
screen, yeah.
notice that, and the various places along the way
Uh-oh.
that you
Uh-oh,
can
Socialist Roman.
divert that, essentially. This is something that is really very challenging, I think. Like on panels, I'm known for my, let's say, impassivity. You know, always even keel. You know, that's just kind of my thing. I find that much, much harder on Twitter. In fact, it's harder on Twitter than nearly any other environment that I've been in.
Yep.
And there are a bunch of structural reasons for that. Like fundamentally, Twitter is designed in ways that provoke people. I would say intentionally.
Of course.
Not necessarily in the sense that they set out with the original idea of doing that. It's just that they made a bunch of design decisions that effectively do that. They noticed that they got a lot of engagement and therefore ad revenue from it. And, well, you know, decided not to mess with success, so to speak. And there's actually a bunch of things that happen that I think most people aren't even aware of. So one of the issues on Twitter, of course, is that tweets get decontextualized very easily. But something that I think a lot of people don't realize is that when you use the share this tweet feature in Twitter, it adds a little question mark,
That's awesome.
S equals 19 or S equals 21 to the URL. And what happens when someone clicks through that link is it won't show them the rest of the thread. It'll show them a bunch of related tweets. And they actually have to like click through or do something else to see the rest of the thread in that context. So essentially, Twitter is aggressively hiding the rest of the context in that case. And generally speaking, I'm always very careful to take that, question mark equals part off if I do repost a link from Twitter. But there's a bunch of reasons why I normally don't repost links from Twitter, except in very narrow situations. And the other thing in terms of like
sure there would
techniques
be.
people should think about
I don't know
for
if it
using
fits in
Twitter
here, but
safely,
yeah.
I think, is like fundamentally one of the things that happens on Twitter is that you see a tweet and it makes you have a certain emotional experience, usually negative if it's intense, the way Twitter works. And most people's reaction is to,
Sounds good.
repost that either on Twitter, retweet it on Twitter, quote tweet it, or post it in a Discord somewhere. And, it's almost an automatic reaction. Certainly the platform sort of trains people to do that. But I think a good thing to think about before you do that is fundamentally, okay, you've just had a really negative emotional experience. You're going to retweet this. You're going to impose that same negative experience on somebody else without their consent. When that shows up in their Discord or the timeline. And, some things are still, the trade-offs are such that it's worth reposting. But I think that issue is something to always have in the back of your mind. You've just had something happen to you that's really upsetting,
Yes,
do
please
you
do make
want
sure
to
to like and
inflict that on
subscribe.
other
It helps me
people?
a lot. Thank you. Love you all very much.
And I think that's a very good way to do your part in arresting the exponential growth of these Twitter blowups, because it really is sort of a lot like the stuff we've talked about in epidemiology around COVID lately, where, yeah, I mean, theoretically, as you reshare the thing, it may be 3 other people that see it or something like that, but then there's 3 other people downstream from them, and so on.
Yeah, it's fine.
So it
Nico-chan,
actually blows
happens.
up exponentially.
I expect it,
so
and therefore
choosing
it
to
doesn't bother
retweet
me.
something or repost something or not repost something can have a that's like sticky and viral and emotional like that, can have a really big impact. Fundamentally, I think the dynamics on the online left would be very, very different if people trained themselves to take a moment to introspect and do I really want, is it worth inflicting this on other people first of all, and maybe not posting in that case.
I think there's a broader issue of people not knowing what their goals are and just going at things out of rote. Right? Like on my Discord, I have a specific channel called like Shitty Things, where I put tweets from people that I want people in my community to know, like, this person is shitty in this way and said this that shows it. And when people open that channel in the Discord, they know exactly what they're opening. They know the kind of thing they're about to see. In the same way, I have a channel for memes where it's just funny,
Maybe.
and I have a channel for good things where you post
I don't know about that.
like
Middleton.
wholesome jokes, or you post cats or whatever, right? And this way, people have the option of what they're going to engage in, and they go into it in the right mindset.
Imsex.
Compared to Twitter, where people are just
cute,
spreading
yeah.
shit around if they find it interesting in any way, and it just, like you're saying,
Post-it
like
note battle.
Yeah, Twitter basically makes it impossible to compartmentalize your communication like that as well. It's one reason why I really do like Discord type structures, because you can engage in more structured communication in a situation where you can pick your audience more. Like, it really sucks on Twitter that you cannot choose your audience. You can't craft language for a particular audience. Like, at some level, you just have to be willing to be misunderstood, more so than in other contexts. Like, I think most people need to be more comfortable with being misunderstood anyway, but
I think that's part of it, like, for sure. But I do also think that there's just like certain things that Twitter isn't good for communicating, like, at all.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Like, I mean, like, I can, like, if I want to talk about a really complicated topic or whatever, I'll do it on my stream. I'll write a blog about it, or I'll have a conversation with a friend about it. Like, Twitter really doesn't let you do that. It doesn't have the tools necessary to do it, and like trying to force it, into that way is, like, I think part of what generates like this like gnashing of teeth that we see on Twitter so much is just like people trying to force really nuanced takes into small character limits, broken threading, all of that, when instead you could just be like, I don't know, here's a link to my blog, go check it out if you want to hear my thoughts on this subject, and then respond in the comments if you want to, and like you'll have people have full conversations in that type of context. Like, I've seen people, like, even people who are in my own chat who get along can have a whole conversation during a Twitch chat that's really great and beneficial probably for both of them, I would imagine, and then later on Twitter get in a fight about something completely stupid and it goes nowhere. I just think that people really have approached Twitter, and I do think, like, keep in mind, I don't really blame individuals for this, like, entirely. I do think there are some people who engage with it particularly badly. I think it's kind of part of Twitter's problem. Like, Twitter doesn't know what it is, and that leads to it being a space of a lot of confusion. And of course, there are other problems on other platforms we could discuss, but given that we're discussing a lot of this, like, internet haters and anti-stans and anti-fans and whatever, a lot of that does come from Twitter. It just does, because Twitter's the ultimate, like, as at the current moment, it's the ultimate ad platform. It's the best way to get your Post-it note out to as many people, and who knows how many could even see. It could be millions at the end of the day. Might be nobody. You have no fucking clue. But it's at least good to drop your little Post-it note in there in case people come see your video.
I'm curious what you guys think. This is actually partially the impetus that caused me to want to come on, because a lot of this stuff has frankly been really bumming me out recently. And it does tie into what I said before about kind of my experiences in the old community that I was stuck in. There was this very long section of time where I felt like I could not speak up within that community and really say the things that I wanted to say, because I knew that if I did, my channel would take the nosedive that it eventually did. Now I don't think I'm in a place where I would take a nosedive, but there would be significant damage. And basically I'm not going to mention who the person is, because I've decided that basically there's someone who I actually don't dislike. There are things about them that I think are genuinely good, but there are aspects of them that I think get a pass, that are incredibly toxic, and that they have not at all. There are things that they can do to really nip these things in the bud, and they make a negative impact on YouTube and in general. I'm sorry if I'm not getting specific, but it's difficult to do that without getting specific about the person, which I don't want to do. So for a little while, every now and then, I would tweet about this person who has a very large following. And I was trying most of the time. Every now and then, I'd have like a smart ass snipe, and that's not constructive. But most of the time, I was trying to create very as nuanced as you can be tweets that discuss this particular person and said, like, hey guys, look, this is bad, and here's why it's bad. Look at I can show you the impact of why this is bad. And I tried to frame every time. I tried to frame these things in the most polite way possible, in like the way that just I thought would lower the capability of people like getting pissed off at it. And inevitably, because of this person has a very, just in my opinion, one of the like most, I don't know, just like just active and angry like what do you call it, fandoms on lefty Twitter. I always get a lot of shit for it. So now I'm in this situation where like I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up about this. I can't talk about it. And it really is something that bothers me. You know, it is something that I feel it bothers me on two levels, because the thing that I'm talking about bothers me. And then it also bothers me because I am in this place where I feel like I have something that is very meaningful to me that I really wish I could get people to see. And some people do. Some people write me and they're like, thank you so much for saying this, but they're few and far between in comparison with the haters. So I think I've explained that as well as I can without getting in depth about the person. So the last thing I'm going to say is that I think that you guys collectively have a really good analysis of like negative Twitter behaviors and stuff. So from what I've told you, I mean, I don't know, tell me anything you want. Like if you think that I'm like approaching Twitter just from the wrong angle, and you know, like I'm fundamentally doing something self-destructive or something, like let me know. I'm like,
I mean,
you know,
I can.
it's totally cool.
I'm not like some kind of Twitter expert, but I've spent a lot of time coming up with my little silly code I drop all over the place. But here's the thing: the way that I go about it and the way I use Twitter, which I mean, I don't think I'm perfect, but I certainly have enjoyed Twitter a lot more, even amid the hate, even amid the fact that I did piss off a very large fan base very recently and got a lot of anger and whatnot in return, which was expected. But like, I still enjoy my Twitter, my own personal like experience on Twitter has been, you know, greatly improved. And I think one of the things is that like, I don't like call somebody out on Twitter like via quote retweet or direct tweet unless I am very, very sure that there's no other way that I can like approach the conversation. Like I can give you some examples of this. Recently, I had a issue where a fellow creator in this space was spending a lot of time online lying about me to people in this space publicly, and I called them out and had a big dunk fest on them where I was pretty mean. Admittedly, I was provoking them into having a conversation on stream with me once they had been going around lying to me uncontested for some time, lying about me pretty severely uncontested. Ended up having a big blow up on stream, got my points out, made my case clear to people, cleared up my reputation on that front, and then never talked to them again. And the fact of the matter was, when I engaged with them, I was going in with the analysis that there's a very small chance that I'm actually going to like be friends with this person in the future, given that they have engaged so poorly in this particular way. And my main focus here is to clear my reputation of lies that are being spread about me. And I knew that there was a way that the dunk, way of going about that, of going very hard on Twitter and getting lots of eyes on it and getting them onto a show with me is likely to make cement that split. But other than that, if I have a problem with somebody, or if I think that somebody that I know is worthy of like critique or something, most of the time I will just DM them, or I will just message them, or I will talk about it on my stream. Where, I mean, hell, like I even did I've done React streams where I give my take on fellow creators' work. And I give my full take, and they can respond to it in a video if they want to. We can have a talk on stream. I've had some people I've been really contentious with that I've had on stream and had really long, really great conversations. Catherine, I think you were there for when I had one with Endernax, for example. Endernax and I have been at each other's throats many times, and we had a fantastic.
Actually missed that.
Oh, it was a great conversation. It was a really good conversation, and we were able to like actually make progress. I'm open to those types of things, but the fact of the matter is, like, if I'm engaging with someone on Twitter, it's either someone who I know is like not open to ever coming over to my position, or I believe is engaging like actively in something worthy of me making a fuss about. Yeah, again, that's happened a few times in recent memory, and it pretty much unfolded exactly like I expected. I think that would be my best advice, is like, if you have a problem with a creator in your space, do a video on them, or just ask them on to talk to you. You know, you could do that in a stream, or
I mean, yeah. I don't stream. They have me blocked, and yeah, and my videos take a really long time to do. And then this is potentially a topic that, because if I made a video like this, I would want to make it. Usually, I make these videos that are just, full of dunking on people and stuff. I wouldn't want to do that with this person. I don't hate them, and I would like to create a video that has the most potential to both sway them and maybe other to make fans of theirs think about these things that I'm saying, and and think that realize that there's some validity to this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of value to be had from I think here's a couple of things that I would suggest in this particular circumstance. Somebody has you blocked on Twitter, that's kind of hard. You could try reaching out through another platform. Depends on how severely they don't want to talk with you. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you can't mend that bridge. But I always, personally, if people do a video response to me that comes across as okay, this person, unless they're just spending the entire time calling me a dumb bitch or something like that, then I'm okay, well, they actually put effort and time into trying to communicate with me. They made a video on talking about something that I did, and that's kind of that puts me in at least personally in a position where I'm okay, this person wants to communicate with me. And likewise, I feel like some people get that if I was to do something like that. But a lot of times I'll just invite people on, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. You could maybe just don't do any other type of streaming at the moment, and just do streams where you talk to people that you have some critiques on in good faith. I think that can be very beneficial. I think there are a number, again, I know it can be beneficial. I've had experiences where I've been critiqued on my stream. Somebody came in, hey, I have this problem with you. Let's talk about it. Okay, let's do it. Sometimes I agree with them. Sometimes I don't. But regardless, there's progress made that will never be made on a platform like Twitter. And I think that those are ways to do it. Like, there's so many other ways to talk to somebody that is better than Twitter for this sort of thing. Yeah.
I might make a video about it, but again, I'm still like, I have to admit, like, I'm afraid that because this person has so much influence that I'm afraid that, I mean, I think ultimately, like, if people really watch the video with an open mind, the one that I would potentially make, that you know, what I imagine in my head, that most people would find it to be, you know, perfectly just, they wouldn't object to the things that I'm saying. Maybe they disagree that my problems are as you know, a big a deal as I believe that they are. But I don't think that they would think that I was coming in bad faith. The problem is that I think that there are a lot of people who just will see that there's a video on a topic and just not watch it, assume that the video that you made is just like filled with drama. And the thing is that, you know, every time that I attempted to make these good faith critiques on Twitter, I get the same shit from people. I get like, I mean, I'm talking about, of course, their fans. Like, you're just looking for attention. You're obsessed, which is weird because I don't talk about this person nearly as much as I do, say, Tim Pool or the Quartering, or just, you know, name your, you know, fill in the right-wing dipshit here. You know,
well, something
it's just yeah. What?
something to remember, like, I don't know, something that I think about on Twitter a lot is this, that, like, even if we put a lot of thought into tweets are cheap, and so you tend to get cheap responses. And that changes with the like, by and large, that changes quite a lot with the depth of the medium. Hell, like, even some of the hater comments that I feel were, like, really uncharitable to me. People wrote, like, a paragraph in response to my, like, long form debate, and I'm like, okay, well, at least they're putting thought into it. At least they're putting some effort into this. Like, okay, there's clearly, like, more thinking that's going on here. On Twitter, you're scrolling, you see 10 things that you hate, you go, I hate this, you're stupid, I'm dumb. There you go, you answered your 10. It's just, it's such a immediate and reactionary platform that you just tend to get that.
One lens that I think is useful to look at platforms and communication through is a lens of distance, right? And not like physical distance, but like, how much distance is this platform putting between me and the human I'm trying to communicate with? Because like, if you look at the platform of being in a room with somebody, this is the platform through which we have the least distance. We're most able to communicate with the person. It's in real time. And so as you are speaking, you can see their reactions in their emotions, and you can adjust your conversation based on that, right? And then as you go to other platforms, like if you do a YouTube video with somebody, okay, you get to convey all of your emotions with them, but it's not in real time. And it's not quite as good as in person, but it's pretty good. And that's why a streamed conversation where you're both on video is usually the best we can get when it comes to actually reaching somebody. And then you go to the fucking, as far away from a good solution as you can, you get to Twitter, where you're typing a small chunk of words displaced from time, sort of thrown towards this other person. And there's like a million different ways for them to misunderstand what's happening. Plus, because it's disconnected from time, there's no way to alter your message afterwards.
You can reply with a clarification, and it's not going to be as popular as the original.
It's too late. It's done emotional damage as well if it's like actually hitting someone poorly.
Yeah, I guess one of the fundamental things is Twitter is a machine for alienation.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, I don't know. I think pretty lowly of the design of Twitter. I don't I genuinely don't get the feeling that like the Twitter team has a very long-term vision of what the platform is, especially with the introduction of some of the features like fleets, where I'm just like, what the fuck was anybody thinking with this?
So I think they're actually hit it on the head. And if you look at the past like 10 years of America, what has happened is that the media has become a tool of alienation, and it has alienated everybody, right? People are like the whole issue with the country getting more and more polarized is that everybody is becoming more alienated from each other and from themselves and from like material conditions, and it exacerbates just everything.
Yeah, and this is very much, I mean, this has always been the case with mass media to some extent, but now we're talking about social media, and it's a slightly different beast. Fascism itself as a political form was really only possible with the introduction of mass media. And now I think the sort of social formations that we see with QAnon or even the K-Hive are something slightly newer. Like QAnon is essentially fascism 2.0. It's similar, but I think in retrospect, we're going to see it as a like stepwise evolution of the idea, so to speak.
I recognize we don't have a mod right now. Merrick, did you have anything you wanted to weigh in on here?
Well, I don't know. I think my situation is a little bit different than a lot of y'all's situation. Like, y'all are talking about starting, or like the way that you guys want to interact with people, but I think a lot of my concerns right now are really the way that people are interacting with me. It's sort of the opposite, to where I feel like I'm actually really actively trying not to fight or be aggressive with anyone ever on Twitter right now, and I feel like I've you know, I have kind of been like that for the most part for my whole Twitter career, but now it's getting to the point where I'm getting attacked for not being harsh enough with people. So I feel like I can't really do anything on Twitter. Like, even if I'm trying to not get myself in drama, even if I'm trying to be really polite with people. So I just feel kind of disconnected, I guess, from like my experiences from what you guys are talking about, because I don't know how to act in a way where people are not going to attack me the way they do.
Yeah.
I feel like, Merrick, you've experienced a lot of like jealousy that's kind of masqueraded as like hate or righteous indignation and stuff like that. And that's really tough, because it's really like petty stuff that like, you know, hides itself behind, you know, sometimes even like really important like social ideas. And I mean, I can relate to the whole thing about like not being criticized for not going hard enough against somebody. That was actually what I got in trouble with for talking to Xander Hall back in the day. Certain people in my community expected me to like, you know, knee him in the nuts or something like that, and that just wasn't really on my agenda at all. So yeah, no, I can relate.
Yeah, chat's been really good.
Yeah, welcome back, Irene, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Who was trying to get in?
I think Mel had her hand up.
Melanie.
I like really don't have anything to say. I like lost my thought like way too many times. It's
sorry.
like fine, whatever.
All right.
Demon Mama, do you have any advice for what you think I should do in my situation?
Well, possibly a little bit. Like, okay, like I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, I am somebody who has the term that sometimes has been used is I've generated a lot of heat. People have gotten very mad at me for things I don't think are particularly worthy of being that mad, and I have embraced it to a certain degree because I'm not really scared of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of contentious. I'm okay with that. But nonetheless, like, especially early on, like, I had a lot of people who were really, really pissed at me for whatever reason, and like, it is hard to deal with. I mean, one of the things that, like, at least for me, again, like, and this is something that's personal. This one probably doesn't apply to everybody, but for me, like, codifying things to a certain degree and building myself a system helps me deal with stuff that's stressful. And so what would have happened in the past is like, you know, like, this was like earlier this year, probably when I first started streaming. And I would be like, you know, people would send me shit and I would sit there thinking about how I should respond to it. And now what happens is I look at their account, I go, is this somebody that I know or care about at all? Is this somebody who I might be able to make a bridge with, or is this like just some random person who clearly hasn't like looked into me for more than 10 seconds? And then I go, okay, if it's that second one, then I don't need to even respond. I don't even need to look at it. And this is something I do because my YouTube, I've received thousands of YouTube comments. I've never had this much attention in my entire life, ever. Not once. I've never once had thousands of people giving their opinion unasked for on me as a person, and the arguments that I've made, which is something totally new for me. And like, that's been an increasing process. Like this year, there was a point where I hit like, you know, my 30 average viewers. I'm pulling like average 100 viewers now, which is like incredible for me. And I have a lot more Twitter followers than ever before, and I'm excited about that. But at the same time, again, it's been a continual upstep of like how many people are giving me like unsolicited feedback. And I've just realized that like some of it is training yourself how to ignore certain types of feedback, and like and being and like giving yourself the benefit of the doubt to say, yeah, I know my position well enough to know that these like clearly like off the cuff angry comments don't reflect on me personally at all. And of course some people will take it further than that. And I don't know exactly. I don't know that there's a direct answer on people who like, I mean, I had a guy just the other day who was going through all of my videos and debating or arguing with and insulting anyone who put a positive comment on my videos. And I'm just like, that's like a different level of commitment to disliking somebody. And I don't really know what you do besides like saying, okay, you're making this place toxic, go away. But with regards to like what I try to do on my channel is like, if I see a comment and it's like, okay, somebody wrote a lot and I give them a little bit of time, I allot them a tiny time budget, and then I see, oh, they're actually putting thought into this, whether it's critical or not. Okay, now I allot you a little more time and space budget. And then if I see that they've really gone in and they really care about getting something across to me, then I'm like, okay, you get to have like a person level instead of just a commenter level of like attention. And that seems to be good, because then what it means is that like I'm budgeting in my mind emotional space for people who actually are trying to engage with me in a constructive manner. And
people who are engaging with you, right? Rather
yeah,
than
instead of
some other
whatever their
version
preconception is. Yeah, and I try not to reward like at all like haters, you know what I mean? Like I don't even respond to them. Like if there's somebody who just comes in as like, you're an ugly stupid bitch, which has happened, then like quite a lot, but then I'll just ignore it completely. And I just scroll down, and right after it, there'll be somebody who goes, hey, I watched your video. I didn't really agree with you on these things, but what do you think about this, that, and the other thing? And I go, oh shit, this is somebody who has some critiques of the way that I went about something, but clearly actually cares about communicating to me. That's valuable to me. That is edifying and good, even if it's like kind of negative. And then there's some people who are like, hey, I really loved what you did here, big support. And those people, of course, I'm always happy to get those.
I'm curious how you deal with somebody that's engaging with a version of yourself that's not really you, if you've had that experience, and if you've had any success with kind of being like, hey, I'm here, you kind of got me wrong, you know, here's the actual me, here's where I'm really at, can we please like actually have a conversation, rather than them, you know, sort of creating a puppet of you that's not really reflective of who you are?
Yeah, well,
Well, that's in many ways that's kind of a universal phenomenon of being a public figure.
Well,
like at the end of the day, the
Me too, Tech Debt.
figure that the audience knows is an image that they've built, you know, sort of by inference from little bits
Same.
and snippets of your performance that they've seen. And within fandoms, whether we're talking about fandoms or anti-fandoms, you'll
Yeah,
have
Mel
a
doesn't
group
give
of
a shit
people
about
who've
this
sort of built up an internal mythology around, you know, who this figure is and what they
It's not
expect
for
from
everyone,
them and
Pandora.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's sort of inherent to the space, essentially. Mel, go on.
I think it's really interesting, because like it's interesting to hear everyone's perspectives, right? So like So like Vidim's been like, I guess Vidim is as old as me in the sense that like they've kind of followed like the communities in general. Like I used to watch a lot of the skeptic community. Like I didn't necessarily believe in any of that stuff, but I definitely remember like watching and seeing a lot of their videos and all the early like HOPIUM and
It's
Sean
good. It's
stuff.
good to resist that though.
So
It's good
like
to
from
resist
being
that.
like a weird long time observer to slash, I'm kind of like, I never really
Kitty.
say that I'm in this scene because I don't stream in the scene. Like, I mean, I participate in these panels when people ask me or if I ask to come on, but I don't really consider like this is like the primary thing that I do. It's very much something that I enjoy doing and I like being a part of it.
True,
I haven't like made
yeah.
the decision whether I want to like financially like dip my toes in it.
Okay, that's fair.
But
That's fair. 404.
to answer one thing that I think Merrick
what's
was
good for you.
asking, I think when you get a platform, and I will kind of also piggyback what Demon Mama said. When you get a platform, you start to notice the people that dislike you. And I think it's really good to identify the patterns of like accounts or groups of people or detractors,
truth
because
there,
once
yeah.
you start identifying the things and the ways and means of people that are sort of like coming after you, you can go, okay, I know that these arguments or these talking
Yeah, I
points
feel you,
or
Briarthorn.
these groups
I
of
can't do
people
edibles,
are
though.
in bad faith. And even if they're part of like your own diaspora or own group or like groups of people, right? So like I'm part of like the Marxist-Leninist community, the communist community on Twitter, and I virulently like hate Jason Unruh and Caleb Maupin. So it's interesting, and what Vera said about how people parasocially ascribe positions. So, you know, because I have the flag in the background, I call myself a communist, and I do kind of, you know, talk about all
I
these
think it's a
positions.
cigar. I think it's a cigarillo.
Due to like how people assert my positioning based on, you know, how I exist, people automatically will lump me in
That's fine, Tech Debt.
when
That
these
seems very
nerds
good
eventually
in the
show up
long
in the
run.
algorithm. Like if
Seems like a good
Moppin or
idea.
like a nerd makes a bad take, there are people that have literally come in on panel, like something that like has nothing to do with the subject, and they would ask me like, so what's your take on X, Y, and Z? Because they assume that I have a position that I don't actually hold. This happens all the time to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure everyone has experienced this. And something that I've learned like through trial by fire and watching it happen to other people is you just have to decide, is this worth engaging? Am I actually like, you know, because like every time you engage with something that is clearly bad faith, whether it's from like your own community, your fans, your stands, or anything, like when you engage with something that's bad faith, you're automatically just like dealing psychic damage to yourself without even like knowing
there's
it.
some truth in that, though.
It sort of puts you in this pit where you want to keep engaging, because if it comes from people that like you trust, you know, you're gonna want to start that conversation. It's sort of how like a lot of the Twitch streamers, like I guess good example. I used to fight with Dario all the time, constantly, because we're just very two polar opposite people, and it happens. So something that I wanted to elaborate here is like eventually it comes to a point where like one of us just starts to ignore each other, and you know, like when you finally realize that hey, this isn't worth it, you can actually interact pretty okay. But you know, I mean, sometimes things happen. Like for example, this person has now blocked me on everything, so it's, you know, it's whatever. Not everything's perfect, not everything's meant to be. So I'm mainly just adding this little baby anecdote to basically say, notice who the people are that support you, and make sure that you let them know that hey, I got your back, you know, but not in a mob form. So like don't like bring your friends to go fight somebody else, but just be like, hey, you know, I'm having a rough time, or like this seems bad, and you sort of like have that, you know, it's good to have a community behind you. And I think Merrick, it seems to me that you have like 100 to 1 in terms of people that support you, in terms of people that dislike you. And I understand that that's overwhelming. Now I can't compare, I will never compare my situation to yours because I am a much smaller account. But I do understand the idea of like when you have like you know, a 5K to 10K Twitter account, you get a lot of shit from people, you know, like it is so much different from when you start on Twitter and you have like 1,000 people. Most of them are like your friends or, you know, bots or people in your community, like when it's really small. Once you actually start hitting those high numbers, like the tiniest little thing you say, you know, can get pulled out of context. The tiniest little take you might have had last week can just get ripped out of
Yeah, I feel
context.
you.
And
Well,
it's
we can talk about
incredibly
that a
hard
little
to
bit.
defend against a lot of that stuff because the way the algorithm works.
The other thing too is, oh, go
Yeah,
on.
sure, Merrick. Merrick, go on.
I think that I guess you're right, and I think the hard part for me right now is that when I joined Left Twitter, it was August, and I had like 100 followers. And by the time September rolled around, I had 30,000. So
Yeah.
I didn't have time to like establish myself in the community and make friends with people. And it was immediately that there were all these like expectations and responsibility put on me that I never asked for, and I didn't try to get the 30,000. Like I was just being myself, and it just happened. And it's like a total like fluke, you know? So I don't feel like I ever got that community to support me. So when people turn on me, it's just everyone.
Well,
freaks
another
out.
thing that people so
If I could-
another thing that
okay.
what?
Do you mind if I pop in here? Because I'd like to say something as well.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so this is actually interesting. So something that I find really interesting, the way you frame that, or like just how you said it, was I kind of had the same experience, right? So I basically like I've technically like I've had 3 accounts. This is like the biggest one I've ever had. Like I think the last account that I had that I nuked, I think was like 700 people or like 1,000 people. It was tiny. And then when I came back to Twitter in January, it's only been a year, and I got, and I'm at like what 5.5 or some dumb number. And I've noticed something that like as number go up, if you're not like actively sort of like looking at the people that are following you, or looking at what your engagements are, you can kind of like forget. So like one thing that I routinely do, and I think everyone should do if you're trying to grow an account, is comb through your followers, because a lot of those people are bot accounts. All those people are just people that are hate following you. And so it's a good thing to learn what a sus account looks like. So like, I just like, you can also kind of, I mean, obviously your account's way bigger, so I don't expect you to do all this, but there is something to be said about like, as you like, it is good to comb through social media. It is good to check the people that you're interacting with a lot. So if you're getting like sort of weird algorithm traffic, probably just block that person. Because if that person is in your replies every single post, no matter what, to just be contrarian or to shame you or to say bullshit, then just block that account. It actually can help. Like I've done that. I've had someone that was literally a reply girl in every tweet that I would post. If I said anything, they would say the most remotely opposite thing,
You're
or
not a bot
misinterpret
account
what I was
nuts.
saying, or quote tweet me out of context. I blocked that person, and now I never have to deal with that line of drama or those people that person brings. So I think that's like a basic OPSEC thing. And one thing I want to highlight that a lot of leftists in the online space do not pay attention to or realize is what Operation Security looks like. I think we're severely lacking in that. I don't want to go into like big details because that's obviously not something I feel comfortable personally talking about on stream for a myriad of different reasons. But the basic premise is, I think a lot of us are not actually aware, and so a lot of accounts that attack us most of the time are usually just bullshit accounts by just lots of people. This is a very common thing that's
Mel never
done through
does.
all
It's
kinds of
annoying.
different groups. Doesn't matter whether it's left or right. If someone does not like you,
No, not right
they
now.
will do
No,
these things.
no,
Like
no.
Demon Mom even
Sorry.
just said, like she had a reply guy that would comment on every single, negative or positive comment in her videos or whatever. That's ridiculous. At some point, you just have to identify these patterns and say, hey, we need to stop, ban people, start checking your stuff. It's just little things,
I'm gonna
it's
head off the
helpful.
panel
And
soon.
like, if you can get like a bunch of accounts that are
I'm gonna
bringing
head off the panel
bad
soon,
traffic
'cause
to
this
your
is,
to your space,
getting a little bit.
it does help.
It's a little bit,
So,
we gotta,
How do you know? How do you know if somebody's really like one of these hater accounts versus when they're just meme lord? Because sometimes the difference is
you can kind of tell
Oh,
by the
Emily's been
accounts.
meaning to get in. I'm sorry, I jumped in on your. Emily's
yeah, no,
next.
it's fine. So I had a couple of things that I wanted to address here. First of all, like, Merrick, I can't, like, that's such an unbelievable amount of growth. I can't even say that I know like how to deal with that much of an an insurgence of people probably who are getting like exposure to like a take that you made, and they're like coming in primed to be angry about it or dunk on the take or whatever. All I can say is that, like, for me, the single most like powerful and inspiring part of being involved in online politics and doing this streaming thing has been building a community and building bridges to other communities. And that unfortunately doesn't really happen on Twitter very frequently. It's pretty tough to pull that off. sometimes people can find you and then they'll enter your community. They can sort of see the signpost and come in. But like no joke, I've told this anecdote on panels before, but one of the most inspiring moments and like fulfilling moments that gave me a lot of strength to deal with some of this bullshit was I was just like going to my Discord server to check, you know, channels as I do from time to time. And I noticed there was like a whole lot of people in the general chat. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go pop in and see what's going on. And so I just popped in and literally my ears were suddenly assaulted with a cacophony of people laughing. And as it turns out, people were playing Jackbox in my general chat and having a fucking hell of a good time with it. And it was just like I went from like feeling shit about 2020 and looking at COVID numbers and thinking about the news to just like a burst of laughter of people who are in this space that I set up the server and just made the space for them to hang out in, and a bunch of people are laughing with each other, having a good ass time and feeling good. And that was like, oh shit. Yeah, I can take 100,000. Bring the haters on. I'll punch them all down. Like, you guys, as long as I can keep facilitating a space where this sort of shit can happen, I'll punch 100 stupid irrational haters who are just here because they don't like me or whatever. That was very inspiring. And then also, I would like to say, just as a genuine extension, like, you're welcome in our community. Like, we have one of the chillest, I personally believe that my server is one of the chillest around, and we'd love to have you come by if you need a place where it's not going to be constant scrutiny and you can just chill. So just know that that door's open if you ever need it. So yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate
that. Of course,
that.
absolutely.
I mean, Barrick, you're always welcome to DM me whenever you need to.
Thank
Like,
you.
the door's always open. Like, the thing that I always try to advocate for is, like, if someone doesn't know something, like, you know, reach out or whatever. Like, as much as I piss people off, and I know that me and Emily argue sometimes, as much as I, like, fucking make everyone angry with shit that I say sometimes, from the bottom of my heart, I genuinely, like, want just a better overall, like, leftist identity. Like, I want us to all, like, win something, whatever that may be. I'm like more concerned with like liberation and getting positive messages about education and teaching praxis than I am necessarily like debating stuff. Like here, like I don't call myself like a debate person. I basically just like talking about history and providing like the perspective of what it's like to be a Marxist-Leninist, like in like fucking imperial core hellscape. I just the biggest piece of advice I always try to give people is, if you have more to lose on the engagement that you're engaging in, like if you get nothing out of it, then it's time to walk away.
I need to go get a drink.
And it's okay if you have to make that decision. And like, yeah, you're gonna burn some bridges. Yeah, people might not like you, but it's better to just walk away and self-crit and reflect and think about it. Because I think a lot of times, even if you get a criticism that causes you to have like a knee-jerk reaction, so I often talk about this a lot. There's something about privilege that I want everyone to understand. So when you're like, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm a non-binary trans person of color. So basically, I exist in a world that is default violence. I don't have any sort of thing that gives me like any real edge in survival in this world. And so every situation that I enter, even if I feel like it's a safe one, because of the cultural norms and establishments of how people view sex and gender, people of color, women, I'm always uncomfortable. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the only times I am not uncomfortable is like when I'm in my own home or when I'm with like, you know, my IRL friends. But a lot of times I have a lot of fucking anxiety because I don't know if I'm going to walk down the street and someone's going to clock me. I don't know if I'm going to get shot in my neighborhood because I live in a low income place. I don't know what's going to happen to me every day. So I constantly have to like put myself in the mindset that everything is going to be okay. I have to make decisions like, is this worth my life? Because my life is already not worth a lot to a lot of people by default existence. And so I think what a lot of people struggle with that don't go through the things that I go through on a daily basis. Now the other trans people in the room, obviously, I'm not trying to reduce your experiences. You are also trans, so you also do understand this to a degree. But
when you're a person of color, the harassment and the things that you are subjected to are ridiculous. I don't know how many times I have like mentioned a bad take that Destiny has taken, or
partner got me
someone
Taco
in
Bell.
Twitch sphere, and I get
My
passive
partner got me
aggressives like,
Taco
well,
Bell.
this is an example of Asians being racist. There was someone in the comments that was like, how can you in another
This shit is so good.
stream that I did, they were like, how can Asians
No,
be
it's really good.
poor? Because I said I was working class. They're like, you guys make them like, I get all these like really passive aggressive jabs every day, and I just have to deal with it. I just have to basically say,
No,
this
got the,
person is arguing about
crispy cheese
a
ta-
really bad
chalupa. It's
stereotype
amazing.
and generalizing an entire community, but I can't say anything because the minute I do, I fall down the rabbit hole. I have to actually selectively pick every single fight every single day. I don't have the ability to walk away from things most of the time because I can't. And so something that I think is really salient is that
I forgot.
it's a lot easier for people of privilege to pick fights, and it's a lot easier for people to basically kind of decide like what is the best course of action, and that actually gives you a lot of chances to criticize yourself.
Oh, look at
So
that.
like if you know
Here,
something
Cyborg,
is
let me take a
bad,
look.
you can walk away and you can re-examine. You can go, hey, here's the things that I did wrong
Much
in
love to
this
all of you.
situation.
We're gonna have a lot of
These
fun
are the
after
things
this,
that I
don't
did well in this situation. And that sort of like little self-reflection or self-crit as we call it in Marxist
True,
circles is a
Cyborg.
really useful tool. It's not to beat yourself up. It's not to shame yourself or feel bad. It's to say, hey, how did I do in this situation? And I know that the experience that I live isn't comparative to yours, but I do think being critical of every single interaction and being hyper aware of stuff is the way to go forward to like understand the complexities of our world. And I think that's like
We will
if you
see.
like talk
Denims
to
is.
Black trans women or people of my intersectionality, we already know these things by default. So a lot of times, like when people have these like conversations about like what should I do, what should I not do, it's kind of hard for me to chime in because it's like I already know.
It is not
It's
hard for you to
instinctual
chime
because
in,
I've been trained by the society that we live in that I have to make these a lot faster and a lot more assertive than other people. And so, like I said, this isn't to, shame anyone or put anyone on a block. I just think that everyone in this room, doesn't matter who you are, how oppressed, how privileged, where you are in class, what your stratification is in the world, whether you're a Marxist, an anarchist, a libertarian, everyone has the capability and the ability to kind of just take
okay.
30
I like
seconds
Mel.
back, take
I
a
like
deep
Mel a
breath,
lot.
do
It's
some
just-
criticism, whether it's constructive,
just
whether
been
it's
a
positive
very
to yourself and the people around you. And that's how you build good communities. That's how you build good people, is by always thinking about your actions, your thoughts, your feelings. And sometimes it's all right to be wrong, Like I'm wrong all the time about shit. I'm dumb as fuck. I don't know why the fuck anyone listens to me, honestly. But you know what? For the people that do,
Yeah, it
thank you.
looks
For the
great.
people that
White
fucking hate
Nervosa
me,
did
all
an
right.
amazing
I mean,
job.
what am I gonna do? I boldly exist on this platform because if there weren't people of my
Now I have a
existence
burrito, too.
here, I think there would be a lot of ideas that wouldn't actually get talked about and a
We're-
lot of points that
we're
didn't
gonna
get
have to
brought
end
up.
this panel
And
soon.
so I really think
We've
that
been on here for too long.
like especially white people of privilege have to get used to the idea of being uncomfortable and being uncomfortable with being challenged, being uncomfortable listening and hearing shit that actually like goes against their current narratives of how they think existence really is. Because if you talk to a person of color or listen to them talk, to them, that's why it seems like a lot of BIPOC people and POCs are dismissive. We're not dismissive on purpose. It's just we live this every day. And so when you post certain Merrick, when you got attacked by certain tweets, some of the people that were voicing those concerns, and I did say this, were people of color. A lot of the like people that were dunking on you really in bad faith, a lot of them were just like dumb white Destiny stands or like just liberals that just like to or class reductionist liberals. And so when you and they're kind of really vicious, like they say really fucked up shit. But there were some people that just that were from the global south or people like me that were just like, hey, what you did was a little silly here. I'm not here to cancel you. I'm just here to help you. And a lot of times those voices get drowned out because a lot of these other people, their only motive, because they don't understand what it's like to be in the shoes of a lesser person, they just look at a bad take and go, that's actually racist. But the point is regardless of whether it's racist or sexist or bad, yelling at someone and shaming them doesn't actually do anything. it actually makes them bitter and not wanting to interact with people. So then you having your reaction to basically saying, I don't want to deal with Twitter or listen to anyone because I feel like I'm being attacked. That's natural. That makes perfect fucking sense.
Sure.
Girl, you
Wait.
got attacked by fucking shitheads. I saw it happen. I actually saw a lot of the constructive tweets and I was trying to get them to you, but I couldn't because everyone was just dumping the replies just got dumped down on some of those threads.
I believe you, Max.
So again,
What incident are you talking about? Because like we're getting to the point where there's like an incident every week with me now.
I
so-
understand that. I do not want to go down the drama.
Kind of lost.
I don't
right
want to
now.
do drama, so I don't want to like I don't want to pick a specific one. I'm being
Okay.
very general for a reason out of respect
Okay.
for you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So
I gotta
the
roll
idea
out of
is
here
Oh,
now, so I'm gonna
Yeah,
head off
yeah,
and go
thank you.
chat.
okay,
go
if
to my
you
chat.
need to roll, do your thing.
Yeah, I gotta roll out. So I just wanted to tell everyone, much love. Thanks for having me on. It was wonderful talking to you. I'm gonna be streaming. I've got some other content to do. But hey, Merrick, I've never had an opportunity to talk to you on my stream. If you want to come on later, just come on into chat, and I'd love to have a conversation with you. Irene, thanks for having me on. And again, anybody who liked what I had to say here, just give me a follow over on my website, demonmama.com. Thanks for having me on, and bye for now,
absolutely.
everyone.
Thanks for being here again. Good to
Bye,
see you. Everybody go follow Demon Mama. Everybody go check out Demon Mama's website, and everybody go check out Demon Mama's YouTube. All these are fire. So thank you for bringing the fire, Demon Mama. It's always nice to have you here.
Bye,
in
everyone.
The nest.
See ya.
I think Vera has been wanting
Yeah,
to
Vera's
say
been trying to get to the attention of.
There we go. Whew, boy. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. No ghost panel. All right, let me finish this, and then we got some shit to talk about. Yeah. It's 4 hours. It's been too long. Yeah, it's been too long. I can't stay on a panel for that long. Let me just finish this burrito, and then. Yeah. No, not call-in stream. Call-in stream. Yeah, that was 4 hours. I know. Yeah, it was kind of boring. I'm sorry. I hope we had some good stuff to talk about. Don't worry, we have some other stuff. It is a mukbang stream right now. Yeah, I know. We got other fun stuff to do, though. Don't worry. We talked about some interesting things. Yeah, chat was fun as fuck. I was talking to chat more than I was talking on the panel. Call-in stream. Would I put Yoda in a taco costume? I think she would kill me. But yeah. Yeah. Well, that's fair. That's fair, Silent. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Listen, you guys get to see me eat a burrito now. I am going to do a call-in stream when we hit 5K. 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 Me too, Gay Fesh. Not gonna lie, me too. We're about 2K followers away. We have 3K followers. I think we hit 3K today. You should, Jade Monkey. That'd be awesome. Yeah, we have a bunch of people who've promised cool shit, including myself. We should get a chat command for 5K. True. Did I talk too much? Yeah, probably. Gender. 404 gender not found. Maybe. What is it? Is it funny? Maybe at some point. I want to do this, and then I gotta see if Denims wants to come on, and then we gotta dunk on some motherfucking conservatives. Because I haven't done that in a while. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't gone and picked out a random conservative video to make fun of. We haven't done that in a while. I've been so busy debating and talking about big brain theory. We gotta do some junk food. Motherfucking junk food. Everybody needs junk food once in a while. Ow! It got me. The burrito got me. Exactly, Windleby. We gotta fire up the machines. I eat on stream if I wanna. No, we're so close. We're not quite at 3K yet. Well, got a lot of people watching, so maybe. All right. Yay, thank you, Gayfesh. Yeah. Hi, Denims. Denims, you want to come in? Are you on the server, Denims? I think this link works. What? Oh, okay. Jump into the waiting room and I'll pull you in. If not, there's the link. No more white names. No more white names. No more white names. No more. Yeah, we can get one of those eventually, Pinkwug. That's a good idea. There we go. Here we go. Whoops. Do. Hello, Denims. Hi. Do you want to be on camera?
Okay, wait. If you're from me, I just actually changed into a sweater. Give me 1 second.
You don't.
I'm
have
not gonna
to
change out of a sweater because I'm comfortable, but I need to turn my lights back on. So just give me a second.
Sure. Okay. Holy shit!
Must exterminate white names.
Thank you so much, Cyborg Jin. Congratulations. I have Baja Blast. Now that's how you know shit's getting real spicy. Yay! Thank you, Windleby. Yay! Time to Baja Blast off. True. Have I tried Sweet Lightning? I don't like Sweet Lightning, actually. I just don't. I do love Baja Blast, though. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, if you just hit your camera, it should let you, let me see.
It says I can't stream into this.
You should now.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Sick. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I love your sweater.
Thanks. I actually didn't realize how cold it became in my apartment. And I was like, holy shit, wait, I'm like literally cold to the touch.
Yeah, it's been, wait, you're on the West Coast too, right?
Yes, yes I am.
Yeah, it's been chilly over here the last few days. I'm up on the high end of the West Coast, but
the high end,
the upper part, the
upper
Sasquatch
echelon.
land, yeah, this where the Bigfoots roam and all that.
I see.
Let me just respond to this real quick. Okay, sick. Damn it, there we go. All right. So, how you doing? Did you have fun on the panel?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the panel because I know that it was. I actually went. I like literally had to get off. I had to take care of some stuff. I had someone I had to call at the time. I was supposed to call them beforehand, and then I was like, okay, I'm actually starving. I was like nomming on fucking chips the whole time, and I'm like, okay, I should get actual food. But I felt like there were too many people on the panel to actually have any discussions at a given point.
It was a little tough, yeah.
And then I vaguely was like really frustrated because like I'm gonna sound like a simp, but like I felt like there were so many points where I was like excited to hear you say something, and then like you didn't actually ever get to your point.
True, that did happen the entire time, almost the entire time we were there. But it's okay. I ate a burrito on stream, and people enjoyed that. That was entertaining.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it was. Without dunking too hard on any particular individual, it didn't get any better. The last, I don't know, time stopped making sense to me. Was more or less a monologue, and yeah, that sucked, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes a stream, sometimes you go on a panel and it's not very exciting, and you don't get to talk at all.
Because like the thing is, it's like I think the conversation piece on like, okay, whether or not like debate bros are worthwhile, or like if there's like value obtained here, or et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a really interesting conversation, and it's something that would be really fun to talk about, right? Because I think that there's some nuance there, but we don't ever get to talk about it. And then like a bunch of people like interject and don't say anything about the topic, and then we move past it, and it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of like, I don't know. I felt like that wasn't really a question, more of like a statement disguised as a question, but whatever. Like, it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of questions. I think, like, I don't know. I don't know. I get irritated with like, and I have for some time, like general anti-debate bro sentiment, or whatever, because usually it's just really low tier, and it comes from like a pretty easily identifiable like little clique of people who all kind of feel the same way about it. And okay, all right, you don't like debates, don't fucking watch them. Don't fucking watch them. You don't gotta watch them.
But then to like take that and then like be like, okay, therefore like we should change this space. It's like, yeah, but you're not. This is such an insane concept, because there are people who respond so strongly to this kind of content, and this is the kind of content that radicalizes them. They see somebody like dunking on their fucking absolute enemy, and they're like, oh, this guy is smart. Holy shit, wait a minute, maybe socialism isn't so bad after all, you know what I mean? And then they'll hop on board with this concept. But then like to say that like, no, well, we need to drastically change the way that this works altogether, I don't know how like A, viable, or B, worthwhile that is.
Yeah, I mean, there was no proposition for that anyway, so okay, like, what are you gonna do? Go like, I don't know, burn down a streamer's house or something that you don't like? I don't know. It's just it didn't make any sense to me. And yeah, so I tried to get a take in, but it didn't really happen. So and I didn't really feel like I didn't really. Maybe I'm just gotten a little soft by the end of this week. But I was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna eat my burrito and chill and like hear what people have to say and pop in from time to time and whatever. I got my hot takes now.
The most base thing about podcasting is like you're working without actually working, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, sometimes, yeah.
I mean, if you consider like streaming work, and then by proxy anything related to your stream and to your brand or whatever also work, it's a way to work while just not working. So like you're working by like actually appearing and doing everything, but then you're also like, I'm gonna just enjoy this burrito and lay back,
there's definitely nice pieces of it. Like I think honestly, like I've worked a lot of jobs in my life. I've worked literally everything from manual labor to like sales. I've done a lot of shit in my life. Honestly, streaming is pretty fucking hard. However, it also has some really nice little jewels embedded in it. And one of those is that, yeah, if my partners bring me food, I can just sit on stream and go, this is a good burrito. And one of the other benefits is, yes, it is you, Jade Monkey. That's the other benefit, is the wonderful community. No joke. Literally, that is the primary, like, probably the primary motivation, is the fact that all of y'all want to see my stuff, and I get to make you all laugh and whatever. And yeah, there's a bunch of nice jewels there. So
it's like, I think it's as close as you can get to some like what we idealize as being like rewarding work.
Yeah,
right. Where like I spend so much time working, like on stream stuff, either like right now I'm like revamping my sub animations, right? And this is taking me ages, right? Because I can't just hire someone, because I don't have the money to just, hire someone and be like, here you go, do this for me. So I have to do it manually. Also, I'm pretty pedantic, so I want it to be done exactly how I want it to be done. So I'm like, okay, I might as well just do it myself. But like I spend so much time working. Like I think literally it was Friday. I got a text from a friend Friday, and I was like, oh, I'll reply in like an hour. And then it was Monday, and I was like, oh God.
Oh shit. Fuck? Yeah, I've done that. Yeah. Like, holy shit. It gets so overwhelming. Like, I mean, there's like editing and fucking responding to comments on videos and checking in analytics and adding tags and fixing, like figuring out what I need to do for the website and planning future content and research and typing up the prep documents. It's like there's a lot of fucking shit that happens off screen. And then I'll do like, lately I've been doing these fucking like 8-hour streams all the time, and I'm just like, well, it just keeps happening, so I guess I'll keep doing it. Because it's like I like it, I have fun, and people come and hang out and watch, and so yeah, sure, why not? All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
Based.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm very excited about it. I will say, yes, it is incredibly rewarding. Like, and not necessarily like. Hopefully someday it'll be there also on the monetary level. I have a feeling that will like take a lot more time. There's definitely been some benefits. I mean, for example, this chair I was only able to buy because people helped me raise money for it and like donated generously. But like, you know, if it can become also financially, like it would be easily the most rewarding thing I've ever done. I tweeted last night about this. I was just like, had a vulnerable Andy moment, as we call them in the business, where I'm just like, I never have wanted to succeed at something in my entire life more than I have with streaming. And that says a lot because I self-published a fucking novel and I was in the film industry for a while. And yeah, so,
no, I mean, I completely understand. I was one of the kids that like under like no circumstance was I allowed in like my own head to get anything below like a 90, right? And like it didn't matter what method I got a 90, as long as I got the 90.
Yeah.
That's what mattered. It was the results. Okay, I was a consequentialist from a young age.
Yeah.
And like streaming is definitely one of those things where like it like I consistently feel that urge to like or like need that I like consistently need to improve every aspect of this thing. Like if there's even one thing that's like not up to par, I want to change it. I want to make it better. You know what I mean?
That's how
And
I
it's like-
am too. Yeah. It's like I'm not like a perfectionist about everything in my life, but when it comes to like the things that I build, the thing that I'm setting up, I have like a vision and I'm like, oh my God, here's all these things I could do this. And my mind is always going all the time. Like when I like, holy shit, when it's time for bed, like I have to make sure that I'm exhausted when it's time to lay down. Otherwise I'll sit in bed and go, oh my God, wouldn't it be cool if 3 years from now I was able to like hire an artist to put a really cool thing on a shirt and then I could like sell the shirt and like it would be really comfy and I would make sure that I did all this, like 100 different things, like just a million different things about stream that could come from. And my mind is always going at those things. I'm like, how can I make it better? How can I make it better?
100%. Dude,
Yeah.
I can't even explain to you how strong the sensation and the feeling is for me. Like,
Yeah.
which is really cool because when you do something and you work really hard and people like it, it's like what you're talking about with the community thing. It's so fucking enjoyable that like you do something and then people are like, wow, we like this, do more of this or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I like hosted a movie night in my community and I was just like, yeah, for anyone who wants to come, obviously, like if you guys are busy, whatever, that's cool. And like 20 people showed up and I was like, oh, well, that's crazy. Like we're just watching a fucking movie, but okay, cool. You know, it's just so wholesome.
Yeah, we did I've started doing mod events every month, like once a month, where like I just me and the mods, and we hang out and we did we watched this movie. Okay, so this one was something that I was like, okay, I know people are gonna love this one, which is I happen to know of this hyper cringy, just like Christian 6-part VHS set that was published in the late 80s, and then a second one was done in the 90s, called like They Sold Their Souls for Rock and Roll, and it's just like amazing. But you'd have to have seen it when you were younger to know about it, and so I know most people haven't seen it. And we watched that together and had like a chat going that was like, you know, Mystery Science Theater kind of thing, and it was so much fun. And yeah, like it was amazing. Like we had every single mod except for one of my partners who lives in the UK was like not able to arrive, but it was so fucking good. It was so much fucking fun. And we ended up watching it for like 2.5 hours. It was great. So yeah.
Dude, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
I think it's really quite wholesome. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to hop in just for a little bit just to talk a little bit because I know we haven't gotten to actually talk one-on-one. Also, maybe plan something for the future where we could talk about something.
Of course, gladly. Yeah.
That would be fun.
But I mean, we can talk about whatever right now. Like, I don't know if you wanted to like jump back onto one of the topics we were touching on earlier, or if you wanted to like pick my brain about something or whatever. Like, I'm cool with whatever. I also invited Merrick to come on. I don't know if Merrick was actually interested in coming on after the panel. I know that panels can be a little draining. But yeah.
I know that Merrick mostly she's a little bit of a boomer when it comes to Discord. So she mostly just replies to like Twitter messages.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll message her on Twitter. No.
It was really funny because I sent her a message on Discord. I was like, oh, maybe she doesn't want to respond to that. Okay. And then like I realized she had sent me a message on like Twitter like 10 minutes ago, and I was like, oh, okay, I forgot. Whenever someone is on Discord, I just assume that they're capable of doing everything else, and they look at messages immediately and everything.
Yeah, it's like Discord is like message me on Discord. If you message me on Twitter, there's like a 90% chance I'll just ignore it because
Yep.
No, I don't.
I have a strong, way more preference for Discord, but
Yeah,
I know
me too,
there's so many people who like Twitter more, so like I'll cave.
It's so
fine.
laggy. It doesn't
It
have
is.
emotes. It's so
Okay, there's no peepos. Second, you know what the worst thing about Twitter chat? First of all, you can't actually search through your messages. Okay, that sucks because sometimes you're looking for something within that you had sent them and been like, oh, hey, I want to show you this again, whatever, and you can't find it. Also, like, you only can see like 4 messages at a time. Discord, you get to see like I don't have like icons set up.
totally
so, like,
customizable.
I have mine as like just the name and then the message, right? Because
Oh,
I don't like
nice.
the extra bulk.
Yeah.
And I can see so many messages. It's so much more pog, dude.
It is. It's 100 times more. There is the pog ratio is significantly higher.
It's significantly
I'm
poggier.
getting off the charts poggers readings at the moment.
Wait, do you have coggers in your chat?
I do have coggers in my chat. Of course I have coggers.
Oh, you do.
Coggers
Okay,
is one of my
good.
favorites. It's just so good.
This is it's a classic. Okay, I'm kind of like.
Oh, look at that! Oh
Yes,
shit!
yes,
The combo.
yes.
Oh, 11. Good. All right, that was pretty good. No broken records, but still very good. Still very good.
I push for cogger supremacy.
We got our latest record was 39.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it was real good. It was 39 on I think it was on the fawn emote, which is my partner who did most of the emotes for my site. The unique emotes we have. Oh shit, it's growing. Oh fuck. Oh, somebody broke it with an ahegao. Oh shit. Gay fesh, you troll.
You fucker. We could have gotten to 17, goddammit. But yeah, I mean, I was about to head off. I literally just wanted to hop in for just a little bit of time, but
yeah.
I wanted to hopefully plan something for the future too.
Let's talk and plan something. We can chit chat about streaming culture. We can chit chat about our thoughts about current discourse, whatever you want.
That would be a good
yeah,
one.
It'd be really cool.
I think streaming culture is a really good topic that, like, I mean, I don't really like to talk about it too much on stream because it's super meta or whatever. So I usually just talk about politics. But whenever I'm talking to other streamers, I think it's one of the most enjoyable things to talk about.
Oh, I agree. And here's the fun thing. A small little thing I've noticed about the demographic of people that tend to watch my stream is that my stream is apparently a streamer lover's stream. So like, you know how you know what I mean? You know how there's there's products that are made for people who are really into that one thing. So, it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example, but it's like, yeah, people who love streams tend to like my stream. Lots of people who watch other streams are part of my audience, and they're like, oh, I really love streams and all this shit. So when I bring people on and we talk about streaming, everyone's all like jazzed in the chat.
They're hype.
Yeah,
Got
I'm like,
it.
that's
Okay,
cool as
fucking
fuck.
sick.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know what it is? I know what I compared it to originally. It's like, film lover films. You know what I mean? Like there's movies that are made for like people who love movies, and like they're like made for like red letter media. You know what I mean? And so like the people who watch red letter media love to see people dig the shit out of movies. And so that's kind of the audience that I have, and it makes me very happy because
I understand completely. Someone made this analogy about the recent Toy Story 4 movie. So like you know about film, there's like the thing that sorry, I don't know the technical terms, but there's like a camera angle where you have something in the foreground and then there's something in the background. And I think what you can do is set it up so that the lens actually it makes both visible, even though technically one of these should get blurry because it's trying to focus. There's a specific lens that could actually make both of these visible at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that, like, apparently there's a lot of shots that do this because it looks jarring to the eye.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like having it set up, it sets up a specific theme. Anyways, I don't know how much you know about Toy Story. They don't use actual cameras because it's all animated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But there's a shot in there that is doing this.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't make sense for it to do this, but they did it on purpose because it's for only the people who love film and the people who love animation would notice this.
Yeah, there's actually, it's really funny. I went to a it's not like a TED Talk, but it's like something along those lines, like a seminar that was like led by one of the original people who helped found and make the early Pixar films. And he talked about his creative process, like where they, you know, what they were aiming to do in building like the 3D modeling and 3D filmmaking tools that they use at Pixar. It was absolutely amazing. And they did that, like a lot of the early process was literally trying to replicate realistic light. So it was like, oh, we're not just going to build like an animation. We're going to build a tool that lets you put a facsimile of a real world light into this 3D space. And so you could
really
see what it's
cool.
like if we were able to like light a dragon. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we'll create a realistic like 3D model of a dragon, and then we'll put this like industrial soft light that we've replicated perfectly within our or as close as we can within the 3D model, and then see what it looks like. And it lets you do these wild things that you can never see anywhere else. And that's, you know, part of the incredible you know, the incredible legacy of like not just Pixar, but Pixar and other of these like really ambitious 3D animators and stuff. It's really impressive.
I mean, once something is picked up by one animation studio, once like a technique has been developed by this animation studio, other ones are going to be like, wait, what the fuck? We're doing that now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we need to figure out how this is done. And most of these are usually like other programs or whatever. They're not necessarily in-house. So they would just purchase the program or licenses to use it. But yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, we could totally talk more about stuff. I just wanted to very briefly like discuss
you gotta
this and
go at
like
some
vent
point.
a little, you know?
It was, I can understand. It was a little bit of a frustrating, couple of frustrating minutes. I was a little bit, I was a little bothered. But you know, whatever. At the end of the day, it's just another day on stream. That's what happens.
True.
Every single day. There's always something. So it's gonna happen. You know? Yeah. Well, Denims, thank you so much. I think I got your Twitch thing all correct. It's just Denims on Twitch, right?
Yep.
So twitch.tv/Denims. Y'all should give Denims a follow. And thanks for coming on. Love talking with you. So
Yeah, same. All right. See you later.
see ya. Bye-bye. Yay! Yay! That was wonderful. Aw. Let's see. What's the questions here? What was all that about with Mel? I got lost like 5 times, but it seemed rude. I have no fucking clue. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like I lost the thread. I don't know what she was talking about. Like she was just kind of rambling and whatever. Okay, it happens. Like yeah, I agree. Yes, Briarthorn, you're correct. It was, yes. I think that was part of the problem. And, all right, if somebody chooses to be like that on stream, all right, fine, fair enough. Me too. I was lost too. It's whatever. Like, I don't know. I was fucking confused as shit. Well, that sounds a little bit unhealthy. I'm glad you don't do it anymore, but it is also kind of metal. It's kind of metal. It's kind of metal. I do agree. Personally, I don't like to smoke and stream unless I'm specifically doing something that would be fun. Like, for example, I got drunk and I smoked on election night, and that was fun as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that was fun as fuck, but that's like the context is fine. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that analysis, Chichachachi. But yeah. Yeah, election night was fun. Yeah, you were a guest. We had a good night. We had a good night on election night. Yeah, that was fun as fuck. Let me actually real quick. I'm gonna reach out to Merrick. I'm gonna see if Merrick wants to come on. Let me see. Let's just see. Let me see. Oh, shit. I'm not mutuals with Merrick. Let me see. Let me try adding her. Let's take a look here. All right, let's see here. I'm going to tweet Merrick and see if Merrick wants to come on and talk. That would be fun as fuck, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, chat? Wouldn't it, chat? Yeah, I understand. It wouldn't be. It would be. It would be. Let's take a look here. Hello, everyone. Viewers. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Oh my God, what the hell happened? Please tell me this is not accurate. Did I just lose all my viewers? No! Hello, YouTube chat. How are you doing? YouTube chat, how are you doing? What happened? Okay, good. It fixed. Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. You doing okay, YouTube chat? Hi, everyone. Looks like, I don't know what happens with YouTube. YouTube seems to sometimes put a delay on and there's like nothing I can do. Okay, good. Everyone's still here. Yeah, it was like weird. The numbers showed that it was gone. We've had really good numbers today. That is very encouraging to me. For those of you who've just arrived, yeah, okay. YouTube's fucking algorithm is busted. Okay. That's all good. Welcome, and consider coming to the website. We would love to have you. You can have your chats up on screen. Don't come running back to us. What the fuck do you mean? Aw, Crosslight, I love you too. Hello, Eros. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Aria. Hi, Surfer Dude. Hi, Mr. Democracy. Adam Wright, Cypress Trees. Andrew Grant, Anon, Mr. Man, Red Dog, Stale Cupcake. Coco. Comrade Catpernicus, Lady Leskers, and Table Knife, our very own chat timestamp incubus. You almost died in the WoW ocean again? No. This is how streamers be? Let's take a look. Let's find out if this is really how streamers be. What? What you sent me was a... What you sent... You sent me something that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It didn't work. Do all politics streamers get a pink shirt when they join the union? I want one too. This one is a cool one. Look, it says over 1 million pounds of rat meat is being sold in America. That's what it says. That's what the shirt says. I am scarred for life. I don't even... What is this? What have you sent me? What am I being sent? I can't watch this. I can't watch this on stream. Is it from the jungle? I think so. I think that quote is from the jungle. I hope Merrick would want to come on. That would be really fun. I've really wanted to get time to talk to Merrick. She seems cool as fuck. Have you seen or do you know of extreme racism in Israel? Yes. I knew it was bad, but I saw a video today of like the average Israeli citizen will casually talk about how Palestinians can die. Yeah, it's not good. Hey! Thank you so much. Quest is a beast. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate that. Deeply appreciate that. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I post cringe? To live is to cringe. To live is to cringe. This is me every day. You're poggers. You are PogChamp. You are not cringe. This is me. This is me in the mirror. I promise. You're not cringe. You're poggies. You're so poggies. 30 emote combo and there's a reward. Okay. All right, everyone. Listen up. We're doing a 30 emote ahegao. Okay? It's the ahegao with a capital A, chat. Are you prepared? Load your ahegaos. What that means is clear. You have to type something else so the bot doesn't get you. Everybody load it. Ahegao. Okay. Make sure you've cleared your thing. It's not Asiago. It's ahegao. All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! We broke the record! Yeah! Yeah! We broke the record! Woo, boy! We broke the motherfucking record! Yeah! 43! Holy shit! Based! Do you see? This is why the site chat is so much fun. You made this possible, Sudafon, by making that emote. Yeah! Pog chat engagement. I know, it's so much fun. Good work, everyone. All of you, fantastic work. So good. So well done.
Disappointed I had to get mama for you guys to get to 30, but a deal is a deal, chat.
Pog Cyborg, thank you. I'm fucking ahegowing right now. Holy shit, thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. Very generous. We'll get better and better at the combos. We're gonna get better and better. No, it isn't MP3 okay. That's a very silly and no, MP3 okay, that's not accurate. No. It's an expression. It's an expression. That's true. Thank you so much for sharing with me. I deeply appreciate it. Do you want to actually talk about Israel sometime? Yeah. I mean, we could, yeah, sure, DanStarlight. We can talk about that. Yeah. I'd be down to talk about that. What? Why does it look, it doesn't look gross. I mean, maybe some people draw it badly. Other people don't. Don't have an Irish laddie moment? What do you mean? Like 416? Oh, I won't 416. Don't worry. I'm not doing it. It's not. It's not that. That's when Vosh did a bad thing. I won't. Don't worry. Don't worry. Ouch. I bumped it. I think it was 416. I'm pretty sure it was. Do I know the Oblivion dialogue meme? Yes. You mean when you go like this? Hello. Nasty mud crabs about. Yes. Have a good day. Bye. Whoa. Bye, Azura. That? You mean that one? Oh, by Azura, by Azura, by Azura. If it isn't the grand champion of the arena. You mean like that? Hey, I know you. Thank you. Oblivion was my shit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stop! You violated the law. Pay the fine or serve your sentence. Then there's also, why, thank you, kind sir. That one. By Azura, by Azura, by Azura. Did I play Morrowind? Fuck yeah, I played Morrowind. It was great. I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. I can't do those voices as well. I can't do those ones as well. Because the Skyrim ones are... Ooh.
What's your most formative band/music artist in your life?
Most formative or favorite? Most formative. Okay. Thank you very much, Somniocetic. Most formative. Wow, deep question. Fuck. That's a really tough one. Not B-Shock, no. The Cranberries are definitely up there. Nobuo Uematsu, definitely up there. Ben Folds, definitely up there. Let's see. Yeah, Cranberries. The Cranberries, Ben Folds himself. I've literally like been to multiple Ben Folds shows. It was fantastic. I was at a show where he broke his fucking piano. Let me think. Who else? What does he fold? He folds tunes. He's amazing. Ben Folds is a huge inspiration. Oh, thank you so much, Revere Life. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Hold on, let me think. True. Nobu Uematsu is definitely up there for sure. I've listened to so much, like holy fuck. And then more recently, Bring Me the Horizon and Architects is more recently. Like recently, I've been very much into there. This is a tough question. My favorite Avatar character? Iroh. Iroh, obviously. Iroh's the best. Literally, I would die for Iroh. Holy fuck. Iroh is the best character. Like, holy fuck. Makes me cry just thinking about it. Oblivion meme? All right, let's watch the Oblivion meme. Let's watch. This sounds really funny. This sounds great. Let's see here.
Greg Bluestein, one last question. Senator.
Ooh, that's a little loud. Let me turn it down just a tiny bit. There we go.
Should members of Congress be barred from trading stocks?
Look, what's at stake here in this election is the American dream. That's what's under attack. When they attack me for a lie, a left-wing media lie, conspired with the Democrats by, this is an attack on every single Georgian who gets up every day to work hard to provide a better life for their family, who wants to live the American dream. It's a distraction from the real issues, not the conspiracies in this election. What's at stake is the future of our country, our freedoms to live the American dream, to not be taxed into bankruptcy, to not have to go on to government healthcare, government-run healthcare. They want to take away the healthcare that
Piftle cakes. Yes, I do. I've done two interviews this week, and it was fantastic. I do interviews, and I'm trying to get better. All right, let's check yours out, MP3. Okay, what do you got? What do you got for me? Let's check it out. What you got for me? Can I?
What's your name? What's your pronouns? Are you cis like me?
Nice. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty damn good. It's the karaoke version? Okay, cool. How are the middle-class families going to put food on the table if I can't use inside information to profit from a pandemic? True! Fuck Kelly Loeffler. Holy shit, fuck Kelly Loeffler. I'll react to this one, and then we're going to see if Merrick wants to talk, and then... Tom Green, why are you sending my bum is on the cat to me? Okay, no, I'm going to show you the best Morrowind meme. Ready? Hold on. This is the best one. Ready? This is the best one. Sorry. Best Oblivion meme ever made.
All citizens of the Imperial City are asked
Sorry,
to
I
sit
meant
back and
Oblivion.
relax to the sounds of Cyrodiil. Please show your respect for the Imperial Palace by keeping your voice down.
Yes, so great and mighty Grand Champion. What can I do for you? Carry your weapons. Shine your boots. Back her up, perhaps.
Spare a coin for the infirm.
Psst. Over here. We can't talk here. Bernadette Penniless, 6 a.m. Don't be late.
Thank you, kind sir. Blessings of Julianos upon you.
From where do you hail?
Your lips to his ears.
Here. Right here. What about say? Over there. No, here. Whatever you say. You're the Grand Champion. Dead, you say. Take this. This is your last task.
Have you heard of the High Elves?
Burgle.
Over there.
It's called The Sounds of Cyrodiil. Here's the link. Enjoy. It's actually good ASMR, unironically. Unironically good ASMR. Gives me ASMR. You can't see it, but I got ASMR even from this video. I am very sensitive to ASMR. Riveting. All right, what's this riveting thing? Let's see. What's this? What's this? No, not this one. Not the Squidward communist speech. I've seen that one before. I was once recommended a Trump ASMR roleplay. Listen, wait, for those of you who don't know what ASMR is, let me tell you about ASMR. So, okay, ASMR is this weird phenomenon that you get like a sympathetic response to certain sounds, usually like quiet whispering, certain types of like soft methodical tapping, stuff like that. There's a bunch of different sounds, tons of really niche ones, but anyway, what it basically, it can be pseudosexual for some people, but but it's not intrinsically sexual at all. It is literally, I can tell you as somebody who experiences it, it's something that's separate from sexuality, though it can like overlap. It gives you sort of like goosebumps and like, okay, here's the way that I have gotten most people to imagine ASMR. If you close your eyes real quick, all right? So close your eyes. And I want you to imagine like your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your NB partner coming up and just giving you a very soft head scratch. Or your mom. Yeah, your mom, if you love your mom. And giving you a little head scratch like this. You know? Just gently scratching. And if you get a good feeling from that, if you get like kind of a good feeling from imagining that, you might be experiencing ASMR. You get like a little like nice shiver sometimes, and usually like it's a very, very simple, very, very light, relaxing tingle. And some people get it really strong, like myself. ASMR, I know, but gynotype, like, yes, that's it's one of the sensations that intimacy causes, and some people are able to get intimacy. Is it a joy friend? Oh, that's incredible. That's so cute. I'll try to use that in the future. It's, oh yeah. This is the video I wanted to watch. Let's watch this video. I do want to react to this. We're going to watch this one, 404. This is fun. What was I going to say? Yeah, ASMR is like, ASMR is like, it's one of the sensations. Some people are able to get it not from like physical touch. Like they're able to get it from sounds. I am one of those people. I get very strong ASMR response from certain sounds. So I really like that shit. That's what ASMR is. Very relaxing, incredible. But not everybody gets it. It's only some people get it. And I think it is possible for people to sort of like grow it, but yeah, to like grow a sensation, like to grow to become sensitive to it. But it's not like, it's just like, it's kind of a psychological phenomenon. Like your body responds to your imagination. Yeah, same Briarthorn. I can do that too. That's fine. Some ASMR is really, a lot. Yeah, well, tingles from music is usually because it's awe-inspiring. Like, you're, like, blown away by how awesome it is. And that's a different sensation. It's a distinct psychological sensation that's called frisson. Or frisson, or frisson. I think it's called frisson. Frisson, or frisson. Yeah, frisson. And it's, that's a distinct sensation. It's similar, but not quite the same. Yeah, see? There you go. Exactly, gutter whore. Like, the thing is, I could do here. Watch. I can do it right now. Ready? Here, ready? All right. Just a warning. In case anybody doesn't like ASMR, here, I'm just going to do a little tester. Ready? Here we go. Okay? Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well this afternoon. I just want you to know that this is a safe and comfortable place. You can relax as much as you'd like, and you don't have to worry at all. You can just chill and know that you're hanging out with Demon Mama. See? Did anybody get like a little bit of like that sensation around your ears and your back and stuff? That's ASMR. Yeah, see? Some people do, other people don't. Yeah, not everyone does. But also keep in mind, Jade Monkey, not everyone gets it just from voices. For example, for me, and mine has sort of changed over the years. So when I was like younger, like almost 10 years ago, I liked tapping stuff like this, like. And that would get me feeling really good. Some people like scratchy stuff, like say something like this. Some people really like that. And there's all kinds of different sounds that get people. For me, I have quite a lot of ASMR triggers, but voices are, yeah, the slime videos, yeah. There's some people really like this. Like, some people like this. Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, some people don't like it. Yeah, so. What is this? Let's take a look at this one, and then we'll watch this video together. Yeah, there's unintentional ASMR is an entire subcategory. Yeah, some people can't stand some people can't stand eating. I like eating stuff, but not all of it. It has to be very specific. Yep, there's a whole bunch of it. Anyway, ASMR is really cool, and there's an entire community. Okay, yeah, Dan, maybe. We'll take a look. We will take a look. Let's take a look here. Oh my God. True! True, Nick Fuentes! True! Yes, don't vote. Republicans, don't vote. This is the only Nick Fuentes thing you're allowed to retweet. Hold on, I need to highlight this. What the fuck? Aw, he has you banned. Trump or bust? Let's see. Let's take a look at this. What's this? And then we'll watch this video. Uh-oh. All right, let's try it.
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Aww, that's so cute. That was cute. That was really cute. Click the soldier one. I didn't see that. No, no. All right, we have to watch it. We have to react. Listen, I've been appeared. Listen, hold on. Before we get any more links, I've been put in an out of context compilation. So we're going to watch it and laugh at it. Ready? Let's have fun.
Hail Hitler! Hail Hitler! Hail Hitler! Hail Hitler! Hail Hitler! Hail felt guilty the first time you shot a load.
Poo Poo Piker, also known as Hassan Brownout Piker, who shits himself on stream.
Good one. One of the best moments. The Poo Poo Piker meme. I remember that. Wait, am I in chat? Coco's in chat. Who else is in chat? Towel Cat. Towel Cat's in chat.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Excuse me.
Holy
Sorry.
fucking
I'm out of
shit,
control. I
dude.
apologize for that.
Literally lying. Still lying to his audience.
Jews
It's
will
okay.
not replace us. Blood and
There's Coladict and Posadas John. Conyer.
soil. Blood and soil.
These people used to be my slaves! When you look up, you see a face like mine! These kikes! I can't keep getting away with it! They don't do that to me! I do that to them!
I may be a pedophile, but at least I'm not rude.
Meat Wad. What's Meat Wad? No, it's Meatball. Meatball. It's me, a famous character named Meatball. Meatwad? What the fuck are you talking about? It's not Meatwad. It's Meatball. He's a meatball. He's a meatball. He's a meatball. Why would they call it? His name is not Meatwad. That makes no sense. It's Meatball. It's Meatball. That's Meatball.
In this video, I'm going to take the unusual take of defending the grungy and degenerate Jewish communist and sex pervert.
Wow, that accelerated fast.
Veritas,
The
if
thing
you
is,
wanna
though, right?
help them out, head on over to Project Veritas.
You could go into the middle of a restaurant and take a massive shit.
That was so good. That was so good. All right, goal. New life goal. Here you go. Here's the linky. Here's the linky. There's the linky. It's Meatball. It's Meatball. Look, we even have an emote named after him. That's how you know it's true. We have the Meatball emote. Oh no, the bot got you. Meatball. It's Meatball. Look, wait, I can show you. Oh, it's so true. Oh. All right, sorry. Had to hacky. But I can't listen to songs, Socialist Roman. I can't listen to them. I simply can't. I simply cannot. All right, but we have to, okay. All right, I'll watch one more. All right. What's this? What's this? What have you sent me? What have you sent me? What have you sent me? What is this?
10.
Listen, Merrick is not available right now, but it may come on later tonight. So we might have Merrick on a bit later. But first, we're going to do some fucking conservative cringe because it's been a while.
that, soldier. You are being rewarded the rank of my little PogChamp. Now, come here, son.
Aw, that's a wholesome one. Aw, that's a wholesome one. I like it. I know. Isn't it stupid? It would be fucking really cool. It would be really fucking cool if we could listen to music together on stream. Wouldn't that be cool? It would be awesome, but we can't. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe we'll do like a D Live one or something someday. That might be kind of fun. That might be kind of cool, huh? All right. We gotta react. We gotta react. Do I like Meshuggah? Isn't that a metal band of some sort? I don't know them very well. All right, we've got shit to react to. Wait a second. Wait, did Adam from your movie Sucks debate Destiny? Did Adam debate it? Oh, they argued. Uh-oh. Still streaming. It's true. Looks like they debated. Get out of here, you fucking bullshit fly. Anyway, ignore the fly. Stupid thing. I know, it's because of the hole in the roof. Anyway. All right, we got to react to some shit because you know what we've been doing in all of the noise that's been going on? In all of the noise, do you know who's been putting out a lot of videos? PragerU. PragerU has been putting out a lot of videos, and we haven't taken the piss out of PragerU in a while. So we gotta react to PragerU, because guess what? I'm fucking tired of their shit. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. There's so many. All right, this one looks clickbaity as shit. Let's do it. This one is You Can't Be Free Without This by PragerU. Never seen it. Fresh reaction. Let's do it.
What is religious freedom? Why is it important? And why is it now under threat?
Oh boy, here we go.
Hold on a second. I can hear you saying religious freedom is threatened? Who doesn't have religious freedom in the United States? You can be a Protestant, a Catholic, a Jew, a Muslim, or a Wiccan. You can believe in anything or nothing.
Hey, Posadas John representation.
Or a Wiccan. You can believe in anything or nothing.
Wow, hold on, let me get it.
Nothing. This was true.
Wait, where'd it go? I thought, did I miss it?
You can believe in anything.
There we go. Hold on. We need to get a snapshot of this. There we go. I'll send this to Posadas John later. Good job, Posadas John. You made it.
Or nothing. This was...
Wait, is his name Rusty Shackelford? Oh my God. It's Kelly Shackelford. Close enough.
States. You can believe in anything or nothing.
Oh, that would have been so great.
This was true, but not anymore. Seems like almost every week a new dispute arises between people of faith and government agencies alleging that believers are violating the rights of non-believers or simply violating government edicts. Given that the search for religious freedom was central to the founding of America,
hell yeah,
this is
404.
quite a reversal. As Thomas Paine put it in his influential 1776 pamphlet, Common Sense, this new world...
No, you fucking pieces of shit! You don't get to steal common sense! Oh, fuck you. Fuck you!
...world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty from every part of Europe. It wasn't an accident that the first freedom listed in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, is about religious liberty. Here's what it says. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. This meant the new United States would have no government-sponsored religion as Europe had at the time, and no restrictions on how you practiced your religion.
No, that's not what it means. We've had Pisco talk about this before. It doesn't mean there's no restrictions whatsoever. You can't murder people. You can't murder people. No, Revere Life, it's referring to a paper by Thomas Paine that's actually pretty good.
British historian Paul Johnson draws a stark and telling contrast between the two great revolutions of the 18th century. The essential difference between the American Revolution and the French Revolution is that the American Revolution, in its origins, was a religious event, whereas the French Revolution was an anti-religious.
Oh my God, this is so stupid. This is so motherfucking stupid. Literal Christian revisionism. What the fuck? Unmuted. You're free. This is so stupid. The American Revolution was not a fucking religious event. No, you're good. Don't worry, Tech Debt. It's just TankyBot.
Religious event. That fact was to shape the American Revolution and determine the nature of the independent state.
True, Towel Cat. He did do that.
Defended spousal.
Yes, that's true. That's true, Towel Cat. He did. It was terrible. We read it on stream multiple times, actually. And in a book. Yep. And it's still up on his website. It's terrible.
It brought into being. Now, 2 centuries after the Bill of Rights, freedom of religion, one of the main goals of the American Revolution, has more.
This was not true. What do you mean? What do you mean it was one of the goals of the American Revolution? The American Revolution was about taxes. No taxation without representation. What? It was not about fucking religion. It was about economics. There's no way they're liars. This is just propaganda. They don't even believe this. There's no fucking way you could come to this conclusion.
Morphed into freedom from religion, one of the main goals of the French Revolution.
The French Revolution was also about fucking economics. What are you fucking talking about? This is so stupid. Okay, do you know what this is? This is associations. They're going French Revolution, and when dumb American listeners of PragerU think of the French Revolution, they go, guillotines? And then they go, yeah, that was about anti-religion. Oh my fucking God.
That's not what any American should wish for. Here's why. Because when they come for your religious freedom, they're coming for all of your freedom. It's the totalitarian tell.
The totalitarian tell? So, if they take away your right to beat your children in the name of God, you also don't have the right to watch TV anymore.
The giveaway. This is what the founders understood and why they were so insistent that religious liberty be in the Constitution. To them, freedom of liberty was tantamount to freedom of thought.
Freedom of liberty?
To them, freedom of liberty.
What? This is freedom of freedom? Who fucking said, what? This doesn't even make sense. Like, this is literally nonsensical. Is this the part where it's supposed to stun your brain into turning off?
Was tantamount to freedom of thought.
I think he meant the freedom of religion, and then they just ran with it.
If you aren't free to think as you wish, you can't claim to be free. They were right.
Oh my God. This is literally... this is the fucking shit that happened with the distributist. It's literally, they're like, if somebody disagrees with me, I'm not being able to think freely. It's like, yes, you can think and say whatever you want, and guess what? People can also think and respond to you however they want. If you go and fucking walk into a public space and you go, I hate brown people or whatever, then people have a right to say, fuck you, you're annoying, and go away. But what these fucking right-wingers want is they want to take away your ability to say anything about it. Because if you disagree with them, that's hate speech to them. Disagreeing with them on their beliefs is the same thing as them hating you because of who you were born as. It's so motherfucking stupid. This is what it boils down to 90% of the time. Is this not the exact conversation that I had with the distributist? This is the same shit. It's the same fucking shit.
Right. There is no example in history of a regime suppressing religious freedom and not suppressing other freedoms.
What?
One of the first things the communists did in Russia after the...
There we go. There's the old Red Scare. That woke up the boomers. The boomers heard Russia and they went, oh, what?
Russian Revolution in 1917 was to close nearly every church and take control of all religious life in the Soviet Union, Christian, Jewish, and Muslim. To this day, all religious life in China is strictly controlled by the Chinese Communist...
Nice. Nice meme. Nice meme there, huh? That looks a little bit like familiar imagery.
Government. Why do repressive governments fear religious freedom? Because it challenges the authority of the state more than any other freedom. People who adhere to a religion...
Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, yeah, totally. The Holy Roman Empire? Damn. Religion really challenged the power of that. Oh, shit. Christianity? Oh, my God. Oh, shit. They fucking... Oh, my God. They've resisted Donald Trump so much, those motherfucking Christians. Fuck off.
But there's something higher than the state, and no repressive government can tolerate such a belief. That makes religion the first target of those who want ever more power and ever more control.
Oh, yeah, totally. Remember when the Nazis made their first target? Oh, who was it? Oh, wait, it was LGBT people and then Jewish people based on racism and an ethnicity and not religion. Oops.
Over its citizens.
They loved... Oh,
That's
yeah,
why
yeah. No,
even
they
if
hated...
you're not,
No, they hated the Pope, actually. Somniostatic. Oh.
Not religious. If you care about freedom, you should care deeply about religious liberty. My job is to protect religious liberty, and let me tell you, the trends are troubling. 8 years ago, my caseload was 47. Last year, it was over 300.
Okay.
Here are some recent examples.
All this means is that a bunch of fragile snowflakes want to sue more.
Bremerton, Washington high school football coach Joe Kennedy was first suspended and then fired for going to a knee after a football game to say a brief, silent prayer.
I have a feeling there's a little more to this story. Let's find out. Joe Kennedy football. Let's find out. This is their only... This goes to their page. Let's find out what the Seattle Times has to say about it. Let's find out. Oh, fuck you. I hate it when it does that. The Seattle Times always does that. Uh-oh. The Supreme Court won't hear the case of high school football coach fired for an on-field prayer. The case caught Donald Trump's attention during the presidential campaign. Let's get the real story. U.S. Supreme Court decided to be stopped after he refused to stop praying on the field immediately after games. Joseph Kennedy's firing became nationwide. Kennedy became a coach in 2008 and later began offering a brief prayer on the field after games ended, and the players and coaches had met midfield to shake hands. He would drop to one knee and, in the words of his Supreme Court appeal, offer a silent or quiet prayer of thanksgiving for player safety, sportsmanship, and spirited competition. His religious beliefs require him to give thanks through prayer at the end of each game. No one complained about the prayers, but when the school district's officials became aware, they reminded him of a policy that prohibits school staff from indirectly encouraging students to engage in religious activity or discouraging them from doing so because it would be perceived as endorsing or opposing religious activities. Kennedy briefly stopped his prayers, but then resumed them. And after a game in October 2015, he knelt on the 50-yard line and was soon surrounded by other coaches and players, as well as spectators who came onto the field from the stands. A week later, after praying on the field again, he was placed on leave. Wow. So what it started as was people just but literally said, hey, listen, we have a rule against that here. And then he started getting tons of other people involved, and entire swaths of religious people would suddenly crowd onto the field after every game, which could be very uncomfortable with people. This is stupid. This is stupid.
A 3-judge panel for the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals concluded that because Coach Kennedy could be seen engaging in religious expression by students and fans, the school had the right to fire him. The city of Houston.
Yeah, it sucks when you live in a employer-based economy where they can fire you for whatever.
Is attempting to ban a small Orthodox Jewish community from worshiping in the home of its rabbi. Given that the neighborhood includes a rehab house, a Ghanaian church, and an East Indian cultural center.
What does any of that have to do with any of this? What does any of this have to do with any of it?
The city's action is hard to fathom. A peace cross in Bladensburg, Maryland has stood for almost 100 years in honor of 49 young men who died fighting in World War I. Yet in 2017, a court ordered the cross to be torn down. One judge offered a novel compromise. She suggested we chop the arms off the cross to make it less offensive. Fortunately, we won that case 7-2.
Okay, so what are you complaining about? One person complained and you won. What are you complaining about? You're complaining even when you win.
2 at the United States Supreme Court, and that cross is still standing. America is also still standing, but it won't be for much longer. Not as the
nice meme.
Free country the founders envisioned. If we don't take these threats...
Guess it sucked then. Guess your country sucks then.
...to religious freedom seriously. The great historian of post-revolutionary America, Alexis de Tocqueville, understood this very well. When men attack religious beliefs, they are following their emotions, not their interest. Tyranny...
Yes, famous words of the founding fathers. Not reals over feels, reals over feels.
...may be able to do without faith, but freedom cannot.
Now notice the little slip of the hand here. Look at this.
He may be able to do without faith, but freedom cannot.
Not only, now they've done a little sleight of hand. You notice? Previously they were arguing, oh, it's really bad. Nobody should be forced to believe anything or whatever. And now they're saying, not only is tyranny explicitly associated with a lack of faith, but you must be faithful in order to have freedom. This is the little sleight of hand that they do in their messaging to try and ultimately push the idea that you gotta be faithful. Do you see what I'm talking about? They never actually have a tolerant position.
I'm Kelly Shackelford, president of First Liberty for Prager University.
Nice.
Thank you for watching this video.
Yeah, fuck you. Nice meme. All right, let's find out. Let's find out what else they've got. That was shitty as fuck. These things make me so mad. PragerU makes me so mad. They're so fucking stupid and ahistorical. It's actually outrageous. It's actually outrageous. Here we go. This ought to be fun.
Do you think men should wear dresses? Yeah, I mean, I do. On occasion, I wear skirts sometimes. Does that make you feel masculine, or does that make you feel feminine? I mean, I'm a transgender girl, so it's going to be different for me. It does help me express that feminine side. What's up, guys? This is Will Witt with PragerU. Today, we're in Los Angeles talking to people about masculine men. After Harry Styles was on the Vogue cover, asking them if men can wear dresses and which one of these men they think are more masculine. Let's do it.
Yeah, who cares? Who fucking cares which one is more masculine? Do you notice that it's only the conservatives who give a shit about that? They're the only ones who care. They're begging the question by assuming that anyone cares who's more masculine. Look at this guy. You think this motherfucker's masculine? Fucking little programmer nerd looking motherfucker. Fuck you.
Which man do you think is more masculine?
I think they're equal.
Traditionally.
This guy, look at how soft his hands are. So soft. Do you think this man has thrown logs or worked to forge in his life? His grandfather would call him a pussy.
View of masculinity, you would go with the suit. This is another form of masculinity. I mean, a man can still express that feminine nature within him and still be masculine while having like a streak of femininity, which the dress can express.
Socially more acceptable than that one. Like, if I didn't know better, I'd say him. But
Yeah, but notice that wording. It's socially more acceptable for the guy to be in the suit. True, it is more socially acceptable, but that doesn't mean it should be.
I do know better.
If one of these two men do you think is more
Thankfully, I do know better. Oh, shit, they got roasted.
masculine? It's a serious question.
Oh, definitely this guy.
Definitely. What about you?
Is this a guy?
I mean, he's wearing a dress.
It might. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Guy in a dress.
Yeah, well, no.
You said who's more masculine?
More masculine.
This guy.
Yeah. Oh, you said that with no hesitation.
I mean, he might have
Styles in a dress.
confidence. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, shit, owned again. He might have more confidence. True, Harry Styles does have a lot of confidence. Oh, PragerU owning themselves in public.
But he's more masculine.
Think you can be masculine wearing a dress?
No.
No.
We're wearing a kilt, but that dress is a little too.
It's pretty frilly.
Think men should wear dresses?
If they want to, that's your prerogative.
Based! Yes! I love these girls. Holy shit. Based.
My man.
Not your man would wear a dress. Think it's masculine to wear a dress?
Not for a male. I don't support it at all.
Unbased.
I mean, you know, to each his own, but I wouldn't.
If he feels comfortable wearing that's okay.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it defines him as being masculine.
Yeah, so he can wear it. Like, he has the right, the freedom to do whatever he wants if he feels confident in it. But it wouldn't be defined as masculine.
I mean, if he got one that was less flouncy, maybe that would be more masculine.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want to wear. Like, if I want to wear tomboy fits, it don't make me less feminine.
Harry Styles
Damn! Yes! True! Holy shit! So based, I can't even handle it. I'm just literally fucking freaking out here. That's so based. They kicked his ass.
Care that he's wearing a dress. And I think, you know, he knows clothing doesn't define that.
Right.
Doesn't define masculinity.
True.
How would you define masculinity?
If you're a man, whatever makes you feel manly.
I feel like it's changing as, like...
Wow! If you're a man, whatever makes you feel manly. True! Oh my god, it just keeps getting amazing. He's got his fucking dick out. The dick of the face is the nose these days. That's how you know. This is like walking around with your dick out, dude. Pick it up. Pick it up.
The years go on, but I don't really know. It's kind of a
Oh,
hard
thank God he put it away. He tucked it away. Jesus Christ.
question. I feel like it's never like been defined. It just has been created. I guess your attitude and just how you live your life. I don't know.
How would you live your life masculinely?
I never thought about that.
No, I
not
didn't
sure.
actually.
How would
Never
you
seen that
describe
show.
femininity?
Honestly, I don't know either.
Yeah. Do you think there should be like set definitions for masculinity and femininity?
It's whatever you want it to be.
In the present day, it seems like it's getting a little more confusing as to define those. I mean, it's becoming more abstract for sure. So Vogue in the magazine came out and they said Harry Styles is like redefining his masculinity, redefining what masculinity is by wearing a dress. To me, it seems like this isn't very masculine. He's more just embracing femininity. I feel like these things should have a
What?
set definition. Like masculinity should have a definition and femininity should have a definition, and then you embrace either or. There are certain traits that kind of
This guy sucks. This guy is just a suck-ass propagandist. So bad. He didn't even get his fucking things in.
well, I mean, what if like masculinity was a thing and femininity was a thing, and then you choose one of them? Anyway, owned. Get wrecked, liberals.
Gonna go along with masculinity, like competitiveness, aggressiveness, things like that. If you have too many, maybe it can be toxic, but those are more like masculine traits. More like feminine traits would be more nurturing and caring and things like that. Would you date a man in a dress?
Yeah.
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 Go get my dress at home.
Dude, go do it, man. Look at. He's like, really? Can I go get it? And then they're like, no, that's not for the segment. You're supposed to not like it. He's like, oh, sorry. Just wanted to put the dress on, dude. Go for it. Screenshot it. He's like, oh shit, I get to wear a dress? Is that the next segment? I saw Steven Crowder do that once.
We'll be right back. All right, guys,
Holy shit, he's really feeling it. Watch. Just watch again.
Yeah.
Go get my dress at home. We'll be right back. All right, guys, thanks for watching. It was a fun day out filming here. If you like this video, share with your friends. Comment your thoughts down below. Follow me.
Shut up. Go get a dress, dude. Come on. Yeah, no worries. I'm still streaming, Posadas John. Posadas John, you were shouted out by a PragerU video. Yeah, PragerU shouted you out, Posadas John. It's amazing. All right, we'll do one more PragerU, and then we're going to react to somebody else. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Why does the left hate Israel?
All right.
On the surface, it doesn't make sense. Israel is a liberal democracy. It extends full rights.
Yeah, I got you one. Here, let me show you. Maybe a bad time for this one? Is it? Nah, let's do it.
To women, to gays, and to its many Arabs.
They give it to the gays. They even let gays walk around in public without getting stoned.
Citizens. Like all countries, which are made up of flawed human beings, Israel is flawed.
Wait, really? Is this a repost? Is this a repost? This one's new. This just came out. Good night, Jade Monkey. Thanks for staying here. Yeah, DanStarlight. We'll talk about it after this. Oh, okay. This is a repost. Okay, well, we'll watch it. I've never seen it.
But compared to most countries, not to mention its neighbors, it is a civil rights paradise. So why does the left hate Israel? The reason...
Joe Bot, that was when Vosh got banned off of Twitch for saying something.
Is that the left, and as I always
Don't
emphasize,
anger YouTube, I
am
won't.
talking about the left, not about liberals, is not guided...
Is this the new thing? Is this the new thing? What?
by a moral compass. It is guided by 3 other compasses. A power compass, a race compass, and a class compass.
What? What are you talking about? In the brains of a liberal, there is not one compass like in my brain, but rather 3. The compass of being wrong. The compass of having more money than me. The compass of being wronger than I.
Let's begin with the power compass. Instead of evaluating people and nations on the basis of right and wrong or good and evil, the left evaluates them on the basis of weak and strong.
What?
If you're weak, you're good. If you're strong, you're bad.
This is unironically PragerU at this point. This is like, they've gotten so bad.
Israel is strong, therefore it is bad. America is strong, therefore it is bad. The Palestinians are regarded as weak, therefore they're good. When you're guided by a moral compass, you don't ask who's strong and who's weak. You ask who's morally right and who's morally wrong.
Ah, yes, I forgot. Morality doesn't have anything to do with power ever. I am very smart. That was Vosh. Yeah, and this apparently was, I mean, yeah, I didn't know Vosh did this. I wasn't watching his stream. I was streaming during Vosh's stream yesterday, so it's okay. I know, it's hard to tell me apart sometimes. Don't worry.
50 years ago, Israel was not a big issue for the left. Why? Because it was perceived as weak.
Wrong. Not true.
But after the 1967 Six-Day War, in which it
a few years ago, wait, I'm sorry. Can we try again?
Was perceived as weak. 50 years ago was ask who's morally right and who's morally wrong. 50 years ago, Israel was not a big issue for the left. Why? Because it was perceived as weak. But after the 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel...
Yeah, okay, so this is a weird thing. I think that PragerU periodically reposts videos under a different title and uses the same content, but uses a different title and a different title card. Because there's one where I've gone and reacted to something, and I reacted to something that I'd seen before and didn't know it was the same thing until we started watching it. Yeah, it's true. True. So they've said, yeah, it's shameless. Well, they know that, okay, I'm sorry, but it's true. There are a lot of people who watch PragerU who don't have, let's say, very good functioning memories. Just going to tell you, they know that a lot of the people who send them money don't actually have very good memories anymore because they're like 96. And yeah, and they prey on them. It's just true. You know what they're kind of like? You know, like, you know those people who, like the, what's it called? The, like, shopping network TV? Isn't ADHD similar? No. I mean, you forget some things, but not like, yeah, QVC home shopping. Yes. They'll talk about the same products on a cycle, and nobody will notice because they're hoping to make money off of, like, aging retirees. It's terrible. Anyway, let's keep watching. It's terrible.
Achieved a stunning military victory. It all changed. Israel became strong, so Israel became bad. And
I don't think that's at all true. Not even close. Is it possible that maybe, you know, there was something else that wasn't happening 50 years ago? Maybe there wasn't, you know, maybe there were some things that wasn't happening 50 years ago that might be happening now that might make some people somewhat critical of Israel. That doesn't have anything to do with when it became big and strong, the left didn't like it because the left only likes beta males and soy boys.
the Palestinians were weak, so they became good.
So notice that he's never actually talked about the actions of what happened. Maybe they're going to try to. I don't think they'll succeed. Listen, Somniostatic, as dumb as I think some libs are, the fact of the matter is they're not as stupid as right-wingers. Like, you know this is true. I have had actual conversations with liberals, as annoying and stuck in their ideology as some of them are. Like, the conservatives I've argued with are like just idiots. They're morons. Have you seen Redneck? Have you seen the right-wingers I've argued with? They are so painfully stupid. You can't even explain basic concepts to them. They're just like, I don't like you. And that's their entire reaction. That's it. That's all they do. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. It makes me so fucking mad. Oh wait, I don't even have my thing. Redneck's literal argument was, remember what Redneck's argument actually was? Redneck's actual argument was that the left is actually the ones who are hateful because they want to take away my free speech. And then he went on a screed about how much he hates trans people and how trans people are all actually liar men in dresses. Do you remember that? Do you remember that part? That's what the argumentative capability of the right wing is. So if PragerU is hoping to appeal to leftists, they're gonna, or to liberals, they're gonna have to do a lot better than this.
So no matter how much terror Palestinians engaged in,
nice meme.
Hijacking airplanes, murdering 11 Israeli athletes and coaches at the 1972 Munich Olympics.
Okay, this is just terminally boomer. Literally talking about things that happened like 40 years ago.
Blowing up Israelis in pizza parlors and at weddings. The
nice citations, my dude.
left's position never changed.
Hey, have you considered maybe there's more to the left's position? Remember? Yeah, remember that? No, wait, Somniostatic. Don't lie. Don't you lie.
Palestinians.
Never critique a state.
Good. Israel bad. Because the Palestinians were weak and Israel was strong. That's one of the three ways the left judges the world.
We still have 3 more to go? Oh my God.
Test this theory in other ways. Why is the United States bad? Because it's strong. And
this is actually brain rotting. I don't know if I can do any more of this. Ah, fine, let's do more.
third world countries that oppose the United States are good. Cuba, for example, has been adored by the left for decades. Never mind that Cuba's Communist Party has ruined Cuba. That
Really? Do you want to talk about how that's the case?
Cubans have no civil rights.
Cubans have no civil rights. Really?
And Cuba is one of the poorest countries in the world.
Ooh, this makes me so mad. Oh, this makes me so fucking mad. They have better healthcare than we do. Arguably, they have better civil rights than we do. They actually have trans healthcare. Universally.
Since Cuba is weak, to the left, Cuba.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. Cuba is weak? Cuba is weak? A country that's like this big that has successfully thwarted invasion and overthrow multiple times? You think Cuba is weak? Sorry. You know what? Say what you want about fucking Cuba, but Cuba has fucking kicked our ass on the global scale if you want to consider comparative strength. They survived not just one, but multiple CIA coups. Yeah, fucking stupid. Yeah, true. True. US got blown the fuck out.
Is good. The same was true with North Vietnam in the 1960s. It was considered weak, so it was good. The U.S. was strong, so it was bad.
Ah, yes. This is what the Vietnam War was about. Not us uninvitedly involving ourselves in a local in a local conflict and literally bombing the shit out of a bunch of people who didn't want us to be there. Yet North Vietnam, the winners of the war? Idiot. This is just absolutely so soup-brained stupid. Just imagine, just imagine what mental state you would have to be in order to slurp this garbage up. Imagine what your mental state would have to be in order to uncritically slurp this shit up. It's honestly sickening. It's terrifying. The idea of being that stupid is actually frightening to me. It's actually frightening. Like, holy fucking shit. Oh my God, here we go.
It didn't matter that America was trying to
That's
preserve
true,
the freedom of the South Vietnamese exactly as it had preserved the freedom of the South Koreans.
Ah, yes. Remember, they're both Asian countries, and both of them have the word South in it, which means they're the same thing, the exact same conflict. How much you want to bet that every conservative who watched this videos, until they watched this video, didn't realize there was a difference between the Vietnam War and the Korean War? How much money do you want to bet that like 50% of the conservatives who watched this was like, it goes to this part and it's like, preserve the freedom of South Korea. And they were like, wait, didn't you just talk about Korea? Why are we talking about Korea twice in a row?
The U.S. was strong, so it was bad. Which brings us back to Israel. The stronger Israel gets, as it effectively defends itself, as its economy grows, and as its diplomatic position improves, the more the left hates it. The second of the left's compasses, the race compass, is another reason the left hates Israel.
Wait. Oh, we're moving on to the second one now.
Just as it substitutes weak and strong for good and evil, the left substitutes non-white and white for good and evil.
You know, every time I watch a PragerU video, it reminds me how good we all have it. That we get to deal with lefties on Twitter and arguing with other lefties and other liberals and blah, blah, blah. We don't have to coexist all the time with people like this. Like in our social groups, I mean. Obviously, we have to deal with them out there. Holy fucking shit. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what life would be like if this... You know what I mean. You know what I mean, gutter whore. I know. Yeah. This makes me lose hope in humanity. It's all right. Go ahead, tear off my mask, gutter whore. You got it. You got me.
The left doesn't judge people by their actions, but by their race.
I'm struggling. I'm really struggling right now. This is worse than usual PragerU. This is worse than usual PragerU. This is so bad.
That's why, for example, the left asserts that a black person cannot be a racist. Only a white person can be a racist.
No. That's not why. That's not what that means. Not even close. I know, I'm becoming the Joker. You're watching me become the Joker right now.
Reason Israel is labeled evil. Israelis are considered white.
No, they're not. What are you talking about?
And Palestinians are not white. Never mind that more than half of Israel's population is not white. The result? The left essentially ignores Palestinian terror and loudly condemns Israel.
Ah, yes. True. The left definitely doesn't. Look at it. Look at the framing. Israel retaliates after rocket attack. Israel blows up school full of children after a bottle rocket was fired from some children in an alley, and it scared a grandpa on the outside of the fucking fence, the fucking barbed wire fence that they constructed on the border, and then they retaliated by fucking firebombing a hospital. Jesus Christ.
Responses to terror. Now to the left's third compass, the class compass. This is the third way in which the left replaces traditional Western and Judeo-Christian categories of good and evil. Instead of judging people's actions by the same moral yardstick, that of good and evil.
Wait a minute, I thought we were talking about compasses. Why the fuck are we talking about yardsticks now?
The left judges people's actions based on their economic class. Rich people and rich nations are bad. Poor people...
That's me, Gina, right now. You want to know how I got these political scars? I watched one too many PragerU videos and it pushed me over the edge. You see, Prager, he walked into my room and he put a big, long, sharp compass in my ear and he ran it down like this, and that's how I got the scars.
And poor nations are good.
I'm the Joker, baby.
With Karl Marx.
Oh, here we go. Angry, evil Karl Marx.
Who divided the world by economic class, not moral.
What? I'm going into the void. My mind has been destroyed. Oh, my dear God.
Behavior. To Marx and to Marxism, good and evil is entirely class-based. Good is defined as
I know, it's so offensively stupid.
Workers, evil as owners. And that is the third reason
true,
for the
though.
left's
That part
hatred
is
of
true.
Israel and of America.
Yes.
They are both wealthy. As fewer and fewer people perceive the world in terms of good and evil, substituting a power, race, or class compass for a moral compass, you will inevitably get more evil and more hatred of the good, beginning with Israel and America and ending with Western civilization. I'm Dennis Prager. Thank you for watching.
Dennis Prager is like he's a dullard. Do you know, like, that term? That, like, fits him so well. He has to, like, struggle to get a single thought out. And the thought is, the left is wrong because they're dumb. And the right is good because not dumb. And then he does a weird smile at the screen. Look, he's doing it. This is what he does every time. Look at that. That little, I made it through the segment.
With Western civilization. I'm Dennis Prager.
Absolutely empty-headed idiot. Stone. A stone brought to life. All right. Okay. All right. Let's come on in here. DanStarlight, come on in. All right. Let's talk. Let's talk. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
Hi, DanStarlight. Let me put you up on here.
Wait, I gotta mute the stream.
Pronouns?
They, them.
Okay. Alrighty. All right, hit me with it. Hit me with your takes, and hopefully don't 416 me.
No, first and foremost, I'm not here to defend the Israeli state.
That's fine.
The state of Israel is the state of Israel is terrible. I have so many problems with it. Did you know that that like you can legally like racially profile people in Israel, and they do it in airports, like
Doesn't surprise
openly.
me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. As far as I understand it, Palestinians are literally considered second-class citizens. They have a separate class, like a literal in law second type of citizenry. It is a literal apartheid state. Yeah.
It's the state of Israel sucks, and obviously if I have problems with America, why would I like the state of Israel?
Of course, of course.
So what I actually have a bit of a problem with is I feel like sometimes when people talk about Israel, they don't really like realize that in their heads that Israelis are people too.
Of course.
Yeah. And, like, people do that about like most of the Middle East. Like, they'll just talk about it, and like they'll talk only about like government policy or like the like big the things that end up affecting them. And like when you think about it, when people talk about America, they talk about the government, but they also talk about the people.
Yeah, I mean,
People
I think
don't really
sometimes
do that with Israel.
I do think there's a lot of times where even Americans will talk about America as a whole. It's like one of those. It's like the essentialization thing, right? I do agree that a lot of American commentators, they will essentialize places that are far away that they don't know as much about, and then they'll talk with great amount of nuance to their own country. But in reality, something that everyone should remember is that every single country on Earth, every single society on Earth is not a monolith. It's made up of tons and tons of people and factions and subgroups and viewpoints. And yeah, I think people tend to forget that. Sometimes it's a little unavoidable. Like, for example, when you're trying to figure out like when you're talking about like foreign policy, it can be very hard to proceed in the conversation without like recognizing that there are deciders that represent each state. But I think that we should be careful to, in our analysis of that, not to forget that there are many factions inside every single society on the planet.
Yeah, most of the stuff that like people criticize Israel for isn't stuff that like the average person is doing.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for America as well.
Well, yeah. I just feel people realize that a lot more with America than they do with Israel.
Yeah. Well, part of that is, I think part of that does come from like the fact that a lot of people, particularly on Twitter and on Twitch, are Americans. There's kind of a cultural hegemony. It's a side effect. Yeah.
Another thing with that, kind of similar, is I feel like a lot of Americans don't really get just how different culturally Israel is. Like, it's so much more militaristic.
Yeah.
In like,
we have mandatory service, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I just got like a few weeks ago signed off of it because I'm an immigrant. If my parents hadn't signed that, the second I'd stepped foot in Israel again, I would have had to serve.
My goodness. Yeah. I am not a fan of mandatory service. I don't like that at all. But I mean, part of the reason is because mandatory service means that every person in a nation is going to be subjected to an intense period of their life where they are bombarded with intense state propaganda, highly state-controlled propaganda. That's going to affect a lot of people very negatively.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't like the state of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't like any state, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah, not a big fan of states.
And like, as well as that, like, Israel is surrounded by enemies on basically all sides. Like, my childhood home had somebody in the chat said, I didn't talk with Dylan Burns. I've never talked to Dylan Burns.
Oh, well, I'm sure you could have some interesting conversations. Dylan Burns is very, very well informed on U.S. foreign policy.
So my childhood home had like this room specifically that was like had reinforced walls that in the case of a bomb threat, we would go to that room.
Yeah.
In case the bomb was had poison gas in it, because it wouldn't protect us from like the bomb itself. If the bomb dropped on our house, we'd be dead.
Right.
But if there's poison gas, we'd go into the reinforced room. And like my parents lived through an actual period where this was like a daily concern.
Yeah.
I fortunately
it's traumatic.
didn't.
It traumatizes people, and it doesn't help when you have an opportunistic, like when you have opportunistic actors within a state that are like, oh, we can stoke these fears to justify our power grab, which happens all the time. And I would argue, you know, I'm not any kind of expert on like Israeli politics, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear, at least to some degree, that like the conservative wing, the more conservative wing of the Israeli government certainly has been willing to use that type of fear mongering in order to justify all kinds of, you know, further action. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a weird dichotomy in Israel where on the one hand, it's a very young country and it's a very progressive country in a lot of ways. Like we like part of what they said in the PragerU thing was right. We do have like a lot of like queer rights and like people are there are trans people who I've met in Israel.
Yeah.
It's not like a like hidden thing. Like people who were like I met someone who was like outwardly trans.
Yeah.
But on the other side, there is the fact that it's a very like religious country, which tends to lead to a lot of conservatism.
Yeah.
So it's a weird dichotomy.
Strong religious.
It's that weird dichotomy where like on my dad's side of the family, like I came out with like no problem.
Yeah.
And on my mom's side of the family, I can't come out to my grandma because she will disown me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's actually one thing that is similar between the United States, the culture here in the United States, and perhaps in Israel, at least from what it sounds like, is that there's a lot of polarization. And in the same way, there's like members of my family who have had no problem whatsoever with me being out trans, and then there's an entire chunk of my family just totally disowned me, never talked to me again. So yeah, it's something I think that sort of religious sectarian and polarization can be very destructive, and also can lead to some really intense I don't know, games of governmental tug of war that can have some pretty bad effects on a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, on the other hand, it's also the fact that like most of the people who are in Israel are going to be like a minority because they're Jewish.
Right.
And like Israel was created after like such an atrocity. And like every single person who lives in Israel had to come to terms with the Holocaust.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a generational trauma. And and of course, like it was, you know, it's an imperfect solution to an already incredibly traumatic event. And the unfortunate thing is that there's not always clean answers to like, what do you do when something like the Holocaust happens? Like, what are you supposed to do with that? How does the world move on from something like that? And the answer is sometimes you can't really fully move on. It takes a very long time. Yeah.
It's like that comes up a lot with like, how do you teach this to kids?
Yeah.
It's especially like with me, I've known about the Holocaust for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And I'm like, as a Jewish kid, I learned about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Which American, like not necessarily American, non-Jewish people learn about the Holocaust as like, oh, there was this bad thing and people died, and then it got saved. Luckily, some of them got saved and stopped the Germans.
Yeah.
But like as a Jewish kid, you learn about it as like these were people who were willing and ready to kill your ancestors, and if you were alive at the time, it would have been you.
Yeah.
And they had no reason for it.
Yeah, it's super something that's very interesting to me as well. And this is a bit of an unrelated topic because we're kind of switching from talking about the Israeli state to sort of American Jewish culture. And which I've had quite a lot of contact with and found it fascinating because there are large swaths of American Jewish culture that are like these incredible like survival mechanisms that are like, I mean, it's amazing. Like I used to write for this for a temple in New Jersey, I think it was. They hired me to write stuff, and so as a result, I did a lot of reading, and it was genuinely inspiring to me how willing, like, and very different from what I grew up with, which was this very siloed off, like, extreme Christian sect. How willingly this, like, you know, well-established, long-standing temple was willing to just reach out and do mutual aid and do community work and help one another survive. And the approach was so very different. It was such a different form of religion to me that it like it was more than just a religion in that way. And I find that very fascinating about you know, certain I guess I would say large portions of American Jewish culture that I find very inspiring and interesting. And it comes directly from like people like responding, you know, nobly and valiantly to this horrific event that happened and say, okay, well, how do we survive? How do we take care of one another? And how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? And that's actually something cool that can be taken out of it.
Yeah, and also with that, I feel like it's not even just as a response to the Holocaust. That's how Jewish culture has always been. Because Jewish people were tended to live in more like separate communities where the community would take care of each other. That was a huge part. That's a huge part of Jewish culture. And that's and like
I think there are some like on a sort of broad philosophical or cultural scale, I think there are some parallels between LGBT culture in America and Jewish culture in America, not on like the holidays or anything like that, but as far as the approach to community and the responsibility you have to community, because likewise, queer people in the U.S. and gay people in the U.S. have been sort of siloed off against their will, and as a result have had to find ways to thrive without any outreach from the rest of the mainstream society. And it's something that I find very, very interesting and inspiring. And in fact, previous to this year, I was talking with a friend of mine who is a member of a queer Jewish community, and we were talking about just this and how there are those like very like wonderful overlaps that can be sources of unbelievable strength and unbelievable love, and it's it's something I'd like to see more of in the world.
And kind of on a bit of a darker side to the same thing.
Fair.
I didn't fully I only like started to come to terms with the Holocaust once I came out as trans and experienced transphobia. Because experiencing that dehumanization firsthand taught me this is how this happened. This is how people managed to kill so many people for no reason.
By othering. The otherization is something that's another like, and I think a lot of marginalized communities have this in common, the like experience of a very visceral otherization and being very aware that people look at you and treat you differently. That's something that I've experienced, of course, being trans as well. And I think a lot of trans people experience that. It's something I really hope that we can overcome as a society. And I think there is some progress being made, you know? There are certainly, if there's not like mainstream progress, there certainly are a whole lot more communities where that isn't so much of a problem anymore. But I can completely understand where you're coming from with that. And again, for people who don't know, you know, right at the very beginning of World War, you know, before World War II, at the rise of Nazi Germany, the first targets were Jewish people and queer people.
Yep.
That famous
they burned
image,
the what's it called? They
Institute
burned
for
the
Sexual Studies,
yeah,
which was
yeah,
led by a Jewish doctor.
Yeah, that was so that was such a hard thing to find out about. That was like there was all this research before people were saying all this stuff that was like, oh, this is a new thing. There was already all this research and they just destroyed it all.
Yeah. Decades of queer and trans research. It is a tragedy, and most people never learn about that. Here in the U.S., it's terrible. You see the pictures, but you never find out what it was that they were burning. You never find out about who was involved with running that institute. It's just, here's book burning, and that's like, all right, cool. We know that this sort of a thing is like kind of stigmatized, but it's never in detail. They never go into well, like, and I think it does a disservice, right? Because like you said, like it's hard to understand how these things happen almost until you feel it yourself, and it shouldn't really have to be that way. We should be able to go like, well, look at how they did this. They targeted people who were vulnerable and that were seen as acceptable to harm, and then they moved out from there. And you know, and it's unfortunate that like that part has been suppressed and lost in the dialogue of you know, sort of like the American mainstream understanding of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually like a few streams ago, I don't remember. I remember when I kind of freaked out during the panel when like what's his name? Counterpoints said the thing about like people shooting up synagogues.
Yes, I do recall that.
Yeah. I actually ended up having a panic attack after that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, if anything ever like that happens, just like please let someone in chat know, one of the mods or even myself, and we can try and, you know, help you feel a little more, you know, safe.
It's okay. I talked about it in the general chat afterwards, and
that's good.
That was very helpful.
You've got a whole army of imps here ready to help you out, summon up some hellfire if you need it, you know?
Your community is genuinely incredible.
Well, I mean, like we are doing our best, and everyone here who's a part of it is a part of that process. So we're trying to make an awesome fucking community that people can feel comfortable and safe in, that can, you know, provide a very real benefit to one another. And, you know, I think that's great. And I'm very happy to hear that you've enjoyed being a part of it. I can say for myself, I've very much enjoyed you being a part of it. So thanks for being here, and thanks for helping to make it as awesome as it is.
Thank you. Just like I've been here for like just a bit, and I've already made like art and stuff, and like I've like made friends and stuff, and it's just great.
Yeah, it's really cool. As it turns out, the internet can be a pretty fucking cool place sometimes.
Yeah, like people in chat recognize me from the general channel.
Yes, they do. I think you're one of the most recognizable names around this chat. So hey, there you go.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Right? Everybody in chat, like, come on, right? I'm not wrong about that, right? I don't know. Chat's on a little delay. Yeah. See? Yep. There you go. Told you. Gayfish is messing with you.
Gayfish knows me.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, so well, thanks for coming on and talking about this with me. Very, very awesome of you to share your perspective and your experiences. I think it's a super interesting topic. So yeah, oh my God, what a great like transition from fucking watching PragerU. Fuck PragerU. Holy shit.
Yeah, my brain was rotting. I was actually scared I wouldn't be able to like talk to you because my brain would be gone.
I'm just like, I was sitting there just like, I don't even know how to respond. This is like one of the worst PragerU videos I've seen. Oh my God, it's so bad. Well,
it's especially stupid, like as an Israeli person, because like these people don't give a shit about me.
they don't fucking care. This is so cynical.
They don't give a shit.
Dennis Prager is so fucking cynical. All he gives a shit about is making more money for his own fucking organization and advancing his political prospects and helping his little political allies. He doesn't give a shit. It's so ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. And if you want
Had a great time.
Yeah. Do you want to shout? Do you have anything to shout out? I don't know if you do. If you have a channel or a YouTube or a Twitter you want people to follow, but if you want to shout it out, go ahead.
I don't currently stream, but I might be streaming in the future. So I have my Twitch tag connected to my Discord account.
Okay, cool.
If you want to check that out and like sub in case I follow me in case you see me streaming at some point. So
yeah, well, and if you do start streaming, please be sure to let us know so we can
I
get the word out.
absolutely will.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah. And I promise to make more stuff for the channel.
Hell yeah.
I have a great time.
Listen, if you want to, go for it. And I'm happy to hear you have a great a good time doing it. But as always, you're welcome here whether you decide to make stuff or not, all right?
Yeah.
Bye for now.
Bye.
What a good chat. That was such a great chat. Yes, I can show you the screenshot real quick. Yeah, let me show you, Posadas John. Here we go. Let me give you it. Hold on. Look at this. You got a fucking shout out. Look, ready? You can't be free without this. There you go, Posadas John. There you are. Amazing. True. All right, let me check online real quick. Let me just check on the internet real quick. All right. Ooh, we got to do some more React. Oh, we got to react to some more shit. You want to know what I want to react to? I got a thing I want to react to. Let me see if I can find it. I had it in my bookmarks. Yeah, here's the one. Here we go. Ready? Let's take a listen. I said we were going to do conservative cringe, and so we are. Oh, it does. It used to freak me the fuck out. And bam. That's why it's good. All right, let's listen. Let's listen in. Ready? Conservative cringe time. We got more. We got more conservative cringe than you could possibly imagine.
A lot of people in our community are getting a little anxious because they are not seeing enough of the progress they thought they would have seen at this point. Let's not disappoint them, and let's not get to a place where voters in Georgia begin to second guess.
Okay, let me respond. I've got to go. Let me respond. There's a lot to respond to here. Let's get something straight. You shouldn't be disappointed. What I've done so far is more than anybody else has done this far. Okay? Number one. Number two, I mean what I say when I say it. I mean what I say when I say it. I'm the only person who's ever run on 3 platforms that I was told could not possibly win the election, and I never ceased from it. One was on restoring the soul of this country because of what I saw happen in Charlottesville. That was it. No one else was talking about it. The words of presidents matter. Nobody else, no progressive, was talking about it. I did.
No progressive was talking about it, huh? Yep, Helena, that's a load of motherfucking malarkey. Joe fucking pseudo-Republican Biden. Now remember what we talked about? Remember how I said we're not going? Yes, roaming gnome. Don't be a dumb shit. Sorry. Sorry. I must be calm. Okay. Anarcho-Bidenism is over. Anarcho-Bidenism is motherfucking over. You understand? It was a funny joke. But Donald Trump is going to be out the fuck of the office, barring some sort of ridiculous right-wing uprising, which could still happen, but probably won't. It's time for us to start roasting the shit out of Joe Biden because, like it or not, Joe Biden is a motherfucking conservative. This absolute coward doesn't have a clue what the people of America want or need. All he cares about is preserving the status quo that he's familiar with. And Joe Biden has the gall to claim that he's the only person talking about Charlottesville when it was leftists who were on the ground literally getting killed at Charlottesville. How fucking absolutely egotistical and offensive, quite frankly, can you be to claim credit as a guy who wasn't even there, who just talked about it for your side? How fucking much of a dishonest asshole do you have to be? And the answer is a big one. You see, here's the thing. Joe Biden is better than Trump, but not that much better than Trump. Enough to vote for him, but not enough to support the guy. And guess what? Joe Biden's time is up. His time's up. We don't got to worry about Donald Trump anymore. Donald Trump is out the fucking way. Now we get to see who's standing in the way between us and a better country. And that is, well, Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden. Joe Biden is going to try and water down every single campaign promise he made, and they were already very watered down. His goal is going to be riding out, doing jack shit for as long as possible. And alongside him, Pelosi and Schumer and all these other fucking sleeping, comfortable, rich liberals are going to be reclining and hoping that you'll just shut the fuck up and die so that the line can go up, so that the stonks can keep growing. But we're not going to take it, are we? We ain't gonna fucking take that shit. That's true, Roaming Gnome. I will agree with that. Chief Officer of Being in the Way. We can hate, and guess what? Here's the permission. You can hate on the Dems as much as you want. We don't have to think about a motherfucking election. Well, besides Georgia, but Georgians, you know what to do. You can figure that out. Oh, Windleby tagged me? Oh, you tagged Windleby. Oh, I thought you meant me. Sorry. That was silly of me. We don't have to play nice with the libs anymore. We don't have to play nice with them. And guess what? We especially don't have to play nice with the conservative wing of the Democratic Party, which does exist, by the way. Just so you know, the dominant wing of the Democratic Party is not the progressives at the moment. It's the conservatives. It's the Bloombergs. It's the Joe Bidens. It's the Pete Buttigieg's. That is the predominant ideology of the Democratic Party. The DNC has got to be fucking slapped the motherfucking... absolutely slapped down. I messed up that line, but pardon me. And it starts by being willing to see Joe Biden for what he is. And to shake off the little mask that we put on during the election where we didn't want Trump to win, and so we pretended to wear little Joe Biden masks, and now we can take them and throw them in the garbage. Because we all know we didn't love Joe Biden. Nobody really wore a mask. We said that a lot. We just recognized that Joe Biden was better than Trump. And he is. But he's not good enough. Not even close. Joe Biden's policies will still leave hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from COVID. Joe Biden's policies are going to leave us barreling into climate disaster. And it's not good enough to just not be a Republican. We got to do way better. And the way that we do better is by ruthlessly critiquing these motherfuckers. Jubilant reaction to Trump defeat quickly soured by news of Biden win. True! True! Very good one. Very, very good one. But that is the way that people feel right now. Here's the thing. Do you think right now that like a lot of people are really excited for what Biden's going to be bringing them? Do you think people are excited to get like nothing from the government even though they elected Joe Biden? Joe Biden is going to be a massive disappointment. And guess what? The Republicans aren't in a place to capitalize on that, but the left is. We can offer answers. We can offer a future. While they want to offer, nothing will fundamentally change. Student loan relief. Like, student loan relief if you're a small business owner who makes under $30,000 a year, but enough to own a small business or some shit like that. That's what you get. That's what you're getting offered. You see, there's this thing that I've ranted about a lot on here that's called neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is the predominant ideology of the Democratic Party, and it is disgusting. It is sickening. It is dwarfed, of course, by fascism and feudalism, but it is a fucking garbage tier ideology. Oh, it's so bad. You know, let me explain the process that the Joe Biden and the Joe Biden alikes like to push for, okay? Imagine that you're starving and the government has all kinds of money that taxpayers pay into it, right? Yeah. Oh, they know they can't. They know they can't. Yeah. Imagine you're starving and you know the government has money and you know they have food, and you go to the government and you're like, please, please, I know that we have a welfare system. Can you please give me food? And they say, sure, we'll give you food, but first take a ticket and stand in line for 2 hours. So you take the ticket, you stand in line for 2 hours, and then you get up and they give you a stack of paperwork the size of a pamphlet, the size of a small book. And then you have to start filling it out. And as you're getting in, the questions are getting more and more invasive. Everything about your life you have to tell, down to a cent. You need to report your exact income. You need to report where it comes from, how you get it, how frequently you get it. You need to report where you live, how long you've lived there. You need to talk about every person in your house, how they're related to you, whether they share food with you, all kinds of invasive bullshit. You need to talk about your medical history. You need to talk about all of whether you're trying to get a job. And if you're not trying to get a job, they won't give you the food money. And then you get all the way to the end of that paperwork and they say, oh, sorry, you didn't have your state ID. We can't accept this. Now go out across the street and pay $80 and you can get a new state ID, and then we'll help you file the paperwork. So then you go and do that, and you go across the street and you scrounge up $80, maybe your last $80, and you get your new ID, and you are able to prove where you live in the state. And then you go back and you stand in line for 2 hours, and then you fill out the paperwork again, and then you sit down and then you give it to them, and they look at it and they go, wait a second, this ID says, it says M on it, or it says F on it. You don't look that way. And you're like, yeah, I'm trans. I legally have this, I legally changed my gender. And they're like, well, it doesn't look like you on the ID. You got to go get a paper that shows you, you got to get a paper that shows you, that shows us that you actually transitioned. So you go and you get that paper. They go, this paper isn't good enough. We need another paper from your doctor. And then you do that. And each time you got to stand in line for 2 hours. Wait. And then maybe you might get some food so that you don't starve to death. That is what neoliberalism's answer to a social safety net is. It's called means testing. It's when they make it so hard to get access to a benefit that the benefit functionally may not exist. It may as well not exist. But you're so desperate because you need food and there's no work anywhere that you're going to do it no matter what. So they torture you. The goal is to make you give up so that you never get the benefits and they never have to pay for it. That's not just bureaucracy. Bureaucracy alone doesn't explain this. This is called means testing. It costs them more, but it doesn't matter because they're doing it for a ideological reason. The reason they do it is because they want you to feel ashamed of government support. They want you to feel ashamed of it. They want you to feel bad. They want to make it miserable because they need you to know that it's easier to go work for a corporation, to go into the free market. So they make it hard so that it's easier for you to go be a slave to a corporation instead of getting the benefits that you may have even paid into. Let's say, let me just give another couple examples. Let's say you work hard as fuck for 10 years of your life and you pay a fuckload in taxes, and then you get sick and you need the help of the state that you paid your taxes into for years and years and years. They don't give a fucking shit. You're going to go through the same fucking process because the fact of the matter is they don't give a shit. They just want you to go be in the free market. And why do they want that? Well, because most of them own a piece. They're invested. A lot of these people who are building the system are themselves capitalists, are themselves free market ideologues, and they don't really care about the cost. Means testing has never been about controlling the cost. It would be cheaper to just not do any of that paperwork and give food to whoever asked for it. Did you know that? It would be cheaper. But they wouldn't want you to get dependent on the state. That would be bad. You should go out and become dependent on a corporation instead. Oh, absolutely. 100% staring blankly ahead. For those of you who didn't know, did you know that people who are on disability are capped at $2,000 income? I think it's income. It might be even holdings. That means if you're disabled and you can't work a traditional job, it's wealth. Yeah, it's wealth. It's holdings. Yeah, you can't own anything or else you stop getting your money. If you own anything, you are locked at subsistence living. You get $2,000 a month and that's it. It varies a little bit based on your area. You can't own property. You can't own stocks. You can't own shit or else they take away your benefits. They do that to ensure that disabled people are punished morally and ideologically for being disabled. It's sickening. The cruelty is the point. If you remember this line right here that Dr. Mantis Toboggan just said, the cruelty is the point, you will find your eyes opened on a lot of issues. They design it because they want to morally impugn you, because they believe that anyone who doesn't work for a corporation is immoral. You can't save money. You don't get to put any of it away. They force you to become totally dependent. And guess what? You can't escape it. Or you lose all your benefits. It's pretty fucked. And that is what Joe Biden represents. That is what the modern Democratic Party represents. And that's why we have to fight against them. We cannot thrive as a country with this absolutely evil, austerity-based, cruelty-based system that treats disabled people like trash, that treats neuroatypical people like trash, that treats trans people, black people, women like shit. Because all of those people that I just listed are slightly inconvenient to the capitalist order. Guess what? Disabled people don't make nice little worker drones. Women who can get pregnant and have families, most of them, not all of them, don't make good little worker drones. Trans people don't make good little worker drones. They're moderately more expensive, and that means they can't squeeze out another $1 million a year out of you if they've got to pay for those things. But we're not fucking going anywhere. There are a lot of us, and if we all work together, we can make things change. And that's what I think we should do. Yeah, but they're not, but they're a political minority. Yep. It's not even a silent majority. We're just not fully, we haven't fully connected yet. Yes, that's true. Oh my God. Yes. We have to connect with one another and work together and recognize our shared solidarity and stop passing and voting for and supporting laws, politicians, policies, ways of thinking that turn us against one another. You might not be disabled for now. Hopefully you never will be. But you should be able to think about disabled people and go, wow, maybe we shouldn't support a system that makes disabled people basically live a life of horrific bondage because they're not allowed to even get themselves out of the cycle of poverty. Yeah, I can. I know people who don't want that shit. It's usually people who say, fuck you, I got mine. This planet is full, 404 gender not found. This planet is full of incredibly awesome things. There is amazing shit on this planet. However, we don't get to enjoy it because certain systems have stuck around too long and aren't doing good for us. Yeah, well, because they're convinced to. Roaming Gnome, a lot of that is working class people are convinced by lies to vote against their own interest. Think about it like this. When conservatives spend all their time screaming about immigrants, that's in order to try and distract working class white people from their shared interest with Mexican immigrant workers or South American immigrant workers or Native Americans who are mistreated. That's what that is. It's a fucking false consciousness project. It's horrible. It's propaganda. They're trying to do that. Yes, it is divide and conquer. This is a strategy that they use intentionally. They know this is the case. Now, all of the people who fall for these things don't always know exactly what they're doing, but the people in charge absolutely do. These are cynical decisions. These are tactical, cutthroat decisions. Gutter whore. It sounds funny, but COVID is here. Before this is done, before this all shit is done, before we get a vaccine, statistically, at least some of us here are going to catch COVID. I'm sorry, I know that's scary, but some of us are going to catch COVID. And there's a chance that those of us here, might even be me, I could catch COVID tomorrow. And what if I can't shout for 8 hours anymore? What if I can only do 2-hour streams? What am I going to do? Huh? I'm doing my best. Oh, don't worry. I'm doing my best. I don't want anyone to get it. But we have to be real about the fact that we need each other. That we rely on one another in the bigger picture, in a political sense. And we have to break ourselves out, buy a hazmat suit. I might. I don't go out very frequently. But we're very good when we do. I know you would, but that's the thing. And likewise, I would try to help anyone in my greater circle if I could. And that's what I try to do with my content as well, is try and build some sort of movement that's going to make sure that none of us have to be this scared. You know, it's scary to get sick, of course. It's always scary to get sick. But you know what's scarier? When getting sick also potentially ruins your entire life. I feel you on that, Encrade. Just keep being as safe as you can. And I know, it's not good. You can't get tested? Why not? Yep, we do. We do need to keep pushing. It's your career. Oh, okay. Well, then be as safe as you can. Thankfully, the good news is, Again, I know this is a grim topic sometimes. I know this is spooky and scary and could be a little bit uncomfortable. But the fact of the matter is, we have to be able to be realistic about these things. And yes, yeah, absolutely somniostatic. I know. It's terrible. It's a terrible state that we're in. And there's no reason for us to be there. There is no good reason for why this is the way things have gone here outside of raw, cruel ideology. There's no reason. We could be doing better, but we have a very misanthropic worldview. Yeah, the worst reason to die is capitalism. I agree. I try not to be a doomer, but seeing how many people just don't take COVID seriously and are pretending it's gone fills me with overwhelming despair. Well, here's the thing. I understand that, Briarthorn, but you have to remember that people are worn down. You know what I mean? Everyday average working people, the vast majority of America is just worn down. They've been being told multiple narratives. They have no fucking clue what to think. They don't know for sure because they've been lied to by a bunch of people. We need to focus on those motherfuckers. This is why I go so hard against conservatives. This is why I go so hard against Republicans. And because they did this. They had the power and the money, and they chose to make our life like this. And do you know who else is choosing to make our life like this? Joe motherfucking Biden, the conservative president-elect. Because Joe Biden and his coalition have the ability, they could very easily find a way to get money into the hands of Americans. In fact, I bet they could find ways to do it legally right now and circumvent Congress. And they haven't yet. And they won't. We might get something. We might get something, which would be great. And would be certainly a form of relief. But we won't get what we should have. And we won't get what everybody out there, all of us, myself and yourself all included, need. Because they want to maintain that sense of fear that drives you to go do things that you would never otherwise do. How many of you right now, if you didn't have to go to work, would just stay home until the pandemic is over? Probably most of you, right? If you just had the food and the money. And guess what? Less people would get sick. How many of you would probably feel perfectly fine going back to work once it's all over? Probably a lot of you. I know some of us really hate our jobs. But like I know for me, back when I was working in sales, I would have been excited to go back to work. Even though later on I ended up burning out on it. For most of the time I was there, I would have been excited. If I was off of work for like 3 months, I would have been like, oh shit, I'm excited to get back in and like, you know, do some shit. But yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein have been sitting on their positions like a rotten log, like a big dead horse pinning down a knight. We got nothing. That $1,200 went to rent. Horse on a log, horse on a knight, I don't know. Pelosiasaurus. Yeah, Dianne Feinstein is a piece of shit. Enjoy your tacos, Lodick. Yeah, we didn't get fucking shit. They don't give a fuck. They left us to die. And yes, you should be angry. And you are right to be angry at them. But we can't just be angry. We have to be smart. Yeah? We have to think really hard. You ever played... How many of you in the audience have played a game like Dark Souls? Or Hades? Or a game that's like really hard, but like really good. And you're like, ah, shit, I'm mad because it's hard, but I'm getting better and I figured out how to beat the boss. You know? Anybody played game? I'm sure most of you are gamers, and most of you have felt that feeling of like, fuck yes. That's the time that we're in that part of life right now. You understand? We're in that part of life right now. We are facing crazy hard challenges, and we need to hit them and use that Dark Souls brain that makes us figure out all the little secrets, the time when you can roll correctly, the time when you need to strike correctly. We gotta put our full power into that. That's true. That's true. But sometimes they are, and sometimes they're still good, even if they're a little frustrating. Life is a very frustrating game at times. It's very unfair at times. But we can apply our minds to it, and we can figure fucking shit out. We can figure out, in my case, I can figure out how to build a channel, how to make good content, how to entertain people so they have some laughter in their lives. You all, and I've said this many times, and I will say it many times again in the future, so get ready to get tired of this fucking spiel. You all have talents, and we can use them. And that's why, even though when we talk about grim stuff, I always try to remind everyone that it's important to be a bloomer. Because we've got fucking skills we can use, we just got to figure out where to use them. Hey, that's awesome. Speedrunning is hard. I'm not good at speedrunning. Well, true, Donald Trump, but whoever is the face behind the Donald Trump. I'm blooming. Hell yeah, DanStarlight. Embrace the bloom. It's true. We are blooming. Remember earlier today when I said that 2021 is the year of the demon? I was lying. It's the year of the demons. Not just the demon. It's the year of the demons. This is when we can do some real shit. Yeah. So take that and be inspired by it. Because the fact of the matter is, we can do some pretty motherfucking cool shit when we put our minds to it. We can do some really fucking cool shit when we put our minds to it. Let's fucking go! There's never been a better time to push leftism. You're right. Indeed. Well, yeah, it does that, Hawk. It does that all the time. It does do that. But you have to say fuck you and keep fighting. And you'll realize that it's pretty unfair sometimes, but there's always a crack you can find, and you might be able to exploit that. As long as you draw breath, you can fight. It's true. It's true. Fun fact, about a year and a half ago, I was in a very, very, very bad spot. I was very depressed. And I had a realization, which was that even if I was in possibly the worst situation I can imagine, locked up in some gulag underground in the dark, I could still leave my mark on the world. I could still scratch out a message on the wall. I could still resist, even if they wanted to make my life horrible. And that was like the worst situation I could imagine. And when I realized that, I realized, oh shit, I still have a lot of options in front of me. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to give you right now, Socialist Roman. But sometimes you have to solve meta problems. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to figure out what's blocking your motivation. And that can be a hard problem to solve, but you can dig into it and you can try and find out. It's a meta problem, you know? There's problems like, why isn't my mouse working? And you can think about that. And then there's a meta problem, like, why don't I care that my mouse isn't working? And you can still solve that problem. It's just a harder problem. Oh, for sure. I agree. The left is significantly more likely to share. Yeah, this is a little Razer RGB. Actually, honestly, this is a pretty good mouse so far. It's lasted me a good amount of time. I got it on sale. I got it on like super sale. I'm a bit of a coupon clipper. Would you all want me to play through and review Cyberpunk? Hell yeah, DanStarlight. Getting caught up on school is good as fuck. Think about that. Think about the shit that's in your life that's standing in the way of you doing what you want and try to fix it. You think I should? Yeah. I think I could have a nice input, but is it any good, Goddess Trans Girl? Oh yeah, I'll wait until it's out. Well, I don't know. It's a hot game. Algorithm would like that. 2 years. Yeah, I could start playing it. I think I would probably play it off stream and then do a review on stream, because the thing is, I can't. Yeah, me too though. Me too, Rivera Life. Me too. Good so far. The melee looked shit. Oh, 100%. I will do that, Gutter Whore. Of course. If you want to, I would totally watch. Oh, thank you so much, Mayfei. I appreciate that a lot. I feel like I would probably want to play it off stream so I could think about it a lot. Cyberpunk has some gender stuff, but it's kind of, as far as I understand it, it's very ham-fisted. Hey, that's pretty cool, Rivera Life. Wow. I know being a doomer is a bad idea, but how do we not be doomer in the event that, hypothetically speaking, of course, we just die and lost half a stack of emeralds? Well, remember, until you're actually dead, it's not fucking over. You don't know what's coming your way. Until you're dead, it's not done. And once you're dead, you don't know that you're dead. So as long as you're around, you may as well keep trying. It seems kind of silly, but it's true. Until you're dead, it's not fucking done. The game ain't over. You don't know what might be coming your way. And then, when you die, well, it's over. You don't have to think about it anymore. Read something about how they were giving people the wrong parts they didn't pick when creating their character to simulate gender dysphoria. That's a bit weird. That seems like a bit weird. Yeah, you can. 404. Yes, you can. That's true, Briarthorn. Yeah. Let me see here. There's like this, so there's this quote, all right? Uh-oh. All right, I'll check that out, Alora. I'll check that out. There's a quote from Epicurus who said, "Death is nothing to us. When we exist, death is not. And when death exists, we are not. All sensation and consciousness ends in death, and therefore, in death there is neither pleasure nor pain. The fear of death arises from the belief that in death there is awareness." Now, there could be awareness in death. Maybe we'll wake up and we'll just be jelly beans that we're playing a video game, and this was a really hard video game. But we can't know that. And while we're still alive, we're not dead. So why would you give up? Why would you give up early? Who knows what the fuck you could pull off? Might as well try, right? Even if it's fucking hard. Maybe tomorrow has a delicious meal in your future. Maybe tomorrow has a comfy, cozy spot, or a nice heater to curl up next to, or a friend to talk to, or an awesome stream to watch, or a video game. Yeah, maybe even Joe Mama's there. Yeah, well, this isn't just wholesome. This is like what I'm trying to point out is that, yeah, while we're still alive, we're not dead. I mean, it sounds silly, Ben Everhart, but it's true. Hey, thank you.
To live is to suffer. To survive is to find meaning in the suffering. Friedrich Nietzsche.
True. It's funny that you say that, Somniostatic, but my young life was not very easy, and I found an incredible amount of inspiration in existentialism, in existentialist philosophy, that the idea that life is literally what we make of it. The struggle is part of the fun of life. Yeah, Camus. Yeah. Some Camus, some of the existentialist romantics. Being young is fucking hard. But Sisyphus, the story of Sisyphus, Bay Sisyphus, remember haughty Sisyphus? Sisyphus in Hades. He's cool as fuck. Look here, look at him. Look at this biggie boy. What a happy boy. Wait, that's not a good picture. Why can I never find a good one? What? Why does it do this? Why is it like this? I hate it when it does that. I hate it. I want the big one. Give me the big one. There we go. Here we go. Look at this. Look at that. Look at Sisyphus. Always pushing that rock all the way back up the mountain. Keeps pushing it, even though he's just pushing a rock up. And occasionally his friend comes by and says hello. Cuddly Greek Hulk. True. Yeah, true. Life isn't meaninglessness. It's not. Oh, okay. Inmate. Unmute. There we go. I got it. Philosophy saved my life after growing up around evangelicals and being saved every other week. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think there's a lot of hope. I think some people, I think some very specific people are able to draw hope from, you know, from religion, from like evangelicalism and faith, but I think it doesn't do the job for a lot of people. Again! Let's fucking go! Benjamin's been in jail twice. But I've seen it, Benjamin. Don't worry. There we go. You've been unmuted. What? The bot? The bot stopped me. There we go. You've been unmuted. You're safe. You're free. It's all good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Oh boy. Here we go. Let's take a look real quick. Let's stop from this and let's look at the opposite of blooming. Let's look at dooming. Look at this, our buddy Milo. Remember Milo Yiannopoulos struggling to get 1,000 upvotes on Parler? Look at that. Burn the Republican Party to the fucking ground. True. Please do. Please. Trump's SCOTUS appointments were pointless. We defended a selfish clown for nothing. True, you did. You put a grifter in charge of the United States, you fucking idiots. You sure did, you weak, whiny losers. I lost everything helping to put Trump in office. My life and career were completely destroyed. Was it worth it? No. I feel utterly betrayed. I will have vengeance. Crying Milo. Crying Milo. I am dedicating the rest of my life to the destruction of the Republican Party. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, baby. Now, you know, we don't want to run our entire political operation on Republican tears. But Republican tears, like NOS, you know, that you put in your engine and it makes you go real fast. It's so good. You just add it into the rest of the fuel and there goes that engine. Bot doesn't like you, Benjamin. They're mad. Chud tears will be the lube to our engine. I don't know if he's a Nazi, but he's a... Well, yes, actually, he is a Nazi. I forgot. He did an entire article where he put all of the Jewish people in his article in triple parentheses. Yeah, I forgot that he did that temporarily, and then I remembered. I will have my vengeance! This has got to be one of the funniest things. Here, let me just get an image here. I will have my vengeance! Krylo! Oh yeah, his pastor. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Krylo! Remember when Jangles made him cry? That was so good. He was just pouting the entire time. So sad. What a bunch of sad motherfuckers. Help! I'm being oppressed! Milo? Yes. Yeah. I don't even know. Can we watch that on here? Wait, the vid? Oh, yeah, we could watch that. Here, let me show you. Here we go. This would be fun to watch, right? Oh, why did they put... Here we go.
Hey, everybody. Today we are debating...
Let's skip a little bit ahead. Here, let's go towards the end.
Because
here's him looking sad.
That people tend to justify the power systems that they've been placed into.
Jangles, a fair
Here's
shot
him still
to
looking
respond,
sad.
because I think the super chat was originally targeting him, and then we will go into the next. Jangles.
Here's him still looking sad. We're now an hour and almost an hour and a half into it. Here's him still looking really sad. Look at how fucking sad and pissed off he is.
You know, again, such an impossible question to it's such an impossible question to really understand.
Look at him crying.
Gosh, and Morior Invictus, thanks for your question, said, Jangles, you had an issue with blacks being denied their inheritance, so shouldn't whites then be entitled the inheritance their ancestors won for them?
All these are like, what do you mean by one? There's so many layers to this. Like, what does it mean to win your inheritance?
Uh-oh.
This is that kind of that problem that we were talking about, right? If you already have something, you tend to give post hoc rationalizations for why you deserve it.
You got him with that one. You did something I didn't do. You got him with that one.
What now? No, I'm saying hold on.
I know you got him with that.
So pathetic. Such a sad. Jangles absolutely crunched Milo. It was actually incredible. It was really good. It was really fucking good. Not gonna lie. Yeah, he's British. Yep. It's yeah. Oof. All right. I got at least one more thing left for you tonight. All right? You ready for some cringe? You ready for some real cringe here? I've got some fucking cringe for you, all right? Cuz there's been this reactionary I've really been wanting to react to for a while. And so we're going to react. We're going to react to them. So, let me preempt this by saying this particular YouTuber is a right-winger with one of the most pathetic rant-sonas I've ever seen. And he's been going after, his community, I should say, has been going after a friend of mine. You know, does anybody here know Chud Logic? The Chud Logic? Yeah. Chud made a video about this particular YouTuber, and this YouTuber's community has been bombarding his video with comments. And it would be, I mean, it's just outrageous. They've been ranting and raving all over his videos, filling his comment section with trash, downvoting his videos on YouTube, and I sure hope that that doesn't happen to us, because that would be a disaster. Can you imagine, everyone? Chat, tell me, show me what my face would be. Give me the mama mauled for how mad we would be when they bombard videos with negative comments. Come on, look at, it would make us so fucking pissed, and it makes me pissed that they've been going after my friend Chud Logic and commenting on all of his videos and downvoting and watching all of his videos. It's infuriating and unfair and unjust. And so I'm taking a stand against LiberalHivemind, because I've had enough of this guy. I've had enough of this motherfucker. And I've seen like 2 of this guy's videos, but I know that his fan base are just slavering, and they want to fight. They want to call people dumb. He puts out a lot of videos, and they get a lot of views. So this guy isn't exactly all that small. So maybe we'll pick one of his low-effort videos. Oh, boy. Hey, wait a minute. He did a video about Christmas. Ooh, a 13 combo. Impressive, everyone. Impressive. But we're going to let's watch his video about Christmas, shall we? This one's a 9-minute one. Then maybe we'll do another one after. Let's see what the LiberalHivemind has to say about Christmas. Yeah, he's got a lot of followers, I know. Hey, Gina, if you're still listening, would you make a thumbnail for this segment? Because I want to put this segment up. I need to make my voice heard about this repugnant reactionary called LiberalHivemind. All right, let's watch it. Let's react. Whoa, that was loud. Sorry. Thank you, Gina. I would appreciate that.
Hey guys, welcome to the LiberalHivemind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant.
Oh yeah, one thing that he does is puts a meme up, a meme of the day, and they're not very good usually. This is apparently the meme of the day. Do you think this is funny? Does this make anybody laugh at all? Ever? Nah.
Hypocrisy of the left. The left continues in their unending rage, their endless assault on everything related to Western civilization. And of course, we're in the
their unrelenting rage about Western civilization.
Holiday season, and what better to describe peak Western civilization but with Thanksgiving and Christmas. And so the assault continues.
Imagine, I mean, he literally just said that the pinnacle of Western civilization is Thanksgiving and Christmas. 2 hollowed out holidays that have been completely ruined by rampant consumerism in the middle of a pandemic that the right wing caused, and so we can't even celebrate these pinnacles of Western civilization. How sad. Your fucking spam dinner, your spam turkey dinner, or whatever the fuck it is, that's the pinnacle of Western civilization? Pathetic. Sad.
Assault on our traditions in the never-ending goal of achieving peak wokeness. But it goes even beyond that, friends. While the left is hell-bent on ending Western civilization, more so than ever, what I am noticing, and what I think a lot of you guys are noticing, is just how authoritarian the left has become. And so that's what we're going to focus on this video. The never-ending war on Western holidays, mixed in with leftist authoritarian across the board, and of course, sprinkle a little bit of dash of leftist lunacy. We've made videos like this before, and some of you guys already know the drill. But before we get into any of it, please consider subscribing to the channel, hit the notification bell, and share the video as much as possible. We are still
He does sound a lot like No BS. It's true. He does sound a lot like No BS. He's not, though, as far as I know. Also, he has shitty-ass merch. We're gonna roast his merch afterwards.
By the YouTube algorithm, shadow banned from non-subscribers. You must be subscribed to the channel if you want to get our videos regularly. Share the video with non-subscribers, of course.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Dr. Anthony.
This right here with a depressed Wojak is his fucking rant Sona. It's just a shitty hoodie. Yeah, no, there's no face. There's nothing there. It's just a hoodie, and occasionally he'll Photoshop in a Pepe or he'll Photoshop in a Wojak. It's just a hoodie. And like he's like, yeah, I'm so cool. You've not been shadow banned. Elac, have you? I don't think so. Watch this. Hold on, let me do this. Watch this. Here we go. Nothing personnel, kid. Amazon stock image? Yeah, it's so bad. It's so pathetic. This guy, and keep in mind, this guy's got a lot of followers on YouTube. This guy gets a lot of views on YouTube. This hoodie, this disembodied hoodie that just spouts out like boring shit about like the war on Christmas. Wow, that's sad.
Fauci warning of a bleak winter, looking forward to Christmas in 2021.
Yeah, weird. It's almost like you Republicans have made us have a horrible, bleak Christmas. Fuck you.
There's no Christmas for you folks. Like everything else the left touches or interacts with, Christmas is canceled. Cancel
Merrick
culture
might be
to
coming.
the
I gotta check.
extreme. And Jim Jordan warned us. He said they tried to cancel Thanksgiving. Didn't work. They're coming for Christmas next. And like
Not yet.
clockwork, it's exactly what you'd expect from the leftist Democrats. But of course, like we've
Merrick
seen,
might come.
don't forget that it's just your Christmas that's canceled. Andrew Cuomo, he's gonna have his Christmas. Don't worry. It's always been about power.
They tried to cancel Thanksgiving! Look at the... Literally... Thanksgiving has been canceled by the woke SJW mob. So stupid. Holy fucking shit. Can you imagine? Listen, some of you in my audience might feel like you're not very strong. You might feel like, I don't know, maybe you're not the strongest person on the planet or whatever. Maybe. It's a possibility. I didn't always feel very strong. But then I realized that conservatives exist online, and they are the biggest, weakest, softest, rotten pumpkin motherfuckers you can possibly imagine. They are softer than a fucking dryer sheet. These people cannot handle even the idea that you can't have Thanksgiving for 1 year so that your entire family doesn't get the black lung. It's actually pathetic. They literally think that you're canceling the concept of Thanksgiving. They are the most perpetually victimized people. Can you imagine living your life in a state where if somebody said, hey, sorry, I can't make it to Thanksgiving, my car broke down, you go on a fucking screaming rampage about how you're trying to ruin Western values, your car broke down, a likely story. That would actually be hilarious, DanStarlight. They're coming for Christmas. They're gonna cancel Santa Claus.
It's always been about the separation of the elite and the plebeians who are subservient. That's what this has been about. And
what?
Separation of the elite and the plebeians who are subservient. That's what this has been about. And outside of that, of course, the far leftist attack on Western civilization as alluded in the intro.
Yes,
Columbia
yes.
Professor, Rockefeller Christmas tree should be canceled for the toxic relationship between nature and capitalism.
I'm pretty sure this is just Breitbart. I'm pretty sure this is just Breitbart headlines. I wonder if we can find this article real quick. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Columbia Prof. Wait, does he have his sources? He usually doesn't put his sources. Nah, see, he doesn't put any sources. Let's see if I can find it. Is this the one from Breitbart? Yep, it is. It's from Breitbart. Yep, it's from Breitbart. It's from Breitbart. A professor at Columbia University says the iconic Rockefeller Center Christmas tree should be canceled because it represents a toxic relationship shared between nature and capitalism. Imagine, oh my God. They're so motherfucking, they're triggered as shit. They're literally shitting their pants because one professor somewhere said he didn't like a Christmas tree. Their culture has a Christmas tree that for the last 100 years plus has been literally decked out with thousands of dollars worth of fancy decorations on the taxpayer's dime, mind you. I think. Pretty sure it's on the taxpayer's dime. But regardless, in the center of New York City, there's been a tree that is a literal tourist trap. It brings tourists from all over the place to see it. And one professor says, I don't like that tree very much. And they print a fucking article, 1,000 videos. The entire right wing goes into a giant fucking shit fit over one random professor complaining about a Christmas tree. How fragile. Remember what I said earlier about conservatives? They just want you to not be able to say anything when they're being dumb. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. They hate free speech. Christians are under attack. Someone criticized a Christmas tree in New York. Ah!
And it's what we've been saying forever. Give these leftists an inch and they want to take a mile. We jokingly said during the early conversation about taking down Confederate statues, who are they going to go for next? George Washington? Abraham Lincoln? And that's exactly what they did. Like clockwork. Once again, it's predictable because it's just a blatant power grab. It's nothing else.
What is this even what is he even talking about?
But given this power grab of government to come in and sanction what can and can't be said, what's toxic and what's
Wait,
not
did he say the Christian Holocaust? Did I miss that?
Because it's just a blatant power grab. It's nothing else. But given this power grab of government to come in and sanction what can and can't be said, what's toxic and what's not toxic, what statues...
When did the government... This is a Columbia professor. When did the government say anything about what is and isn't allowed? This was just a random professor expressing his opinion, and you're freaking out about it. What does the government have anything to do with this?
Can and can't be placed. We're talking about draconian lockdown measures, government getting in your way.
What? The lockdown is about a virus, not about the Christmas tree. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Hacking and coughing up a lung from COVID? What are these people on about?
Stopping basic freedom of movement and freedom of assembly is an overstep, and that's exactly what we saw with multiple Supreme Court rulings, whether on a state level or even on federal. And the question is, with this blatant power grab that we're seeing from the modern left, who's benefiting? Well, we know, of course, it's once again the elites. And I mention this very often. I always use this one statement over here. How many times can you notice a coincidence reoccur over and over again until it's no longer a coincidence, but rather a trend? Why?
Coincidence? I think not. Literally just said that in slightly different words. A coincidence? I think not.
Is it across Democrat policy, across Democrat cities, that the billionaire class, the corporate crony establishment elites are the only ones who benefit? What's up with that? How many times will we let
weird.
Corporate lobbyist power and crony industry win out at the end of the day over the American people, the middle class, the hardworking backbone of society, those who raise their children, educate their children?
He's absolutely. This is JQ. This is pussyfooting around the JQ. When you say the rich New York elites. Wow, I wonder what you're trying to say there. Just fucking spine up. Own up to it, you fucking coward.
And create the next flourishing generation of youth. How many times? This story pretty much exemplifies that. Watch, Black Friday crowds slim in era of the coof. With this...
I never thought I would say that Black Friday shoppers are significantly smarter than anyone else. But Black Friday shoppers are literally smarter than LiberalHivemind. Literally, the people who will beat each other's heads in over a television are smarter than LiberalHivemind. Even they know not to go out and get coronavirus for a cheap TV.
Crackdown on people celebrating, on people buying gifts, the crackdown on businesses and restaurants to...
people can't engage in rampant consumerism. I can't coupon clip this Christmas. Imagine having such little actual belief in the thing you claim to believe in that you get offended that Western civilization is being destroyed because you can't coupon clip on Black Friday. Coupons are the foundation of American white Western values. Oops.
Operate in the first place, who's benefiting? Walmart, Amazon, Netflix, Disney Plus, Google, Facebook, blah blah blah, you name it. The mega corporations who are edging closer and
Okay, and who's losing out? Walmart is who's losing out because Walmart is where a lot of people go for Black Friday shopping? What is this argument? It makes no sense.
closer and closer each and every day to monopolistic type power or oligarchical type power.
Yeah, so is
This
Walmart.
who benefits. And look, at this point, I mean, I'm obviously not advocating for this, but just to show you guys exactly where I'm at on this thing, if I have to wear a suit like this in order to ensure that business can continue to thrive, and I can show up at a restaurant, I can eat my meal, I can tip the waiter or the waitress to make sure that that person is paying their rent, building their future, and that the children of the owners of the establishment
Santa,
are going
literally.
to school and they're being taken care of and they have
What is he talking about? Like, this rant makes no sense.
everything that they need. If I have to wear this bubble suit, I will. I'm sick and tired of seeing businesses in my community board up, go bankrupt, go under, all in this quest of it's a necessary
Wait, guess what? You can do that. If you wore a bubble suit, you can go out and do that. It's not that the government is boarding up businesses. It's that people aren't going outside because they don't want to get sick. Go, please, go out in a bubble suit. It would be amazing.
sacrifice to save lives. Why can't we even have a conversation of government overreach in the first place? Why is it that we have just handed over our power for local governments to reign supreme over our rights, and we have just handed over freedom so easily? We can't even have a conversation,
Local governments? Oh, he fucked up his talking point. He fucked up his own talking point. He was trying to do the local government, state government thing better than others, but he accidentally said local governments are reigning supreme. Holy shit, he fucked up his talking point.
discussion of meeting in the middle, of protecting the vulnerable, protecting the elderly,
What
the
an
sick,
idiot.
while also protecting local business in the middle class, while protecting the kids who right now are seriously falling behind in school as schools remain closed across
Yeah, because you don't fund schools. If you and your ilk actually funded schools, they wouldn't be falling behind. I mean, you're not entirely wrong about that. Tipping is kind of a shitty thing, but whatever.
the world, frankly, for the foreseeable future. And learning remotely, it just ain't it, Chief. Speaking of kids, speaking of students, and speaking of government overreach and the trend towards authoritarian leftism, look at this headline right over here. Vermont governor directs schools to interrogate students about their family's Thanksgiving activities. And so, you know, the left loves playing this game of tying
Breitbart again. Breitbart again. Interrogate.
everything to the 1940s in Germany. Everything the president does, everything his supporters do, his rallies.
Realistically,
I think if my eyes rolled back any further, they'd be spinning.
thank you very much, Puffle Cake. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's true. This is pretty ridiculous. But keep in mind that, like, what this actually is, I bet we could, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it live. I like doing this. Vermont governor directs schools to interrogate students. Governor instructs schools to interrogate. Let's find it. Let's find the article. This one's from the Federalist. Oh, I'm so sorry. This one was from the Federalist. Oops, my bad. Oops. Vermont Governor Phil Scott is giving schools the green light to interrogate students about their Thanksgiving activities following the break. According to Scott, students or parents who admit violating the state's holiday travel and gathering rules will be forced to participate in online school for 2 weeks. Wait a minute. Oh, you mean it doesn't have any... I am still live, Vermin Hands. It's true. I've been going for a long day today. We had a spicy day. As it turns out, it's just a quarantine measure. That's it. It's just a quarantine measure. Nothing to do with interrogate. They're asking students, hey, did you see family? If so, please stay home so you don't get all the other students sick. Wow. Who could have seen this coming? Misleading headlines? Wow. Misleading headlines from a right-winger? Wow.
Blah, blah, blah. But why is it that the legitimate trends, like speaking of gulag and lists, marking people, the violent rhetoric, the targeted rhetoric, the slanderous rhetoric, and now talking about using children to go after their
Who talked about a gulag? Who talked about a gulag? What is he even talking about? This guy is like Fantasyland, complete and utter Fantasyland. The lists, the gulags, the pencils, the hairbrushes. The Baja Blast. Delicious.
parents and to rat them out to the government, to the nanny state. Where have we seen this before, friends? Very simple, and I don't even have to say it. If you have even a little bit of an understanding of history and what happened in a specific time, in a specific era, in a specific country, where millions of lives were lost,
True,
this was a
Briarthorn.
tactic that was employed. Why is it that the impulse of leftists, in their quest of moral purity, their puritanical quest to stomp out wrongthink, why does it always trend in the same authoritarian leftist line? Speaking of that exact
Today I learned that asking students if they were contaminated over Thanksgiving so that other students don't die is totalitarian, authoritarian. What were the words he used? Let's go back.
Why does it of moral purity, their puritanical quest?
A puritanical quest to stomp out wrongthink is when you ask your students if they were contaminated over Thanksgiving break so that they don't infect their other schoolmates.
Stomp out wrongthink. Why does it always trend in the same authoritarian leftist line? Speaking of that exact notion, Governor Kate Brown of Oregon. This is hard, but making difficult sacrifices now will save lives. This Thanksgiving, keep it small. Uninvite them. And she plays this clip.
True.
And so, I have one question.
True. That's funny. That's funny. They're making it light. They're trying to lighten the mood. This snowflake believes that when this guy, do you know what this guy sees when he sees like a little thing that says, "Hey, please don't get your relative sick. Please stay home. We don't want you to die." And there's like a little tweet about it. This is what appears in his mind right here. It's this right here. This is what he sees. He's like, Oregon Governor Kate Brown putting us in a gulag. The gulag of politely asking us to not invite too many people to our parties so that we don't overrun the hospital system, killing everyone in the area over the age of 80. Mustache Man bad.
To Governor Kate Brown.
Well, not that one. Not the other. No. Yeah, that Mustache Man bad. But don't get him mixed up with Good Mustache Man.
I get keeping this Thanksgiving small, and a lot of people, in certain scenarios, it would be responsible to do exactly that. You shouldn't be meeting with your grandmother if she's vulnerable this Thanksgiving. It's unadvisable. But speaking of uninviting people, how about you, Governor Kate Brown, uninvite Antifa from the streets of Portland? Those
Uninvite Antifa from the streets of Portland. You mean the people who live in Portland? You mean the citizens of Portland? You want her to uninvite the people who live in Portland from the city that they live in. Nice meme. Now who was it? Weren't we just talking about authoritarianism? But authoritarianism is when the government politely asks you to not throw large parties so that you don't get people sick, but not when you advocate for deporting the people from their home. Oh, I can feel you on that 100%, Vermin Hands. Holy shit. Vermin, that would be so fucking infuriating. Like, oh my God. I didn't even do this. Wait, I did part of this on stream. I had a serious falling out with one of my family members over COVID shit. It's actually infuriating. Oh, good night, DanStarlight. Thanks for coming on today. It was great talking with you. But yeah, holy fuck. These people just flaunt it. It's infuriating. 16 plus people. Oh my God. The chances of somebody having COVID and giving it to everyone else in a house is so bad. That's so horrifying. Oh my God, I understand why you're pissed. Holy shit. These people are, I swear to God, they just want to die of the plague.
Who have wreaked havoc on law-abiding tax-paying citizens, have burnt minority-owned businesses, have assaulted and destroyed everything in their path like a damn locust swarm. How about you uninvite?
Have you been to Portland, LiberalHivemind? You know that, like, the only thing that burned was, like, a trash can and, like, a couple of pieces of plywood and one sapling tree? Well, at least they were outside. Oh, that must have been so uncomfortable. How cold? Oh, shit. No, they're not, Lodick. You're lying. You're lying. The entire city has been stripped clean like locusts. Like in cartoons when they punch each other, they get in a fight and they punch and it goes psh, 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 and then one person comes out of the cloud and they don't have any clothes on. It's just their underwear and they're like, ah, and they cover their genitals, their cartoon genitals. That's what happened to Portland. There was Antifa jumped in and there was a big dust cloud and then all of the buildings and all of the people were naked and in their underpants.
Them, because literally as she's saying this, as she's so focused in her war against Thanksgiving, another war against Thanksgiving is happening. Multiple attacks follow after Portland Antifa call for comrades to riot against Thanksgiving. This is what Antifa is doing.
Damn, that statue's looking a little nicer these days, isn't it, everyone?
On the streets of Portland as she's focused on random citizens and the size of their Thanksgiving gathering. And as the left and the Twitter sphere, the Twitterati, condemn you for even questioning these mandates from government in the first place. How dare you? It's your fault. It's Honnold Glorf's fault that more than 250,000 people have perished due to the coup. It's your fault. So easy to just give in, to just hand their power, hand in their rights to a group of folk who seem to get more and more authoritarian as the days go by, as the years go by. But you're not
Twitterati, as in like he believes there's a secret elite class of Twitter users who are out to get him.
Crazy. You're not crazy at all. Especially not when
it
we
does
see
rain
stories
a lot
like
here.
this. UN seeks new social norms. Declares
like
itself
Illuminati.
a trusted COOF news source. You must submit to the UN and the unelected globalists.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He has this dumb joke where instead of saying coronavirus, he always says COOF. And he's been doing this for like a year. Every single time. Why? Vermin Hands, this guy is, how do I put this? I think he's in the same sphere of people who really like to watch Tim Pool. Like he's like what a dummy thinks is a smart person because he says lots of words and they go, yeah, I vaguely agree with some of those. It's so bad. Wait, real quick, Vermin, you weren't here before. Take a look at the screen. What were we at? Let's see. We're at 7:57. Look at this. At the beginning of every single video, he does a meme of the day. Here, let me show you this. He does a meme of the day, and it's always like this tier of meme. Look at how. Do you think this is funny? Every video, he puts a meme of the day, and it's always something like this. It's always some boomer tier meme that's just like Joe Biden next to a trash can. I don't get it either. He's sniffing the turkey, I guess. And that's funny because it's a turkey and he shouldn't be sniffing a turkey. Or maybe it's not that. Maybe it's something else. I mean, turkey does smell good. It's true. Oh, I see. I just don't have the necessary IQ. I get it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm too dumb to get it.
Unelected globalist forces who have...
Oh, damn. Hey, there's that JQ dog whistle again.
much been wrong at every single point in turn. And speaking of those exact unelected sources, weren't they just condemning lockdowns like about a week ago? Which one is it? It's gotten completely out of control. And the reason it's gotten out of control is because, once again, leftist authoritarianism in respect to debates. There's only one side that can be heard. The other side, the opposing viewpoint, is stifled, deemed as some sort of tinfoil hat kook theory, and isn't even allowed a place at the table. Submit to the leftist dogma, submit to leftist political rhetoric, or you will be deemed a heretic and shunned from society. Every single dynamic within the modern left points towards one direction. And
what is this even? What is the commentary here? Okay, the UN seeks new social norms. Oh, the joke is that he's sexually harassing the turkey, but the turkey's dead. It's food. Oh, he wants to fuck a turkey. I don't think that's what they were thinking about. Maybe, though.
It's authoritarianism.
Haha,
it's
old man
nanny
sniff
state,
turkey.
It's government control, stifling of debate, stifling of discussion, stifling of the First Amendment, the sacred notion of freedom of expression, all under the guise of either social justice, compassion, or some sort of framing that seeks to swindle and confuse the moderate, empathetic voter. That's what it's all about. And that transitions into Antifa and BLM, the nomenclature that they use in order to use as an emotional cudgel. Well, if you don't agree with us, then you must be a fascist. While, of course, behind the mask being the true fascist. But you guys get it, and hopefully you guys enjoy.
Nice. Oh, wow. We have rhino drama. I want to watch one more video by this guy just to drive the point home. Oh, look, laptop shit. He's still talking about the laptop shit. Multiple unhinged Democrat. Oh, go woke, go broke. Oh, he loves that line. Biden team implodes already. Huge legal case. Okay, let's see this one. Let's find out what's the huge win for Donald Trump. All right, let's find out. You want to find out what the huge win for Donald Trump has been? Let's find out.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind.
What? What? This is the meme of the day? A picture of Abraham Lincoln? What is a meme about this? What is even the... At least the turkey one had, like, the meme is that Trump is Lincoln, but he's not. He's clearly not. It's clearly Trump looking at a picture of Lincoln. They're not... What? The fuck?
A channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy.
But he's not. He's just looking at him. I don't get it. Oh, it's juxtaposition. Because when two things are in the image, that means they're the same thing, apparently.
Of the left, and the video that I'm making today is going to be quite different from what I usually do. We're doing some legal analysis.
I think that's a stretch.
The first thing that I gotta say is that I'm not a lawyer, but I'm going to be covering what both sides are saying, specifically the legal arguments that lawyers are making on the Democrat side and also on the Republican.
Remember,
I'll try to break it
wait, remember, before this video goes on any further, Donald Trump is one minor victory out of 55 cases. He's lost, or sorry, 56 cases. He's lost 55 cases and won only one. So, you know.
Down as best that I can in layman terms. The second thing that I gotta say is, hello YouTube, I know you're watching. I am in no way saying in this video that there were widespread issues that changed the outcome of a certain election that happened at a certain time. I'm merely covering from a neutral perspective what both teams are saying in an ongoing mass.
Ah, yes. Classic neutral perspective account named LiberalHivemind who regularly JQs. Hey, you're very welcome, Roaming Gnome. See you soon.
To the Supreme Court of the United States, which is arguing the constitutionality of hundreds of thousands of ballots across battleground states. That is what we are talking about, YouTube. So please take that into consideration before you come after this video. I am trying everything that I possibly can,
Persecution
just
complex.
like I have been on this channel. We have some good Republicans, actually have some So Pennsylvania, Michigan, one is
let's
on
find
both
out.
sides. Let me just update you on a couple things
Let's
that
find
have
out.
happened since yesterday. So the first one is that Trump files a motion to join Texas Supreme Court lawsuit against Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. President Trump
Thrown
Wednesday
out.
evening filed a motion to intervene to join Texas's lawsuit because he is the real party in interest. Trump, acting in his personal capacity as a presidential candidate, seeks
Memes.
to intervene in order to protect his unique and substantial interest as a candidate for re-election, according to the 39-page court filing. The second update that we have is 106 House members have backed the lawsuit as well. This brief presents our concern as members of Congress, shared by untold millions of their constituents, that the—
By the way, we talked about this yesterday, but this is one of the most anti-democratic actions that the House has ever participated in. These members, these fucking members of the House should seriously be scrutinized from being able to hold public office. They are literally advocating that we should undo a democratic election. These are not fit to serve in Congress.
unconstitutional irregularities involved in the 2020 presidential election cast doubt
156,
upon its outcome. And the most important thing from this document is this right over here. The usurpation of legislative power in Pennsylvania produced unconstitutional ballots. This is going to set the stage for everything we're about to speak of. The usurpation of legislative power in Pennsylvania. That is the entire backbone of the Texas lawsuit headed to SCOTUS. But before we get into what any of that means, let's first start off with what is the Democrat argument. I have a clip that I can show you guys here from George Conway, which will put things into perspective. So let's see what the Democrats are saying.
Do you think there's a chance the Supreme Court might take up this case that Cruz is pushing?
No, it doesn't have a snowball's chance. They're going to deny the emergency application. Ted offered to argue the case. There's going to be no argument because you don't argue emergency applications. There is no federal issue in that case for the Supreme Court to accept.
Uh-oh. Looks like this guy was right. They did throw it out. Uh-oh.
Accept or resolve.
Sucks, dude.
That case came from the state courts of Pennsylvania, and the issue was whether
I'll check
or
that
not
out then.
the Chapter 77 or whatever the law was that was passed in 2019 by the by the Republicans in the state legislature, whether that
Funny how
violates
that works
the
out.
Constitution of the state of Pennsylvania. And the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania has said that it doesn't for good and sufficient reason. And they said in this particular lawsuit, we don't even have to get there because this lawsuit was brought too late. If you wanted to challenge this law, you should have challenged it right after it was brought or before the election. And the Supreme Court can only take cases that involve federal issues. They don't get to decide what state law means. They don't get to say to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, hey, you misinterpreted the Pennsylvania Supreme Constitution.
And so essentially, the core of the argument on the Democrats' side is state sovereignty. What they are arguing is that states act within their own right, and this is not a federal issue. All of the changes—
Yes, because it is. And the Republicans were the one who wrote the law. They're just mad that the law that they wrote isn't helping them right now.
that happen to election laws within the state of Pennsylvania and the rest, the Supreme Court, federal courts have no say over how they can manage their elections.
This guy
and, of
is
course,
such
change the
a
laws around
dolt.
them. We've got this legal document right over here, which is a response to the Republicans from the state of Pennsylvania that says plaintiffs' motions make a mockery of federalism and separations of power. It would violate the most fundamental constitutional principles for this court to serve as the trial court for presidential election disputes. There's also this part right over here at bottom. Texas seeks to invoke this court's original jurisdiction to achieve the extraordinary relief of disenfranchising all Pennsylvanians who voted and 1/10 of the voters in the entire nation. Such relief would of course be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate. In support of such a request, Texas brings to the court only discredit—
Yeah, that's true. That is a fact. To do so, to invalidate the votes of a massive amount of the electorate would be absolutely unprecedented and also bullshit. What does he have to say?
Allegations and theories that have no basis.
What could he
in fact,
possibly
and
say?
Texas asks this court to contort its original jurisprudence in an election where millions of people cast ballots under truly extraordinary circumstances. And so those are basically the two main staples of the Democrat argument. The first one is separation between the states and the federal government, and the second is that Texas is only pushing discredited allegations and theories in an attempt to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of voters. Those are the two Democrat arguments. Make of that what you will, but here's where things get a little bit interesting.
That's all he can say is make of that what you will? What do you fucking mean? Why did you even bother making this video? Well, make of it what you will. Can you imagine if you all tuned into my stream and I was like, today, Donald Trump existed. Make of that what you will. And then I just ended the stream. All right, guys, make of this what you will. Ending stream now. I'm just kidding. I'm not ending stream right now.
Because the Republican
argument thank you, Neandroid. I appreciate
relatively
that.
strong, even given what we're hearing from the Democrats. So remember what I mentioned earlier, the usurpation of legislative power in Pennsylvania? That is the core of the Republican argument. Essentially, what the state of Texas is arguing against the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is that they jumped over the state legislature in their attempt to change election laws. We've got this document right over here, which Kyle Becker puts into layman terms. He says, certain select Pennsylvania state senators ask this court to affirm the grant of authority to state legislators and not the courts under the U.S. Constitution's Elections Clause. Pennsylvania state senators seek SCOTUS affirmation of authority. And the argument that Republicans are making, which I'm not 100% sure if it's correct or not, so you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the changes to the election laws within the state of Pennsylvania were made by the courts rather than the state legislature, which by virtue is unconstitutional. And we have legal precedent for that exact notion, citing Justice Kavanaugh in a decision he made in the past. We've got this Democratic National Committee versus Wisconsin State Legislature. Kavanaugh J. concurring.
Wow. Who fucking scanned this? Who scanned this? Look at how fucking blurry this scan is. Fix your fucking scanner. Get the fucking fingerprints and ass prints off it. Jesus Christ. Can't even read that shit.
Wisconsin's legislature has not done so,
Beta
the South
scanner.
Carolina legislature in Andino, for example. But the Wisconsin state legislature's decision not to modify its election rules in light of the pandemic is itself a policy judgment worthy of the same judicial deference that this court afforded the South Carolina legislature in Andino. In short, state legislatures, not federal courts, primarily decide whether and how to adjust election rules in light of the pandemic. And so once again, I'm not a lawyer, but from what I've heard, from what I've been reading from other lawyers, from what I've been reading from communities on the conservative side in general, is that that is the argument, and that Justice Kavanaugh's recent ruling in this exact notion backs up the Texas case, which could potentially mean, if the SCOTUS takes it, that there is in fact a chance that they rule in that favor. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but that's my understanding. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section. But based off what I've seen so far, this is what both sides are presenting. The Democrat side is arguing state sovereignty. The Republican side is arguing the power was taken away from state legislatures within some of these battleground states, who are supposed to ultimately have the decision on adjusting election rules, and we'll just have to see what happens going forward. Oh, and also one more thing that you probably want to be updated on. We have this letter right here from the Congress of the United States House of Representatives from December 9th, 2020 to President Donald Trump at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Dear President Trump.
Okay, this part's boring. I don't fucking give a shit. Fuck this guy. Let's see if he did an update. Did he do an update to talk about Donald Trump getting thrown out of court? Oh, he didn't. He didn't. No update. No update to Donald Trump getting thrown out of court. Coward, loser, lame. Look, this is what this guy does. Endless videos of pure fucking copium. Leftists are going insane. How many times has he titled a video, Nancy is gone? And all of them are just low effort, these fucking boring thumbnails. You know what? Look, not to toot our own channel's horn here, but compare these thumbnails and then compare them to our thumbnails. Look at this shit. We got fancy ass thumbnails. Oh shit, look at that. Got a thinking demon. We got a big demon on here. We got fucking colors. We've got cool titles. We've got awesome shit all over the place. It's blown the fuck out. And guess what? Chad Demon Mama versus Virgin LiberalHivemind. And guess what? when we put our video up about liberal hive mind, he's going to have to know that we're going to be flexing on him with an awesome thumbnail made by the one and only Gina Ragnos. That's how it goes. That's how it's going to go. What a fucking baby. See, this is the thing. And again, remember, this guy, it's not like I'm picking on some little channel here. This guy has 700,000 subscribers. 700,000 subscribers. His videos get 100K views every day. His latest video has 100,000 views. What the fuck? 104,000 people listened to the video that we just listened to that was literally no commentary. All he did was read text from the case and then say, I don't really know anything about this. Hope you make something of it yourself. It's pathetic. It's sad. It makes me angry. It's sad that low effort grifters like LiberalHivemind can even make it online. Not scientifically possible. Not even No BS has that many, and he even does the same thing. I mean, I don't know. LiberalHivemind. Maybe it's the name. Maybe his name is very like maybe his name is like very addictive to the like like moths. They will fly around lamps, and they'll keep flying around the lamp until they die. Maybe conservatives are like that, but with like certain buzzwords. So if you put the term liberal hive mind on it, they'll literally just like buzz around it until they die. So ridiculous. Yeah, I guess he knows his audience. Fair enough. Put out peanut butter and I don't know, the rats will show up or something. I don't know, rats are smarter than that. Yeah. You put out shit and a bunch of flies will show up. Congratulations, you got a bunch of flies. I don't know. Oh yeah, I wanted to roast his merch before we end. Cause I gotta go rest some. Okay, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing about this, but this is so funny. I'm no longer able to cover the 2020 election. This is absurd. Uh-oh. YouTube rejected my request to join the partner program on my second channel, HiveMind. Trying to figure out plan B for the second channel. Oh, shit. Damn. Looks like you want a plan B when it's convenient for you. Wah, wah. Being right-wing doesn't make you a criminal. It's time for Silicon Valley to stop treating us as such. What the fuck is Rumble? What the fuck is Rumble? What's Rumble? What is Rumble? That was. What? Oh, he was... Wait, you can see how much money they earned? He only made $2 off this video. Sad. Rumble? Apparently it's this website. He was on the board with Sidney Powell, the Kraken person. The Kraken person. He was on board with Sidney Powell. I'm sorry, this is great. What the fuck is this website? Is this just like shit? Oh, it's all right-wingers. Featured channels. The Post-Millennial. Sean Hannity. The Hodge Twins. The Wayne Dupree Show. Seb Gorka. Huckabee. Bill O'Reilly. Dana Loesch. This is just an all right-wing garbage site. And it's all boomer tier bullshit. Lol. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's another one. Okay, I get it. So, I get it. So, it's like a YouTube ripoff. It's a YouTube ripoff. It probably sucks. Rumble Babies. Rumble Babies. It's a little weird. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's check out his fucking shitty merch. Let's roast his merch. Let's see what he's got. What's this motherfucker got for merch? Where's his merch? It was on his videos, right? Let's roast this in merch. I bet his merch sucks. Wait, he doesn't have... Wait, it says he has merch. Ah, here we go. Teespring. Here we go. Let's check out his Teespring. Ready? Oh, it's Proud Boy shit. Oh, it's Proud Boy shit. 3 scoops. It's literally Proud Boy shit. Yeah, it might be. I am your president. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a 3% thing. It's just a shitty drawing of Donald Trump, who looks like he has no teeth. Looks toothless Donald Trump. And it says, I am your president. And he has a weird biscuit dough hand. Okay. It's a reference to 3%ers. Supreme ACB. This is so sad. Okay, listen. If and when we ever get merch, it's going to be so motherfucking based. None of this stolen images off of Google, slapped onto a crappy mug, slapped onto a crappy t-shirt. None of that bullshit. If we ever get, and when we ever get merch, none of that shit. You're gonna get cool as fuck shit if we ever do that. I cannot believe that you can get away as a right-winger with making this your merch and people will buy it, presumably. It's 20 bucks. 20 bucks for this shitty, boring, bullshit cup. Absolutely, Max. 100%. In the future, 100%. Puffle Cakes. Just tag me in the Gallery of Brimstone on the server, on the Discord server. Just tag me and I'll come check it. If I get tagged, I always check it. Don't abuse that, because then I won't be able to. Yeah, here's the Discord. Here you go. It's the Gallery of Brimstone if you're not in there. Nothing. Just those designs. That's it. That's it. So pathetic. Then he's on Subscribestar. Look at this. Is so cringe. Imagine. Oh, yeah, this was his old rant Sona. He used to have Pepe in there, but he took it off, apparently. What was this? Is this... Wait, that's not the thing. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine your entire identity? Only 2. There are 2 people paying him $100 a month. Oh, my God. Oh my fucking God. This is so pathetic. All of his images are just images of Donald Trump. Imagine being this much. I can't even put myself into the headspace to be that much of a pathetic simp. That'd be if, like, I don't know, if I made my entire image online wasn't Demon Mama, but instead it was Joe Biden shit. Like, what the fuck? It really is simping. It is simping. This is simping. When your entire identity is built around Donald Trump to the point that you use his image for everything in your entire social media brand, holy fuck. Oh my God, it's so pathetic. And yet it sells to the Republicans. It sells to right-wingers. Oh my fucking God. Oh yeah, he uses stock motion graphics. No, you can't, unfortunately. You could probably get away with it for a while, but you get busted eventually. Hey, look, we got another hater. Please find a different profession. No. No, motherfucker. No. I won't go fucking anywhere. I'm here. You're stuck with me. You're stuck with me. I'm gonna keep streaming. You're stuck with me. Better get used to it. Better get used to it, because I'm cranking up the heat. Cranking it up. Anyway. Thank you all for watching today. I am going to rate us out, okay? Who is streaming right now? Let's find out who the fuck is streaming. Oh, good night, Mr. Democracy. Thanks for being by today. All right, let's figure out who the fuck we're gonna who we're gonna rate. It's okay, Panis Main. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'll be back soon. Who's live? Aw, no, thank you all for the support. Seriously, your support. Will I stream tomorrow? No, I'll be streaming, I think, on Sunday. I will probably be... Is Conyer live? Is Conyer live? Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. We'll raid into somebody. Conyer not live. Let's check Twitch. Aw, good night, Somniostatic. Let's find out who's live. Oh, Actual Jake is live. You all want to watch some Actual Jake? That would be fun. Yeah? Yeah, let's raid in. Yeah, let's raid into Actual Jake. He's in the corn outfit, so that should be fun. The corn has started. The corn has started. All right, listen, I love you all very much. Thank you so much for all of your support, all of your generosity to me. And guess what? We've got some hot memes coming up. So join the Discord so you can get the notifications. Thank you for being here today. And I will bring you more fun stuff soon. Mwah. Thank you for all of the support. Let us, real quick, raid out. Okay? Consider, remember, the raid, unfortunately, for right now, won't send you over, but consider clicking through and saying hello to Actual Jake in the chat, okay? All right? Just tell him I say hello. All right, I'll see you all soon. Pwah.